Chapter 142, Decapitate the Evil Taifa Tree, 2, Boom. A loud explosion filled the air. The evil Taifa tree saw itself being slowly devoured, and its struggling became weaker. The main root tore into the ground, wanting to reach the deepest parts of the earth to stop the sucking power. Puff! At this moment, an incomparable power appeared from under the earth and helped the main root. Boom! After being assisted by this power, the evil Taifa tree began to stabilize, and then it pulled down the Tao platform instead. The Tao platform turned bright as it was being dragged by the evil tree. Boom! In a short time, the whole world shook and the evil Taifa tree furiously pulled with its roots, wanting to yank out the Tao platform. What is going on here? Seeing the sudden reversal of the situation, Li Xuanyan and Chen Baojiao were frightened and lost their colors. Once the evil Taifa tree captured the Tao platform, they could only die. The evil Taifa tree managed to devour such a rare thing. This growth is not unreasonable. Li Qie was still calm, and he idly said with a smile, the underground contains an evil vein with evil spring water. This evil spring water is extremely valuable to the evil Taifa tree. If the tree could use it to refine its body, then one day, it would become an existence that exists alongside the gods. Boom! Suddenly, the black hole doubled in size. The clanking sounds of the iron chains hitting each other as the universal laws restricting the evil Taifa tree contracted several times more, pulling it into the black hole. Bang! The earth was overturned. This scene was like a heavenly ox plowing through the world, creating countless holes of dirt and mud. At this second, even connecting to the evil vein was useless and nothing could stop it from being dragged into the black hole. A section of its roots was devoured into pieces. Clank, 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 but now, an even more horrifying event occurred. The bony outgrowths of the tree that were sucking in evil energy in the sky rushed to the mountain of bones, and all of the evil energy started to condense there instead. At this moment, all of the bones connected together. No matter whether they were human bones, heavenly beasts' bones, or stone statues' remnants, everything was assembled together into a huge, giant skeletal tree. This giant skeletal tree appeared in front of Li Qie, like a giant monster, and struck down towards the Tao platform with its monstrous body. Boom! The entire platform was shaken from the impact, but the black hole became even larger and more powerful as it continued to drag the evil Taifa tree. Bang, bang, bang! At this point, the giant tree gripped the Tao platform, wanting to crush it into pieces. Shit, this evil thing became much stronger. Inside the protection sphere, the expressions of Niu Fen's group greatly changed from this crazy grotesque scene. Bang! However, the evil Taifa tree was far more frightening than that. At this time, a bony outgrowth bursted out from the ground. This bony outgrowth was 10,000 zhang high, thick and terrifying. It turned into a giant hammer and slammed down with a destructive force on the Tao platform. Boom! Being stuck by this horrifying hammer, the Tao platform was shaking non-stop, and even the black hole suffered from the impact, decreasing its power. Boom! Boom! Both the bony outgrowth along with the giant tree made from bones repeatedly slammed the Tao platform, wanting to render it into nothingness. The black hole became weaker from the impact, leaving the evil Taifa tree room to breathe. In a short time, their attacks became even more rapid. I'm afraid the Tao platform won't be able to handle this. We should run away. If this ghastly thing escapes, it would be our end. Niu Fen lost his colors and glanced at Li Qie while speaking. Still a piece of cake. Li Qie was still calm. Looking at the evil Taifa tree with its evil energy soaring the sky, he smiled. I originally did not want to kill to the very end, but since you don't know life from death, I'll help you. Finished speaking, Li Qie formed miscellaneous seals with his hands. He stomped his feet on the ground and shouted. Blood energy rushed into the sky, and he chanted true mantras, obey my will, open Emperor Xuexi's dimension. Descend, slaughtering evil formation. Boom, boom! At this moment, an unimaginable scene occurred. The entire space of the evil-infested ridge was illuminated with a bloody light. In the horizon, a giant door was opening, and it unleashed an endless stream of terrifying emperor aura. When the lights intermixed with each other in the sky, the celestials appeared and the world rotated, giving birth to a huge complex formation. Whoosh, dash, in a flash, a bloody spear belonging to the gods descended from the sky in order to destroy evil and all existences. Bang, the blood spear pierced down and destroyed the long bony outgrowth, penetrating countless bones. Under this one spear, whether it was the bony outgrowths or part of the giant skeleton mountain, everything was drilled through, they were unable to resist its power. Even the heavenly beasts and longevity spirits were shivering from feeling the presence of the immortal emperor. 1,000,000-year-old heavenly beasts and longevity spirits were all hiding in their caves, not daring to venture out. Oh heavens, the sky is a killing formation. Even an expert like Niufen lost the strength in his knees as he watched the Emperor's gate opening and the appearance of the grand formation that created the bloody spear. He emotionally exclaimed, This is a grand formation of the immortal Emperor rank. Anyone who meets this will surely die. Chen Baojiao and the old servant were, needless to say, also speechless from this impossible scene ahead. This bloody spear was indeed capable of killing gods and devils. After a while, Chen Baojiao regained her wits and, while still pale, asked Li Qie, You had this technique since way earlier, right? This beauty capable of toppling kingdoms, even when pale, was still enough for others to yearn and love. Chen Baojiao and the old servant finally understood at this point that, since the beginning, Li Qie already had a victorious method. From the very start, Li Qie wanted to kill all of the sects and cultivators that came into the evil-infested ridge. This was when they understood that whether it was the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom, the Heavenly God sect, or even the entire world, everything was within his calculations. He was the one who spread the rumors that Tao Child Xingtian wanted what was called the treasure of the gods. In the end, too many people died here and only a few escaped. The old servant had experienced many waves and winds, but his palm was still shaking with cold sweat. At this point, he was secretly glad that they weren't the enemies of Li Qie. Even if he was stronger, they would still be doomed. Li Qie simply glanced at Chen Baojiao and said, The evil-infested ridge is the personal property of the cleansing incense ancient sect. As the prime disciple, it is nothing strange that I know certain methods. Of course, this grand formation didn't have anything to do with immortal Emperor Minren. This was prepared by immortal Emperor Xueshi. At that time, they prepared this grand formation in the sky as an inescapable net to destroy the evil Taifa tree. Unfortunately, before they could do anything, the Six Tao Lotus had already made a move against the evil Taifa tree, so they didn't get a chance to use their preparation. The killing of the tree was led by the Dark Crow, Li Qie, but because the formation was not used, Li Qie left it behind, hoping to make good use of it one day. Today, Li Qie clashed his hands together with mysterious seals while chanting profound words to open this emperor gate and summoned the descending bloody spear to destroy the evil existence. Zai dash, at this time, the evil Taifa tree miserably shrieked. The bloody spear had pierced through its body and its roots were slain even more. Poof! The main root of the evil Taifa tree was split open. Inside was an ancient root, around the size of a finger, flying forward. It wanted to escape as far away as possible. What is that? Seeing the ancient root wanting to escape, Li Shuangyan asked with astonishment. Primordial root. Li Qie looked at the extreme speed of the primordial root and said, The tree is not an adult evil Taifa tree, so it only had such a tiny primordial root. Are you not killing it? Niufen was also worried. If the primordial root could grow up to become an adult evil Taifa tree, then once it escaped, the consequences could only be imagined. This would be a great disaster. It does not understand this world and does not understand this heaven and earth. Li Qie smiled and said. As they were talking, the finger-sized primordial root wanted to escape far, far away. As the root was flying out of the eastern region, the cassia lotus tree in the far south made a buzzing sound. Suddenly, a green branch rushed forward like a sword of the gods. It suddenly slashed the horizon, a slash that was capable of ending the karmic cycle and destroying all six Tao. It was only a young branch, but at this moment, even the gods would tremble. This branch that was slashing out was just like a sacred sword. XSH, the young branch rendered the primordial root into innumerable pieces under its godly power. Chapter 143, Alchemist God's Grand Canon. 1. I said it does not know this world and does not know that this world would not allow for the evil Taifa tree to grow. Wanting to escape out of this place was impossible in the first place. Seeing this scene, Li Chia happily smiled. Chen Baojiao and her old servant didn't know where this young branch came from, but seeing how it slashed through the entire sky, they were extremely frightened. This young branch was even more horrifying than a godly sword. Under its power, it didn't matter whether one was an enlightened being or ancient saint, death was their only fate. Li Shuangyan and Niu Fen, on the other hand, knew exactly where this branch came from. They took a deep breath. No wonder Li Chia said that the cassia lotus could compare to the gods. This was a frightening existence. Just a young branch was around this terrifying, not to mention the entire cassia lotus tree that was as big as a mountain. The cassia lotus tree was born from the sixth Tao lotus. After the battle with the evil Taifa tree that year, the sixth Tao lotus tree lost its primordial foundation and was on the brink of death. Afterward, Li Chia and immortal Emperor Xueshi moved it into the moon cassia tree, and they used a heavenly method to keep it alive, but it was no longer the sixth Tao lotus from then on. The sixth Tao lotus and the evil Taifa tree were mortal enemies. Once the evil Taifa tree's root entered its territory, the root would be slain by the cassia lotus tree. Boom! At this point, the bony outgrowth, along with the mountain of corpses, had fallen down under the might of the bloody spear. Finally, all of the evil roots were dragged into the black hole and were devoured. The main root also suffered the same fate. It bellowed as it died a terrible death. As Chen Baojiao's group was in a daze, the Tao platform withdrew its black hole along with all of the evil blood. The supreme immortal door in the sky closed and the grand formation dissipated. In a flash, the sky was bright again. It was as if nothing had happened. Then, the Tao platform sunk into the ground once more, waiting for the next time when the evil roots would appear again. Li Chia jumped to the ground and got on top of Niu Fen's back. He patted his shell and smiled, finally finished everything. This trip was very smooth and successful, and my task has been completed. Li Shuangyan was used to the mysteriousness of Li Chia. No matter what heaven-frightening thing he did, she wouldn't be shocked anymore. As for Chen Baojiao and the old servant, they were silent. This matter was just like a dream to them. Several 10,000 experts, including royal nobles, enlightened beings, and even an ancient saint, were annihilated. All of the geniuses of the Azure mysterious ancient kingdom and the heavenly god sect did not escape death. Everyone would lose their colors since no one could oppose the evil Taifa tree. However, it was merely an item in Li Chia's hands, a part of his calculations. No matter how powerful it was not enough to reach the apex. It was simple enough for him to crush it. The old servant, who had experienced many things, had to look at this 15-year-old boy with a different eye. Even if someone beat him to death later, he still wouldn't want to oppose this boy. He was too scary and chaotically nefarious. Chen Baojiao was also contemplating for a long time. At this moment, she understood why Li Shuangyan was willing to follow this 15-year-old boy. Li Shuangyan was one of the most promising geniuses in the Grand Middle Territory. She not only had the qualifications that others couldn't compare to, but also a peerless beauty and alluring charm. Countless people courted her and many proposed marriages, but she chose to follow this youth with a mortal physique and mortal fate, becoming the sword by his side. Other people would surely think that she was crazy. In the beginning, Chen Baojiao was also perplexed. This was an unimaginable thing. Why was the unreachable Li Shuangyan, the focus of all the love from the heavens, willing to follow such an ordinary disciple? Now, Chen Baojiao understood that geniuses and heaven's proud daughters in front of this young man were not enough to reach the apex. Good, this grand matter is completed, we can go pick up the treasure now. Li Qiye finally said. Li Qiye brought everyone back to the Kasha lotus tree. Chen Baojiao and the old servant, seeing this tree, were in amazement. They finally knew what the thing that killed the primordial root of the evil lotus tree was. Okay, you guys are free now. Li Qiye announced to all of the disciples, at this moment, everyone is free to pick up spirit plants, but you all shouldn't disturb the heavenly beasts and longevity spirits. As long as you don't provoke them, they will not attack. Remember, don't be too greedy, this is our private property. Whether it is treasure digging or spirit plant picking, if you see 3, leave 1 behind, don't exhaust the source. Hearing this, the disciples were ecstatic. Even Elder Gu was glad. He borrowed the power of a heavenly mirror to watch the grand battle at the evil Taifa tree's place, and he was very shocked at that time. Seeing Li Qiye able to slaughter thousands of experts while smiling, this left them speechless. At this time, the elders agreed that picking Li Qiye as the one to revive the sect was too correct. After hearing Li Qiye's command, Elder Gu's group led the excited disciples to go mine the treasure metals and pick the spirit plants. Qiye, you will not go along with us for the treasure seeking? Seeing Li Qiye not wanting to go along, Elder Gu asked. I have something to do. Li Qiye shook his head, then he stared towards the north and said in a serious manner, I want to make a trip to the north. Seeing Li Qiye's expression, Elder Gu didn't ask anything else. Whatever he wanted to do, as the first elder, he fully supported it. Eventually, Li Qiye left Gu Tiesho's group and brought Li Shuangyan while riding her snail to the north. But at this time, Chen Baojiao also followed along with her old servant. Seeing her wanting to come, Li Qiye glanced at her, but he didn't reject her. They went north straight to the deepest area. After the grand battle with the evil Taifa root, that exerted its dominance, along with the Emperor's gate opening, all existences in the evil-infested ridge felt threatened. Li Qiye's group didn't see any fierce beasts, even the 1,000,000-year ones were hiding inside their nests, not daring to come outside. Along the way to the north, they picked up quite a few spirit plants, and the harvest was amazing. Chen Baojiao was quite ecstatic. They then stopped at the deepest area of the north. Even if they didn't want to stop, they had no other way to go, their path was blocked. Before them were flying magical runes, blinding the sky with immortal rune rays that encompassed the heaven and earth. The countless magical runes were similar to a waterfall coming down from the heavens, like the volcanoes gushing from the bottom of the earth. The magical runes covering the sky were hovering without order as if this was just as a storm. There was no pattern or order. Even so, they exuded a frightening presence. Any existence in this place would be shivering in fear, or even bowing down in worship. Oh my mother, these are Emperor's runes. This place has the suppression of an immortal emperor. Within the group, Niu Fun knew what was going on. Seeing the magical runes, he lost his colors and muttered, this is an area personally suppressed by an immortal emperor. He sealed the heaven and earth. What is this thing that is being suppressed here? At this point, Li Qiye's gaze became cold as he stared at the scene ahead. He had guessed it earlier, but after personally witnessing the suppression, he still coldly scowled. As Li Qiye observed the place, the hearts of Niu Fun's group sunk down. They felt the wrath of Li Qiye. Even someone as powerful as Niu Fun was shivering in fear under this rage. They felt a chill in their hearts. It was as if everything would be slaughtered within millions of miles. At this time, Li Qiye took out his ancient zither while staring at the magical runes that blocked the sky, and he started to pull the strings. Zheng, 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 the musical sounds of the zither resonated, creating an emperor aura that encompassed the heaven and earth. When Li Qiye plucked the strings, the aura swept through the world and drowned the entire evil-infested ridge. Such an aura caused everyone inside the ridge to be palely frightened with anxiety. Gu Taizhou looked towards the north. He knew that it was Li Qiye's doing since he brought along the patriarch's ancient zither. Gu Taizhou lost his colors because he knew that it would absolutely be a powerful enemy to force Li Qiye to utilize the Emperor Aura and Immortal Will. Zheng, finally, the aura that encompassed the heaven and earth solidified into an immortal sword made out of blood that was capable of slaying immortals and annihilating gods. One sword across the world puts the stars to shame, and the yin-yang Dao became silent. Kill! At this second, Li Qiye roared and his fingers, like the storm, played the most violent of tunes. Zheng Zheng, this one sword slashed all things in this world, carrying an invincible emperor aura with the utmost brutality. My aura is invincible and will cut down all enemies. This one sword instantly exuded a bright brilliance, illuminating the entire evil-infested ridge. The frightening emperor aura swept through the four directions and reigned over the heaven and earth. At this moment, all of the magical runes inside the light ahead were woven into an emperor tome, floating in the sky and turning into the word amnesty. This word amnesty pardoned all sins, even the gods had to retreat. Boom! An explosion shook the entire ridge. Under this one blow, not mentioning the group of Gu Taizhou, but all existences inside the evil-infested ridge fell to the ground. The immortal will of an immortal emperor within the magical runes, along with the grand suppressing formation, collided with the emperor's zither, destroying the horizon. The yin and yang turned into chaos. If this strike was not directly struck on the formation, then the entire evil-infested ridge would have been shattered. Chapter 144, Alchemist God's Grand Canon, 2, One Invincible Sword versus One Eternal Amnesty. This impact overshadowed everything. Even though this sword slashed off the word amnesty, the endless magical runes were still moving without stopping. Lights pierced the sky like a volcano spewing molten ash. Without a doubt, this sword was not able to cut into the grand formation. The ancient zither in Li Qiye's embrace became fainter. This strike was a huge loss to its immortal will. If he continued, then the ancient zither would shatter like the invisible dual blades, becoming a mortal item. Impact of two emperors. Finally, Niu Fen struggled to stand up and murmured. Needless to mention Chen Baojiao, even the old servant next to her was deathly pale. Not everyone could oppose the emperor's power. Death was a sure thing under the emperor's suppression. They were also frightened because Li Qiye was also carrying an emperor's possession on him. Unless one also had an emperor's possession of emperor treasures or a virtuous paragon with them, no one would dare to provoke someone with an emperor's possession. The group of Niu Fen stared at the repressive wall where the runes were still rampant and lights were still spewing. Even though the runes no longer emitted the oppressive emperor's power, it was still very frightening. The simple runes from an immortal emperor would have been enough to kill them. What was this powerful thing that made an immortal emperor personally suppress? Thinking about this gave the group of Niu Fen the creeps. So mighty, at this moment, Li Qiye's gaze became cold as he slowly spoke. Think about it really well, otherwise, the next time I come here, I will destroy your emperor's lineage. Li Qiye's words frightened Chen Baojiao and the old servant. Even though he was only whispering, they knew he was talking to the oppressive grand formation. This was a threat to the immortal emperor who left behind the formation here, this was a threat to the immortal emperor's will. How arrogant and overbearing. Threatening the immortal emperor's will, not too many people were this domineering. In the eyes of others, Li Qiye would appear to be an arrogant brat, but at this moment, both Chen Baojiao and the old servant did not think that Li Qiye was being foolish. What frightened them was that they had never seen someone who threatened the immortal emperor's will like this before. Finally, Li Qiye didn't stay here for long. He jumped on the snail and left the endless runes behind. On the road, Li Qiye didn't speak, but Li Shuangyan, as his personal maid, asked, not opening the emperor's gate. More so than outsiders, Li Shuangyan understood Li Qiye. She knew that his methods were not limited to just that. Li Qiye left without obtaining anything. This was not his character, so she asked him. Li Qiye looked back at the deepest part, then he gently shook his head and said, I didn't come here to kill this time. If I opened the Emperor's gate and released all of its murderous rampage, then everything in the north would cease to exist. Hearing this left Li Shuangyan in contemplation. The truth was that she wanted to ask what the thing being suppressed in the north was, or what type of person it could be, but since Li Qiye didn't say it, Li Shuangyan didn't pry further. Chen Baojiao and her old servant were also in a daze. What on earth was the north suppressing? Which immortal emperor did it? It was clear that it was not immortal Emperor Min Ren, which meant that there was a second immortal emperor who came here. This caused them to think about many different conjectures. A place that two immortal emperors came to must have an unusual significance. Chen Baojiao understood then that the evil-infested ridge was not as simple as it appeared. It couldn't just be a training ground for the cleansing incense ancient sect that year. The south had the great tree, the north had the great suppression, and east had the evil existence. If Li Qiye didn't bring her along, she wouldn't have known about all of the heaven-frightening secrets behind the evil-infested ridge. When Li Qiye and others returned safely, Gu Taizhou finally breathed a sigh of relief. Li Qiye having to use the emperor's possession made Gu Taizhou quite afraid. He thought that Li Qiye had met a powerful enemy. In the end, the disciples of the cleansing incense ancient sect picked many spirit medicines and a lot of life metals. There was even one disciple who managed to dig out a true fate godly ore. The sect had a great harvest this trip. Seeing as how the sealing time of the evil-infested ridge was near, Li Qiye commanded and had all of the disciples leave the evil-infested ridge. Everyone became relieved after stepping outside, especially Chen Baojiao and the old servant. They were glad to finally see the true sunlight again. Thinking about this trip, the old servant was quite shaken. All of the sects and countries were almost completely annihilated. Outside of him and his young miss, only the Violet Cloud sect and the experts from the Flying Dragon Lake made it out. As for the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom, the Heavenly God sect, the Jiangzhou clan, and the Heavenly Southern Kingdom, they were completely wiped out. Even an ancient saint perished. Thinking of this, the old servant secretly rejoiced. If they didn't go together with Li Qiye, they would have suffered and shared the same end inside. Little girl, think about it, I am saving a place for you by my side. However, don't think for too long, my patience is wearing thin. At the time of parting, Li Qiye looked at Chen Baojiao in the eyes and said slowly. Being called a little girl by a younger man made Chen Baojiao more than slightly annoyed. She glared at Li Qiye, such a country-toppling beauty, every frown and every smile aroused people's souls. She was truly the definition of a femme fatale. Many other disciples of the cleansing incense ancient sect were also amazed and envious. Only their oldest brother would have such audacity. Goddess Li was already by his side, yet he still wanted to have the princess of the Jade Valley country as well. What was even bolder was that Goddess Li was standing next to him, yet he still spoke so nonchalantly. Truly domineering. He was the hero in their hearts. One breath to capture two great beauties, how despotic was this? Many disciples couldn't stop admiring. After Chen Baojiao left with her old servant, Li Qiye went back to the cleansing incense ancient sect with the disciples. When they returned, the atmosphere was very jubilant. This trip had a great harvest along with very few losses for the disciples. Checking their current inventory, all of the elders and protectors who didn't come along were surprised and ecstatic. The sect originally didn't have the qualifications to enter the evil-infested ridge, but now. Not only did they enter, but they also had great success. How could the upper echelon not be excited? Gu Taizhou administered a meeting after the trip, so he also invited Su Yonghuang to show his respect to the sect master. Even though she was already the sect master before, she was always in the border area and never participated in the important meetings. This meeting also officialized her status within the sect. Gu Taizhou also wanted to invite Li Qiye, but Li Qiye wasn't interested in these types of meetings. During the meeting, Gu Taizhou disclosed the entire account of the trip to the evil-infested ridge. After hearing all of the stories, each and every one of the elders and protectors were shocked in disbelief. Some were even stunned into a daze. This time, they glanced at each other, and they marveled at how wise the choice of picking Li Qie as the person to revitalize the sect was. Even Su Yonghuang was surprised. Coming from the Su clan, she knew the situation of the cleansing incense ancient sect, but having heard Gu Tieshou's story, she took a deep breath and muttered, "I can't believe the evil-infested ridge had such a big secret." As for Li Qie, the first thing he did after returning to the sect was finding a Buddhist temple block. He placed the frog on the table, then murmured, "I finally found it again. I should let it see the sun once more." With that, Li Qie slowly tapped the temple block. Do, do, do. The sound of the rhythmic tapping continued in a slow manner like a melody and an indescribable Tao pattern. Do, do, do. As the temple block sounds were ringing, the frog began to shake in the same rhythm as the temple block. A while later, a small sound emerged, and the back of the frog lit up, revealing magical runes. These magical runes were basked in countless moons as if it had gone through countless ages. Finally back. Seeing the magical runes, Li Qie became happy. His fate palace opened and his true fate sucked in all of the magical runes into his head and into his sea of memories, turning into texts. When the runes were branded in Li Qie's sea of memories, his erased memories began to surface once again. Supreme Alchemy God's Grand Canon. This was a supreme alchemy scripture written by the alchemist progenitor. In reality, this scripture was not written by the alchemist god alone. Li Qie also expended numerous effort for its completion in the lost, past era. Chapter 145, Silence in All Directions. 1. During the desolate era, as the Dark Crow, Li Qie was the guide for the alchemist god. They experienced mortal dangers, traversed the 9 heavens and 10 earths, walked throughout the 9 worlds, invaded the forbidden burial grounds, and penetrated the ancient earth. Along the way, they tasted all type of grass and refined countless pills. In the end, they established the rules for the human race's alchemy Tao and specified the methods to refine pills as well as the standards. Since the ages till now, there was a saying, if the alchemy god didn't exist, then there wouldn't be an alchemy Tao for the human race, and there would also be no standards for alchemists for all the races. One could say that the alchemy god not only created the alchemy Tao's foundation for the human race, but also the foundation for all existences. Of course, the world only knew about the alchemy god and the alchemy god's grand canon. No one knew about Li Qie or the Dark Crow behind him. Later on, regarding the pill refining Tao of the alchemy god or his inheritance, only Li Qie knew. The essence of the alchemy god's skill was not passed down, the world only had the alchemy god's grand canon. This was only a guideline for pill refinement and a complete system for alchemists. Of course, these things would serve as a guideline for alchemists later on. The reality was that the true essence of the alchemist god was lost, and Li Qie knew that this brat did it on purpose. What was even more frustrating was that there was a problem when he erased his memories so, later on, he couldn't find the memories regarding the alchemy god's grand canon. However, Li Qie knew that there was still some hope, and it was this frog. This was the myriad heavenly cauldron they raised that year. The alchemy god's grand canon was sealed inside this frog. At that time, this lunatic alchemy god once made a joke that this frog was his essence. No one would expect that this frog would be his only handed-down teachings and his Tao orthodoxy. However, this frog unexpectedly escaped, so this joke was no longer true later on. After a while, Li Qie was always trying to find this myriad heavenly cauldron to recover the alchemy god's grand canon, but unfortunately, he couldn't find it. However, in this life where he regained his body, Li Qie finally found the cauldron as well as the alchemy god's grand canon. Seeing this frog-shaped cauldron, Li Qie smiled and said, "Crazy alchemy brat, I'm afraid in this life, I will have to outshine your brilliance." Having said this, he bursted out in laughter. But after a while, behind his smile was a sense of disconsolation and sadness. It was a memorable past during his millions of years of ups and downs amidst the blood and killing. Since the desolate era till now, he had been chased and even his route was cut, but he managed to reserve this situation and plotted against the world. It was either his enemies dying, or him dying. During the ancient Ming era, there was even more blood in the sky. When he massacred the gods and annihilated the immortals, to him, this was an extremely difficult era, and it continued all the way to the Emperor's era. This was the era when he counterattacked against the immortal demon Grotto, an era with many great changes. He developed many wise sages, and even immortal emperors. When he ran out of effort and ran out of preparations, that would be the day when he broke through the immortal demon Grotto. No matter how difficult the road was, whether it was slaughtering and vanquishing gods and devils or his plan to counterattack against the immortal demon Grotto, along with numerous foul winds and bloody rains during countless military campaigns, his memories regarding the era of the alchemy god was the most pure. It was an era of learning, an era of pill refinement and herb testing. At that time, it was a search for the Dan refinement path to form a foundation for the human race, as well as the 9 worlds. Finally, Li Qie gently sighed and calmed his thoughts. He picked up the frog and shouted, "Open." As the frog was falling down, it turned into a huge cauldron in the shape of a squatting frog. It opened its mouth and spewed out the heaven's energy. Feeling the bashing of the heat in front of him, it caused Li Qie to close his eyes. He smelled the medicinal fragrances of the drugs inside the heavenly cauldron and said, "Myriad heavenly cauldron, truly worthy of being the best cauldron since the start of time, worthy of my time spent to chase you in all of the 9 worlds, and worthy of all the consumptions of great treasures of the world. With this cauldron in my hands, any heaven rebelling or fate-changing pills would be too simple." The world had never heard of this myriad heavenly cauldron. In contemporary times, only Li Qie knew all of the mysteries of this heavenly cauldron. This cauldron went beyond simple alchemy refinement. It was fused with the alchemy god's grand canon, so it had heaven-frightening power, it was able to rebel against the heaven and change fates. The myriad heavenly cauldron, in Li Qie's eyes, was the supreme furnace throughout the ages. It was different from other heavenly cauldrons. Other cauldrons were born from nature and essentially couldn't move. It could only stay in one place to swallow the world's essence to cultivate its fire. However, this myriad heavenly cauldron, it could move by itself like a frog, capable of traversing this entire world. It could even find different flames to eat, along with spirit pills and alchemy grass. The longer it lived, the more valuable things it would have eaten. Normal flames and ordinary spirit pills were not worthy in its eyes. This was why its medicinal treasure along with its flames were peerless. It was also extremely fast. No one was able to catch it before. Even if they saw it, they didn't pay any attention since it was only an ordinary frog. Finally, Li Qie withdrew the frog and slumped down to the ground as he started to cultivate. Many sects finally got the news of the cleansing incense ancient sect's triumphant return. In a short amount of time, there were howlings and commotions everywhere between these great sects and secret schools. Losing everything in this trip to the evil-infested ridge, to many of these great powers, was an extreme disgrace. Inside the azure mysterious ancient kingdom, within an ancient temple, Heavenly Prince Qing Xian, surrounded by his azure aura, was reporting the events regarding the trip to an expert. And this expert sitting up high was a heavenly king, renowned in all 8 decalaces. His royal aura chilled the souls of others, even an ancient saint would lose his colors from fear. The cleansing incense ancient sect, the expert sitting up high with his voice carrying tension and godliness began to speak, an insect dying for 100 years yet still not completely vanquished. Immortal Emperor Min Ren is worthy of being the founder to the Emperor's era. They have declined for such a long time yet they still have some abilities. Heavenly Prince Qing Xian, below, didn't say anything, he only listened quietly. Don't worry, there is no need to rush getting even with the cleansing incense ancient sect, The royal expert up high finally said, "We should wait. Let other people ignite the first fire, we just need to watch. Even though you didn't get the godly treasure, it is not a big deal, our ancient kingdom does not lack treasures. Remain calm and go cultivate. In this era, if you carry the heavens our ancient kingdom will have our third immortal emperor." Heavenly Prince Qingxian sounded in agreement, and he eventually left. "My son, how?" Inside the southern heavenly kingdom, an old man bellowed and almost fainted after receiving the news, even when he was a master. In the end, this old man was ready to blow up, and he bitterly said, "If we don't obtain our vengeance, then our Nantian clan will cease to be humans." This old man went into the royal city of the southern heavenly kingdom to find the royal experts and beseech them to maneuver the troops to take revenge for his son, Nantian Hao, and to destroy the cleansing incense ancient sect. To his request, the high above royal expert replied, "The cleansing incense ancient sect is within the border of the heavenly jewel sect, and they do not like us moving troops into their borders. Plus, the ancestor of the heavenly god sect is still alive, we cannot easily offend the heavenly god sect. I will send messengers to contact the heavenly god sect. As for the killer of little Hao, I will not let it go. Wait until my royal son comes out from his cultivation, I will then tell him to go and take revenge for little Hao." Even though the old man was not satisfied with the royal expert's ruling, he could only accept it. Meanwhile, inside the heavenly jewel kingdom, the mortal king heard the report from Tao child Xingtian as he was sitting high in his dragon throne. At this moment, his expression sank before he finally spoke, "Emperor's possession. Emperor's possession again." That year, when the cleansing incense ancient sect used the emperor's will to suppress him, it was an unbearably humble moment to a royal expert such as him. But he couldn't do anything. Unless there was no other choice, even someone as powerful as him wouldn't deal with an emperor's possession. The ancestor still has not come into being, we will just have to subdue our anger for a little longer. In the end, the mortal king finally said, "This trip was fruitful. To be able to go together with heavenly Prince Qingxian, it is a good thing. You don't have to worry about the cleansing incense ancient sect for now, I will send ambassadors to the azure mysterious ancient kingdom to see if we can form an alliance with them. If the alliance is successful, then with them as our backing, we will have nothing to be afraid of in the Grand Middle Territory." Even if the 9 Saint Demon Gate want to protect the cleansing incense ancient sect, they would only be seeking death. As his words came out, the killing intent in his eyes soared. "My son," in the Jiangzhou clan, a person miserably shrieked. After hearing the news, the Jiangzhou clan was shrouded by sadness. The Jiangzhou clan not only lost Marquis of the Eastern River, but also the ferocious Jiangzhou Tie along with 1,000 elites. To the clan, this loss was too heavy, especially when their younger generation was destroyed, they would have a hard time recovering. The cleansing incense ancient sect. "One day, our Jiangzhou clan will slaughter you." Finally, the clan master of the Jiangzhou clan bitterly exclaimed. This was when cultivators would escape the confinement of mortality. The longevity treasure would lengthen one's lifespan, and the life wheel would give birth to additional life ring layers. One layer of a life ring was equivalent to 1 year. When the life wheel has 1,000 layers, that meant the flowing life wheel stage reached grand completion, as well as the inner longevity realm, and the cultivator would be ready for the next realm, Heaven's Mandate. Grand completion of the inner longevity realm meant that one had a 1,000-year lifespan. In principle, even if one's cultivation remained the same in the future, they would still be able to live for 1,000 years. Of course, if they died an accidental death or were killed, this would be a different matter. The truth was that cultivators at the grand completion of this realm rarely ever lived to 1,000 years of age. One day, an enemy would find them, or they would travel into a dangerous ground. The life ring continued to spin, and this meant that Li Qia's lifespan was increasing. Some time later, Li Qia stopped pouring his yin-yang sea of blood into the life wheel. He then opened his second new fate palace. Inside this second fate palace, the spring of life was flourishly flowing, the tree of life was shining, and the cauldron of life was burning with rage. However, there was no true fate inside the second fate palace. This was the biggest difference between the master palace and a vice palace. The place where the true fate should be located had a Dao bone instead. This Dao bone belonged to Little Silly. Li Qiye brought it back with him from the evil-infested ridge. When Li Qiye was channeling the spring of life, activating the tree of life, and borrowing the spring of life, he used these life energies to refine this Dao bone one more time. It became shinier, and after countless refinements, it faintly contained universal truths of string-like thinness as if it was cocooning a new life. The cauldron of life inside the Fate Palace, along with the spring of life, tree of life, and pillar of life, could offer their power to strengthen life essence. However, many former sages did not believe that the true mysteries of the spring and cauldron of life were limited to just life essence strengthening. As for the genuine profoundness of these two, there were very few people who were clear regarding their true properties since the ancient ages. For cultivators with a master palace and vice palaces, the true fate would be inside the master palace along with the true fate treasure. This was to protect the true fate as well as having some offensive usage. As for the treasure inside the vice palace, this was the difference between a true fate treasure and a fate treasure. However, a life treasure was also different. For example, life treasures that were not refined, or life treasures that were not groomed. This meant that the life treasure was inherited from a predecessor, or a cultivator might have refined it but would not feed it in the future. This life treasure would not increase in rank any further. Cultivators could still use it, but it would remain at the same level. As for how many life treasures could be stored within the Fate Palace, however many one had was the amount that could be stored. In fact, the Fate Palace's space was gigantic. As long as one was powerful enough, even the heaven and earth could be stored inside. However, a groomed life treasure or a cultivating life treasure was different. One Fate Palace could only cultivate one life treasure. At this time, the cauldron of life and the spring of life would only refine and pour energy into this single life treasure. This meant that during this process, one Fate Palace could only grow one life treasure. This cultivating life treasure would increase in realms along with the cultivator, and its power would be very mysterious. It would change along with the refinement method. To cultivators, to use the cauldron of life inside the Fate Palace and one's life energy to refine a life treasure would only require two materials. One was Grand Dao treasure metals, and the other was the Dao bones of heavenly beasts. There was a big difference between Grand Dao treasure metals and heavenly beasts' Dao bones. There was a ranking limit for a Grand Dao treasure metal. Any of them could be refined into an immortal emperor's life treasure as long as the refiner was powerful enough. However, it was different for heavenly beasts' Dao bones. When one obtained the Dao bone, whatever rank the heavenly beast it belonged to was then the rank of the refined life treasure, it would never surpass this rank. Even though this was the case, many cultivators still liked to use Dao bones to create their life treasure. The reason was very simple: the life treasures made from Dao bones would have the power and image of the heavenly beast. For example, if one used the Dao bone of a heavenly wild lion king to create a life treasure, then this treasure would not only have the power of the cultivator's refinement technique, but also the godly power of the heavenly wild lion king. Using a Grand Dao life metal to create a life treasure had no limitation, but its true potential was much weaker than a Dao bone life treasure, which always had powerful strength to begin with. Li Qiye used the spring water to pour life energy into the Dao bone of Little Silly. To Li Qiye, this was not a simple refinement of a life treasure using a Dao bone. To him, Little Silly had great significance. Little Silly was innately special and could even be considered supremely peerless. However, when it was young, its life essence was very weak and needed to transform over and over again. Because of this, Li Qiye, after capturing it from the ancient earth, had entrusted it to immortal Emperor Min Ren to take care of it in the west of the evil-infested ridge. That was a forbidden ground, and it was the most suitable home for little Silly. As long as there was an ample amount of time, one day, little Silly would become an existence that even the gods would fear. In reality, several 10,000 years ago, little Silly was already frighteningly powerful enough. However, during his slumber, little Silly was unexpectedly killed. To Li Qie, this was a clear provocation to his authority. He would sooner or later find the one who committed the deed to settle the score. After Li Qie poured the spring of life's water and life energy inside the Dao bone for an unknown amount of time, there was finally a distinct presence from the Dao bone. Li Qie was relieved. It seems that there was still hope. In Li Qie's eyes, as long as there was a faint presence, it simply meant that one day, there would inevitably be an invincible general reappearing in this heaven and earth. Disciple, after arriving at the door, Su Yonghuang turned back and looked around Li Qie with 3 parts teasing, 1 part charm, and 6 parts calmness, and she smiled, even though you taught me the supreme immortal physique law, it cannot change the fact that you are my disciple. Disciple, in the future, you better be pious to me. Whatever method and invincible treasures you obtain, you need to respectfully give them to me, you know. Finished speaking, she turned around and left. Her smile was as crisp and clear as the bell that resonated from outside the door. It was particularly pleasing for others to listen to. Li Qie smiled and called Li Shuangyan in. He took out the wooden sword from the evil-infested ridge and gave it to Li Shuangyan as he smilingly said, "Since I said that you are my sword maid, if you don't wield a sword, how could you be a sword maid? Find a good scabbard and carry it with you. It is not only my sword, but also your sword." Li Shuangyan gave him an angry glance and carefully looked at the sword in her hand. Then, she asked, "What is the sword's name?" This sword was formed by the primordial foundation of the 6 Tao lotus and the primordial foundation of the evil Taifa tree and refined by the heaven and earth. You can call it an evil sword, immortal evil sword, or black and white sword. Just pick one. Li Qie smiled and said. Black and white sword sounds horrible. Li Shuangyan angrily said, "Then let it be called the 6 Tao sword." She didn't realize that she let go of her cold demeanor in front of Li Qie. She was acting more like a little girl. Give its mysticism a try. Regarding the name of the sword, Li Qie didn't provide his opinion. With the 6 Tao sword in her hand, she activated her blood energy. The black and white rays appeared and intertwined with each other like the yin and yang taiji, interlacing and rotating without stop. When the small sound appeared, Li Shuangyan's body spewed out an extremely holy light. The white rays of the 6 Tao sword were like the fish in the water. They immediately blended together with Li Shuangyan's brilliance. However, the black rays were very wary of Li Shuangyan's immortal physique. Her light dissipated the black rays, and it caused Li Shuangyan's entire body to shake. At this moment, she felt that her void imperfection physique was maximized to the extreme, impenetrable by all Daos. When the immortal physique absorbed the black light, she immediately took control of yin and yang, reigning over the universe with an extreme power. Very good, this sword is very appropriate for you. Li Qie smiled and said, with this sword next to you, it can greatly grow your physique and strengthen your blood energy. It truly is advantageous for you. It will make your cultivation very easy. But half of this sword is the primordial foundation of the evil Taifa tree, it has evil energy. Would it haunt my void imperfection physique? Li Shuangyan worriedly said. The 6 Tao lotus and her void imperfection physique were harmonious, but the evil Taifa tree was conflicting with her physique. You underestimate the physique law I passed on to you. Li Qie shook his head and smiled, compared to your physique law, the evil Taifa tree is nothing. Do you remember the words? Chapter 148, 6 Tao Sword, 2, When the universe was still in its infancy stage, the primordial chaos arrived. From the primordial chaos, the grand beginning spawned. The grand beginning gave birth to the 9 words, the 9 words created the 9 treasures, and from the 9 treasures came the 9 scriptures. Li Shuangyan memorized these verses. To the people on his side, Li Qiye trusted Li Shuangyan the most. She had successfully passed through his test of loyalty, so she would surely hide the secret of the physiques. She would definitely never tell a second person. My 9 scriptures stand alongside the heaven and earth, they are eternal since the beginning of time. How could the evil Taifa tree compare to this physique law? It is nothing. Li Qiye shook his head and smiled towards Li Shuangyan. You should have confidence in your void imperfection physique, it will absolutely be able to suppress it. On the contrary, the evil property of the evil Taifa tree will be refined by your physique, and your cultivation will increase. Hearing Li Qiye's words, Li Shuangyan finally breathed a sigh of relief. At the moment, she was cultivating a supreme immortal physique law, and the power she could exert from it was gradually increasing. This sword is not just a simple sword. Li Qiye looked at Li Shuangyan and said, it was formed from the primordial foundations of the 6 Tao lotus and the evil Taifa tree from the ancient ages. It contained the grand Tao along with the profound truths of the world. Then, the heaven and earth refined them into a sword, and it had transcended the grand Tao boundaries of the 6 Tao lotus along with the evil Taifa tree. It even contained the mysteries of the heavens, and from this sword, you could peek and see into the heavenly Tao. Take your time to be enlightened because, one day, you might be able to create your own heavenly Tao. Hearing this, Li Shuangyan was shocked. The heavenly Tao. This was the highest existence in her knowledge. Once the heavenly Tao reached grand completion, this meant that in the future, she would be able to become an immortal emperor and shoulder the heaven's will. What about you? Li Shuangyan calmed down. She understood the priceless and peerless value of the 6 Tao sword, and its worth was no less than an immortal emperor's life treasure. It was not only a weapon, but it also contained the heaven and earth's grand Tao. I have grasped it for some time now. Everyone has different opportunities and our understandings are also different. You go ahead and ponder it. When I need it, I will ask you for it. Li Qiye said. When he grasped the 6 Tao sword, he was able to extract its profound mysteriousness for an enlightenment. Although he was only of mortal fate, he had experience on the road of cultivation and ordinary cultivators couldn't compare to him. Thus, when he was researching the sword, he learned a new sword technique. After Li Shuangyan left, Li Qiye took out the myriad heavenly cauldron and shouted, "Open!" The frog left his hand and turned into a heavenly cauldron on the ground. The cauldron opened its mouth wide and Li Qiye, along with the cauldron, followed the supreme Tao of the alchemy god Grand Cannon to fuel the furnace. Hu, hu, after fueling the furnace, the flame that traveled inside became the medicinal pot, but Li Qiye did not stop there and continued the technique. One after another, medicinal pots were formed in succession. This creation continued throughout the process, and medicinal pot was formed one after another. The creation of these medicinal pots was unbelievable. In general, the origin flame would only form one medicinal pot. Only a few extremely valuable heavenly cauldrons or the alchemy god's heavenly cauldron would be able to create 2 or more medicinal pots. However, at this point, there were medicinal pots forming one after another inside the myriad heavenly cauldron and it showed no signs of stopping. Any alchemy master would be stunned by this scene. This was an impossible matter, but it was appearing in the hands of Li Qiye. This was a supreme treasure that would absolutely incite the greed in others and start a new murderous competition for it. As time passed, Li Qiye was immersed in the heavenly cauldron. His medicinal pots became higher and higher, forming more than 500 medicinal pots. At this moment, he began to realize that his cultivation was not enough, his blood energy along with the world's energy was not enough to support the cauldron's flame. If anyone saw Li Qiye creating more than 500 fiery cauldrons in just one breath, they would be astonished from this scene. It was likely that no one had ever done this before. Of course, this was the heaven-defying peerlessness of the myriad heavenly cauldron. It had lived for so long and swallowed countless flame sparks. What was more frightening was that, when Li Qiye, along with the alchemy god, were grooming it. They collected countless flame sparks and spirit medicines along with immortal grass to grow it from the entire 9 worlds. It would not to be an exaggeration to say that during that era, there was no treasure in the world that had not been tasted by the myriad heavenly cauldron. If anyone knew the luxurious feeding the myriad heavenly cauldron enjoyed, they would be scared silly and thought that only a madman would do such a thing. In fact, the alchemy god was considered half crazy at the time, which was why the dark crow, Wuxia, called him the alchemy lunatic. Meanwhile, Wuxia was reaching his limit. Thus, he changed his goal and no longer tried to complete the cauldron and instead went to practice the art of controlling the flames. Inside the cauldron and under Wuxia's continuous refinement was many lively flames. Sometimes they turned into stallions, sometimes into flying eagles and swimming fish, and other times into the flowing water. To alchemy masters, regardless of whether they were boiling physique pastes, longevity medicines, or fate pills, the control of the flame was just as important as their Dan creation techniques. The Fate Palace directly affected the mastery of the heavenly cauldron's flames. The mastery of the flames correlated directly with the alchemy master's capabilities. There was no one in this world that could exceed the realm of the alchemy god and the dark crow, Wuxia, in the past. Because Wuxia helped write half of the alchemy god's grand canon, Wuxia was simply walking on an old, familiar road at this moment. His mastery of the flame-controlling arts had quickly reached a perfection beyond imagination. If people accidentally saw Wuxia's amazing improvement at flame mastery, they would be convinced by his peerless and supreme talents and would consider him to be a natural-born alchemist. Of course, they wouldn't know that Wuxia's seemingly easy achievement was all due to the sacrifices he paid in the past millions of years. With a firm grasp on the mastery of flame control, Wuxia began to refine pills. He began to refine only one cauldron, and he chose longevity medicine. There was a phrase amongst alchemists: boil physique paste, process longevity medicine, and refine fate pills. Within the 3 arts, physique paste was the easiest to create, longevity medicine second, and fate pills were the hardest. Wuxia began with longevity medicine as a warm-up for his first time with the heavenly cauldron. Fate pills were his true aim. Wuxia was immersed in the Dan refinement for several months and no one in the sect rashly disturbed him. One day, there was a sudden guest of the cleansing incense ancient sect and specifically asked to meet with Wuxia. The carriage drove up to the top of the mountain. In addition to the driver, there were 3 other people. There was a peerless beauty capable of toppling kingdoms and cities while the other 2 were adorned in completely black outfits and their face was hidden by a black hat. They helped the beauty to come inside. This kingdom-toppling beauty was the Jade Valley country's Chen Baojiao. At this moment, she was held by the 2 black-clothed people. With a pale face, she was unable to walk straight. Nevertheless, this did not affect her supreme beauty. Her pale face made others lovingly sympathize with her even more. "I accept your proposal," once she saw Wuxia, Chen Baojiao weakly said. Even though this was a bit unexpected, especially Chen Baojiao's state, as she sat down, Wuxia observed for a moment and exclaimed, "You destroyed your Tao foundation." At this point, Chen Baojiao forced a charming and incomparable smile that held an untold bitterness. She was like a withered flower with a dejected mournful bleakness. "Will you take in a useless person like me?" Chen Baojiao smiled bitterly, but she was still acting strong and sat up straight. She did not feel self-pity as she said such words. "Take." Wuxia said, "It is only a destroyed Tao foundation. To me, it is not a big deal. However, for you to decide to join me so fast. This was a bit unexpected. I left the Chen clan, left the Jade Valley country, and left the Jewel Pillar Sacred School." Chen Baojiao said with untold sorrow, and she continued, "I returned everything to the clan, to the school. All of the treasures, the mysterious items, and even my Tao foundation along with the merit laws, I returned everything." Hearing Chen Baojiao's words, Li Xuanyan was moved. Chen Baojiao spent a countless amount of effort in order to reach the named hero realm, but she destroyed everything along with her Dao foundation. To cultivators, this was a fate worse than death, a true fatal blow. Chapter 149, Tyrannical Valley Immortal Spring Physique. 1. To a young cultivator, losing their Dao foundation would be a fatal blow. However, Chen Baojiao was able to do it in such a resolute and staunch manner. Such determination impressed the cold-as-ice Li Shuangyan and also earned her admiration. This matter required a huge amount of perseverance. What happened? Dao child Xingtian wanted to marry you. This was within Li Qia's expectations. He understood the tyrannical valley immortal spring physique more than anyone else. The people with this physique were always forthright and unyielding. This was the same with the ancestral grandmother of the Chen clan. When she was young, she was a very brash princess. Even after she became a mother, she was still soft on the outside but tough on the inside as she assisted her husband and educated their children. I wouldn't marry him even if I have to die. Chen Baojiao coldly said with an absolute tone. Originally, the Heavenly God sect had ordered for the Jade Valley country to marry Chen Baojiao to Dao child Xingtian. They were already engaged from before, so it was a natural progression. Plus, the Jewel Pillar Sacred School along with the Jade Valley country were both happy to become allies with the Heavenly God sect, so the marriage date was set. However, Chen Baojiao adamantly refused. In the past, she was already against this marriage, but this time, Chen Baojiao would rather die than accept this marriage. Either she would not marry, or her corpse would be the thing that gets sent. Dao child Xingtian did not try to save her at the evil-infested ridge, he chose to be cold-blooded for his own benefits instead. This made Chen Baojiao even more resolute and without any room for negotiations when she cancelled this marriage. Even though the Jewel Pillar Sacred School forced her to marry, since Chen Baojiao would rather die instead, what were they going to do? Marry the corpse away? This caused the two factions to turn against each other. In the end, Chen Baojiao destroyed her Dao foundation and gave everything back to the school. The reality was that this was with the protection of the Chen clan. Otherwise, she would have not been able to leave. Good, I shall accept you. Li Qia nodded his head and said, but, I won't take in people of unknown origins. After speaking, he stared at the two people dressed in black next to Chen Baojiao. At this time, the two that were dressed in black took off their hats. It was one man and one woman who had features resembling Chen Baojiao. These two were her parents, and this was a painful decision for them. She was such a good daughter, yet she ended up with this result. Father, mother, you guys don't have to worry about me, I will be fine. Chen Baojiao stood up to hug her parents who were unwilling to separate from her. At this time, she was still strong. However, she did not notice the tears glimmering in her eyes. Even with thousands of words spoken, separation was still an inevitable end. This scene caused a melancholic atmosphere, yet Chen Baojiao still tried to hold back her tears. This old servant will stay back to take care of young Mississippi. This old servant is not a disciple of the Chen clan. Near the time of departure, the old servant said, that year, this old servant owed brother Chen my life and agreed to take care of his descendants, and so, I stayed behind. I can no longer listen to and follow your words anymore in the future, master and lady. He then bowed down to the Chen clan's husband and wife. Uncle Shi said too much. When my father was still alive, he told this nephew to treat Uncle Shi like a senior. With Uncle Shi taking care of Baojiao, I can be without worries. The Chen clan's couple quickly lifted him up. Finally, they bowed down to Li Qia and said, our daughter will be relying on young noble Li. I hope that you will take good care of her. To the Chen couple, bringing their daughter here to be a maid for someone was a hard decision. It was difficult for Chen Baojiao to convince her parents. After sending away the couple, Li Qia stared at Chen Baojiao and said, from now on, you will live with Shuangyan. As for what to do, Shuangyan will teach you. As for Grandpa Shi, How about this, you can be the guest advisor of the cleansing incense ancient sect. As long as you swear loyalty to the sect, I will not mistreat you. Thank you for your guidance, I will keep it in my mind. The old servant said as he bowed his head. He didn't dare to underestimate this young man. He had seen Li Qia's methods, smiling while killing 10,000 experts. Even the ancient saint and the azure mysterious ancient kingdom were all trapped in his calculations. He was extremely optimistic about the abilities of this 16-year-old boy. Chen Baojiao left with Li Shuangyan, and Li Qia told Gu Taizhou to arrange a place for her and the old servant. The Qin clan's Shigandang. Gu Taizhou was shocked when he heard this news. He quickly and respectfully gestured before the old man in front. Brother Gu is too kind. That year, Shigandang had died. At this moment, this old man is simply just a nameless grandpa. Grandpa Shi quickly returned the gesture. The Qin clan's Shigandang being a guest advisor for the cleansing incense ancient sect made Gu Taizhou fired up. At that year, Shigandang was a renowned fierce monster within the Grand Middle Territory. He came from a lowly background, yet during the difficult Dao era, he was able to become an enlightened being. One could only imagine how much perseverance and amazing talents he had. However, because of this, he also made countless enemies. Rumors has it that enemies were pursuing him 1,000 years ago. He was cornered with his last breath, but he was saved by the master of the Qin clan. From then on, he never left the Qin clan, and outsiders never heard the name Shigandang again. From now on, you are a person of the cleansing incense ancient sect. Li Qia leisurely said, as long as you contribute, there will be a great life-changing fortune for you in the future. Even though Shigandang was a fierce monster, but in front of Li Qia, he didn't dare to be disrespectful. Even though others called him a fierce monster, Li Qia alone killed more than him at the evil-infested ridge, there was even an ancient saint included. If he was a ferocious monster, then Li Qia would be the king of ferocious monsters. Thus, after hearing Li Qia's words, Shigandang displayed a respectful attitude. When Chen Baojiao joined Li Qia's side, she also brought along new information and told him, I'm afraid that the Heavenly God sect is climbing up to the azure mysterious ancient kingdom. Rumors has it that Dao child Xingtian, Long Xiangtian, already went on a diplomatic mission to the ancient kingdom. The reason why the Heavenly God sect was rushing the marriage with the Jewel Pillar Sacred School was because they wanted to showcase their most impressive power to the azure mysterious ancient kingdom to get maximum leverage. Here, Chen Baojiao worriedly added, if the Heavenly God sect was able to have a relationship with the ancient kingdom, then I'm afraid this is very bad for you and the cleansing incense ancient sect. With the ancient kingdom as their backing, the Heavenly God sect's power became even more formidable. It's only one azure mysterious ancient kingdom, not enough to reach the apex. Regarding this news, Li Qia was not one bit surprised, and he calmly spoke, if they are smart, then they can keep on being overlords. However, if they are not and block my path, then even an ancient kingdom will be annihilated. It's only one azure mysterious ancient kingdom. These words came out so easily and was without any hesitation, it immediately silenced Chen Baojiao. Opening one's mouth and saying that they would destroy an ancient kingdom. This was not an ordinary arrogance. However, she was gradually used to Li Qia's arrogance, and such despotic words uttered from Li Qia was no longer boasting in her eyes. After coming to the cleansing incense ancient sect for a few days and getting accustomed to her living situation, Li Qia called for her and said, I have many rules, and Shuangyan has already told you about them. Today, you will start over once again and make many vows. From now on, you will be my follower. It is not too late to turn back now lest your whole life will be chained by the vow. At that point, any disobedience would result in a punishment by fate. I have no regrets. Chen Baojiao continued, I will use my true fate for the vow. I will absolutely be without regrets. Li Qia nodded his head approvingly as Chen Baojiao performed a true fate vow. He then continued, you will start with physique refinement, the supreme immortal physique law. A Hotian physique can also have an immortal physique law. After hearing Li Qie, Chen Baojiao was shocked. Anything out of my hand would be an immortal physique law. Li Qie said, you don't need to sell yourself short. Your tyrannical valley immortal spring physique at grand completion will not be weaker than any grand completion immortal physique. Your ancestral grandmother, with her tyrannical valley immortal spring physique, even looked down upon the entire world. Chen Baojiao was astonished not because of her physique, but because of Li Qie's last words. A grand completion immortal physique. She came from the Jewel Pillar Sacred School, so she knew the meaning of these words. At the school, there were ancestors with grand completion saint physiques. In their eras, grand completion saint physiques were nearly invincible. They won every fight and were unstoppable, so they were able to establish the school. As for grand completion immortal physiques, it was unthinkable. From ages till now, people who had grand completion immortal physiques could be counted on one's fingers. Some said that not more than 5 people, since the immemorial, had reached grand completion immortal physiques. Others said that it would not exceed 10 people. If her tyrannical valley immortal spring physique could reach grand completion and was comparable to a grand completion immortal physique, how frightening would that be? How do you know my ancestral grandmother was a grand completion tyrannical valley immortal spring physique? Chen Baojiao couldn't help but ask. This was not written down by the Chen clan as opposed to everyone knowing that the Chen clan had grand completion saint physiques. This was a well-known thing. One day, if you have children, would your children know that you were a natural-born tyrannical valley immortal spring physique? Would they know that you made a true fate vow? Li Qie said with a carefree manner. These words shocked the young heart of Li Shuangyan. Her charming eyes became wide open as she stared at Li Qie. She made a true fate vow, but did this mean that the Chen clan's ancestral mother also made a similar vow? Could it be that my ancestral grandmother was taught by a great master? You are the great master's descendant. Chen Baojiao movingly said. Thinking about how Li Qie knew that she was a tyrannical valley immortal spring physique while no one else knew about it, and thinking about how Li Qie knew the secret hand seals of the Chen clan, Chen Baojiao finally understood something at this moment. Chapter 150, Tyrannical Valley Immortal Spring Physique, 2, Li Qie smiled and said, I am not. This matter isn't important. After you practice your physique law, practice a merit law next. Cultivate the Jade Spiral Merit Law of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect. The Jade Spiral Merit Law. Chen Baojiao was in a daze, and she couldn't help but ask, the beginner's merit law of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect? Don't look down upon this merit law. If you could grasp the profoundness of this merit law, it would be enough for you to prosper for a lifetime. Li Qie continued, your physique is different from ordinary people. You will dual cultivate the tyrannical valley immortal spring physique as the foundation. The Jade Spiral Merit Law is a correct path of the Grand Tao. In the future, it will be compatible with all of your arts. As long as you have the tyrannical valley immortal spring physique to rely on, the Jade Spiral Merit Law is the most compatible merit law, understand? Hearing the seriousness of Li Qie, Chen Baojiao did not question his authority. At this moment when Li Qie was passing on the physique law to her, she was completely focused. She was afraid of missing even a single word. After learning the physique law from Li Qie, she emotionally understood why Li Qie was so confident. Coming from the Jewel Pillar Sacred School, she had seen many physique laws, but after being taught by Li Qie, she finally understood that this was the real supreme immortal physique law. The physique scripture could be said to be the source of all physique laws. It didn't just have the 12 immortal physique laws, it was the root of all physique laws. Of course, this was only after Li Qie spent countless moons and millions of years before understanding all of the mysteries of the physique scripture. The 12 immortal physique laws were only a part of the physique scripture, and they were only 6 extremely simple words. For Chen Baojiao, who practiced the tyrannical valley immortal spring physique. This was another profound aspect of the physique scripture. On top of this, her physique was not part of the 12 immortal physiques. If one divided the physiques into 10 parts, then the 12 immortal physiques were at the limit. For example, the extreme yang immortal physique was the strongest of yang. It was a yang physique in all 10 parts. Chen Baojiao's tyrannical valley immortal spring physique was extremely rare. In the 10 parts, yin and yang each had 1 part, pure and taint also had 1 each, hardness took 4 parts while softness had 2 parts. One physique containing all 6 profound words was an extremely rare physique. After being taught the physique law by Li Qie, Chen Baojiao was very emotional. She felt like a fish in the water that had an indescribable sense of ease. Her blood energy rapidly flowed for the first time. Her entire body was floating about like a satisfied immortal, creating thunderous noises as she was being baptized under this supreme immortal physique. At this moment, Chen Baojiao understood that she did not wrongly choose regarding the most important choice of her life. Prior to this, the tyrannical valley immortal spring physique had always plagued her with difficulties. The truth was that Chen Baojiao's talent was not bad in itself. Although it was not as great Li Shuangyan, she was still amongst the best. Due to the trap of her physique, she had to put in countless amounts of effort just to have the same results as others. Nonetheless, Chen Baojiao kept on cultivating, and she was even more diligent than anyone else. With blood and sweat, she finally reached the named hero realm. Now, starting from the beginning once again with an appropriate physique law, Chen Baojiao was still a hard worker and her cultivation speed improved by leaps and bounds. Her hard work and effort amazed others. Li Shuangyan movingly said, "It seems like I have to double my effort. Otherwise, I will feel the pressure." A genius like Li Shuangyan was always hard-working, but she felt inferior to Chen Baojiao's resolution. After Chen Baojiao achieved a few things with her physique, Li Qie finally taught her the Jade Spiral Merit Law. She was shocked about the fact that, in the teachings of Li Qie, even an ordinary merit law became extraordinary. She finally understood why Li Qie chose the Jade Spiral Merit Law for her. After the process, Chen Baojiao's young heart couldn't remain calm. She astonishingly stared at Li Qie, this 16-year-old boy, and exclaimed, "Are you really just a normal disciple of the cleansing incense ancient sect?" "Wrong, I am the prime disciple," Li Qie said. Chen Baojiao gave him a stern look and added, "How is a prime disciple any different from an ordinary disciple? If it was an ancient kingdom, then a prime disciple would be worth something. The prime disciple of the cleansing incense ancient sect does not have many advantages compared to ordinary disciples. This little girl doesn't know anything." Li Qie knocked her head and said, "Also, do not belittle your own master. Watch out or I will punish you, you know." This flushed Chen Baojiao's face completely red. She couldn't help but angrily stare at Li Qie. She was clearly older than him, yet he kept calling her little girl. This truly exasperated her. She was such an alluring beauty. With her charming presence that swayed others, it would cause their hearts to beat faster, but Li Qie only smiled and left. After his departure, Chen Baojiao rubbed the area Li Qie knocked on and was in a daze. She could be considered a golden jade with peerless beauty. No matter where she was, she would be the moon surrounded by countless geniuses. She was high up above, but today, she was only Li Qie's maid. However, she did not completely hate this feeling nor this status. It was as if by being next to Li Qie as his maid, she was able to be free and be without worries. At this moment, she understood why a heaven's proud daughter like Li Shuangyan was also willing to be a sword maid. After Li Qie's cultivation at the cleansing incense ancient sect in the end of the evil-infested ridge, more than 1 year had passed. Suddenly, there was a monumental event happening in the Grand Middle Territory. Within the Grand Middle Territory, there was suddenly an evil energy that pierced the sky with bright lights. Inside the lights were countless ancient coffins that sung sad, sorrowful tunes. In the far horizon, many coffins were flying by as immortal citizens were worshipping, and there were mourning wise sages amongst this extremely majestic scene. It was as if an immortal monarch had just passed away, or a godly king had his final burial. Anyone that saw this scene for the first time would be stunned, but for people who had seen this before, they were not too surprised. This sudden change garnered the attention from many, and many old monsters even came into being. At this moment, in the azure mysterious ancient kingdom, an archaic character opened his eyes. He was extremely excited. Inside the war god temple, an old man that was buried in dust finally moved and emotionally opened his eyes. He couldn't help but to stand up and alert numerous disciples along with royal nobles and heavenly kings. Even as far as the desolate wasteland, in the divine sword sacred ground, a man with boundless killing intent, who was sleeping inside the coffin, suddenly sat up. His eyes pierced the sky and emotionally whispered, "In this life, someone is reincarnating." At this very second, in the eastern 100 cities at the Heavenly Tao Academy in the southern barren earth's strange bamboo mountain, many old monsters that stood up from their coffins. Some were sighing, some were excited, and some were indifferent and cold. These were the old monsters in the legends, and they were immortals that were buried underground for countless years. Unless it was a sect-destroying matter, these immortal monsters would not appear. However, because of the sudden change today, they were all alerted. An old, undying man looked at the strange variation in the sky, and he couldn't help but murmur, "In this life, could there be a miracle? Someone will actually be able to be reborn." Another old immortal with covetousness in their eyes muttered, "Or, this could be immortality. The underworld boat will soon appear." The next day, a message swept across the entire Grand Middle Territory like a storm. Then, it spread across the entire northern Grand Sea, southern barren earth, eastern 100 cities, and western desolate wasteland. After a long time, the entire world knew of this news. Inside the grand sects and powerful nations of the Grand Middle Territory, even the sect masters and lords of the immortal emperor lineages were all stimulated. The old monsters near death especially couldn't sit still. They suddenly stood up and rousingly said, "The underworld boat is coming, we need to hurry and leave." The underworld boat was coming into being. This news exploded in the Grand Middle Territory to all the corners. In a short month, every cultivators were talking about the underworld boat. There was a saying in the mortal emperor world, "The coming of the underworld boat signals a rebirth. The path to the heavenly road will appear, and the godly stones will open." The underworld boat was an extremely mysterious existence. In the mortal emperor world, all of the cultivators were curious about it and had no choice but to talk about the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground as well. As a cultivator in the mortal emperor world, some of them will never get to see the underworld boat, but they only had one opportunity to enter the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground. The ancient heavenly corpse burial ground, in the old legends, was one of the 12 burial grounds in this world. In the mortal emperor world, the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground had a different meaning. The 12 burial grounds buried only the intents of death. Countless people and cultivators in this world hoped to be buried inside the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground when they died. Dying cultivators who had exhausted their lifespans all wished to be taken under this ideal burial ground. Chapter 151, Underworld Boat Coming into Being. 1. The ancient heavenly corpse burial ground was referred to as the largest cemetery by the people in the Grand Middle Territory. Countless grand characters were buried there. As for the nameless ones, no one knew for sure. Legends has it that countless people were buried there, ranging from the nameless to heavenly kings and virtuous paragons. There was even a rumor that this place even buried immortal emperors. No one knew whether this rumor was true or not. However, as one of the 12 burial grounds in this world, it was the place where many dying cultivators all gathered to find a great place with powerful feng shui to bury themselves. The most fascinating and tempting story was about the possibility for rebirth inside the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground. Legends has it that if one could bury themselves in a feng shui treasure earth, they would be able to have a chance for a rebirth, or even a chance for eternal life. As for what the feng shui treasure earth was, no one really knew for sure. This was all due to luck. After millions of years had passed, countless grand characters were buried inside, so even if there was feng shui treasure earth that was able of giving a second chance, they had long been accounted for. However, for every person, there was still another chance in this burial ground, and it was the legendary underworld boat. In every age in the legends, the underworld river would come out from the earth under the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground. When it appeared, many underworld boats would come out along the underworld river. Finally, they would follow the river all the way to the deepest part of the burial ground. If a dying person was able to climb up the underworld boat and be buried inside, then they might be able to prolong their life, or even be reborn once again. Even though this sounded crazy, the reality was that there were people who climbed up the underworld boats and were able to extend their lives as well as being reborn. Because of this, for dying men, the underworld boat, along with the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground, was filled with temptations. Cultivators, heavenly kings, and even the invincible virtuous paragons would all eventually die in the end. They all feared returning to the yellow earth, so they had to take this step. This burial ground brought hope to the dying men, especially the old monsters in the great sects and powerful nations that hoped to be reborn. In this era, I will bet on being reborn. At last, these old monsters were no longer able to wait and started to come into being as their blood and life were reaching their ends. The underworld boat quickly became the hot topic in all of the mortal emperor world, and Tao gateways were opening everywhere as experts set foot into the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground. This news also traveled to the cleansing incense ancient sect. Nan Huiran was the most excited after hearing this news. He quickly went to find Li Qie and said, "Oldest brother, I heard that the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground buried countless virtuous paragons. The items buried with them are the world's immortal treasures. At this moment, everyone is going to this burial ground. Should we follow as well to obtain some of the world's immortal treasures? The underworld boat is appearing." Li Qie narrowed his eyes and essentially didn't hear anything Nan Huiran said. He murmured, "Rebirth, ah. Who in this era will be able to be reborn?" The life prolonging of the underworld boat, or even rebirth, was not a false legend. This was the truth, and Li Qie had seen, with his own eyes, people being reborn. Oldest brother, should we lead some people into the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground to grab some treasures? Nan Huiran still ecstatically asked Li Qie. At this time, Li Qie glanced at Nan Huiran and said, "Grabbing some treasures? With just you? Any random corpse would be able to tear you into pieces. With Big Brother by my side, I have no fear anywhere." Nan Huiran cheekily said. He had blind confidence regarding Li Qie. "Even if I go, I wouldn't let you come along," Li Qie angrily said. Nan Huiran forced a smile and said, Oldest brother, you don't really care about bringing another person. Well, if you really go, you have to bring me along for sure. Li Qie glared at him and shook his head. "Even if I actually go, I wouldn't bring you along. The ancient heavenly corpse burial ground is much more terrifying than the evil-infested ridge. This is not a place that anyone can go to. Your cultivation is not bad, but as for your physique, once tainted by corpse poison, if light, then you would stay in bed for a few years, if bad, then you would turn into an earth corpse." Turning into an earth corpse. Hearing this, Nan Huiran had the creeps and his head shrunk into his body as a cold chill ran behind his back. He couldn't help but lose his colors and say, "I heard that an earth corpse was no different than a zombie. Both are monsters that cannot eat nor drink. There is a difference, an earth corpse is a living existence." Li Qie smiled and said, "If it is lucky, then it could have a little sense to find a feng shui treasure earth to bury itself and wait. After hundreds of thousands of years, it would be able to be reborn once again. My mother, I don't need any of that. I am alive and well at this moment, and I don't want to be a corpse buried underground. Nan Huiran changed his expression and no longer dared to discuss the matter of the burial ground. He quickly left soon after. After Nan Huiran's departure, Li Qiye looked at the far horizon towards the area of the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground and became quiet for a long time. The ancient heavenly corpse burial ground, Li Qiye gently sighed in his heart. This was one of the 12 burial grounds, the paradise of the dead. Many cultivators wanted to flock to this place. When he was the Dark Crow, he went to this burial many times in the last hundreds of thousands of years. One could even say that he no longer remembered how many times he had entered it. To say that it was dangerous, then it wasn't dangerous. But to say that it wasn't dangerous, then it was very dangerous. Even an immortal emperor in person wouldn't dare to carelessly tread into its deepest part. The most important thing when entering was the intention. The deepest part of the burial ground was not for anyone, not even for immortal emperors. Virtuous paragons would only be courting death at that place. You want to go? Seeing Li Qiye stunned in silence, Chen Baojiao went next to his side. She had heard of information about this burial ground, and seeing Li Qiye stare towards it in a daze, she couldn't help but to ask. Always being around Li Qiye, Chen Baojiao was gradually getting used to Li Qiye's thoughts and patterns. Go and see. Li Qiye finally nodded his head and said, the path to the heavenly road will appear, and the godly stones will open. I have to take a trip to this place. There was something he wanted at the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground. In reality, there was something that he coveted for a long time. He sent people there before as well, but it was not successful. This time, he intended to personally go. There is something there that is suitable for you as well. Li Qiye turned towards Chen Baojiao and said. Even though Chen Baojiao's innate talents were not as great as Li Shuangyan and that she was very hot-headed, she was a very determined and arduous girl. Her effort on the road of cultivation was not less than anyone, including even Li Shuangyan. Li Qiye truly liked this aspect of her. The ancient heavenly corpse burial ground, I heard that this is a place with zombies everywhere and countless earth corpses. The tyrants entrenched in the feng shui treasure earth were even more frightening. We shouldn't go to this place, or we might carelessly become earth corpses. Chen Baojiao emotionally asked, can we actually go to a place like this? Once inside, unless one is so unreasonable powerful, one would need special methods. Otherwise, forcefully entering would be prohibitively difficult, not to mention going into the feng shui treasure earth of those tyrants. Li Qiye smiled and said. Seeing Li Qiye's confidence, Chen Baojiao didn't say anything else. She was a maid, so she naturally would follow Li Qiye's decision. While Li Qiye was wondering about when to enter the burial ground, Li Shuangyan found him. The 9 Saint Demon Gate accepted a business proposal. I don't know if you are interested or not. Li Shuangyan went straight to the point. What kind of business? Is it relating to the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground? Li Shuangyan nodded her head and said, yes, there is someone wanting to be buried in an underworld boat. My master wanted this business since it is extremely important to the 9 Saint Demon Gate, but my master did not have the ability to do this, so he thought about you. He believes that you can create a miracle. Who is the partner? Li Qiye looked at Li Shuangyan and asked, without your recommendation, I'm afraid your 9 Saint Demon Gate would not be so active like this. Li Shuangyan didn't try to hide it and boldly said, I mentioned it to master. No one could do this task better than you, so master asked if you would be willing to accept this deal. Who wants to be buried in the underworld boat? Li Qiye narrowed his eyes and slowly asked. A person from the War God Temple. Li Shuangyan truthfully said, it can be said that this person is extremely important to the 9 Saint Demon Gate. If he was successfully buried in an underworld boat, to you and the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect, there will be great benefits. The old men in the War God Temple still haven't given up. Li Qiye slowly continued, after that old devil was successfully buried that year, all of the old men later became crazy and wanted to follow in suit, but no one had been successful, afterwards. The war god temple had someone who was successful. Li Xuanyan was a bit shocked to hear Li Qiye's words. To be exact, they had an old devil who was reborn for another life after a successful burial. Li Qiye leisurely continued, unfortunately, his luck was a little bit lacking. Otherwise, he would have become an immortal emperor with his 2 lives. The ancient heavenly corpse burial ground really allowed for someone to resurrect? To be brought back to life again? Li Xuanyan's breath became faster. Even though she had heard many legends about this burial ground, she always thought that resurrection was only a legend, or an exaggeration. Chapter 152, Underworld Boat Coming into Being. 2, It is not a resurrection. Li Qiye gently shook his head and replied, the old devil still had a single breath of life. He had used countless immortal medicines to increase his lifespan. As long as it was something that could increase his longevity, he had tasted it. He temporarily survived for a very long time. In the end, longevity medicines and immortal grass were no longer effective to him, but he still didn't give up. He buried himself under the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground and was eventually successful in rebirthing into another life. What does it mean to rebirth for another life? Li Xuanyan asked. Li Qiye replied, it is living again, living as if he was born one more time. His blood energy will be at its youngest, and the same applies for his lifespan. However, the Tao foundation, merit laws, and memories will remain the same. It was as if you were born with the memories of the former life. One could truly live again for another generation. Hearing this unimaginable thing, Li Xuanyan lost her colors. The 2 words, heaven-defying, were not enough to paint this picture. This was an extreme rebellion against the heaven's will, going against the heaven's Tao. The heaven would not allow for such a thing. It is possible, but the chance is extremely small, so small to the point of being negligible. One could say that living again was a fortunate thing, but also a tragedy. Li Qiye slowly said. Li Xuanyan was in a daze for a short time. For a heaven-defying character, what was the true meaning behind living another life? This meant that in their former life, if they weren't able to accept the heaven's will, then in the next life, they would be able to shoulder the heaven's will by living again with all of the memories, along with their peerless foundation, from before. At this moment, Li Xuanyan finally understood why all of these old monsters near death rushed in droves to the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground. Will you accept this business? Finally, Li Xuanyan asked. She didn't inquire why Li Qiye knew all of these things. I want to meet your master. Li Xuanyan immediately went to arrange this for Li Qiye without question. The next day, Li Xuanyan opened the Tao gateway near the Tao platform for Li Qiye to directly arrive at the 9 Saint Demon Gate. They went inside the gateway and ported to the 9 Saint Demon Gate. This time, the first elder of the 9 Saint Demon Gate personally greeted Li Qiye. However, the trip was very low-key, and he only wanted to meet the Demon King, not anyone else. Demon King Luan Ri, the Demon King of Old Ox Country and sect master of the 9 Saint Demon Gate. He was even a renowned royal expert in the Grand Middle Territory. Amongst cultivators of the same generation, he could be considered the most talented as well as the most promising. During the difficult Tao era, Demon King Luan Ri stepped into the enlightened being realm at a very young age. This was an extremely great achievement. To this day, no one knows what his exact cultivation was. Demon King Luan Ri also personally came to greet Li Qiye. After stepping inside the chamber, he heard an invigorating laughter. The king quickly stepped forward to meet Li Qiye, and he smilingly said, I have waited a long time for young noble Li's second coming. Demon King Luan Ri appeared to be around 40 years old with a stalwart physique, but he still exuded an air of elegance. He was not a classless man. Rumors has it that the Demon King was a demonic tiger who successfully cultivated, but there was not a trace of a ferocious beast on his body. He was more like a mortal king than a demon king. He stepped forward with the presence of a flying dragon and a striding tiger. His behavior and image were without flaws, carrying a majestic momentum, but when he greeted Li Chia, it also had a sense of a charm and likable affinity. They went into the grand chamber. Since it was a guest of honor, Demon King Luan Ri was not reserved or tried to do something flashy. Sitting together was enough to show his respect towards Li Chia. After everyone left, only the two remained in the chamber. Li Chia went straight to the point and asked, "I heard that Demon King wants to bury people from the War God Temple. I don't have this capability." Demon King Luan Ri shook his head with a wry smile, and he said, "The ancient heavenly corpse burial ground is a ferocious area throughout the ages. Hundreds of thousands of years till now, countless virtuous paragons, countless invincible characters of generations were buried there. All of them want to go on the underworld boat to prolong their life or even rebirth, but not many are successful. My little capability, compared to the great immortal sages, is insignificant. But you still want to take this deal?" Li Chia calmly said. Demon King Luan Ri bursted out in laughter while looking at Li Chia. As his eyes flashed a brilliance, he said, "I don't dare to perform this deal, but I believe young noble Li is capable of doing so. How does Demon King know that I can enter?" "A gut feeling." Demon King Luan Ri frankly said, "My intuition is telling me that young noble Li can do it, and my intuition is rarely wrong. It is a fortunate thing that you are not a woman." Li Chia gently shook his head. Demon King Luan Ri didn't find this comment off-putting and laughed heartily instead. After a while, Demon King Luan Ri said formally, "The War God Temple tried to find many people to do this matter, but I accepted it right away. I'm curious, what did the 9 Saint Demon Gate bet that made the War God Temple leave this matter for you all? The War God Temple itself is not confident regarding this matter. As for other people, they essentially have no hope." Li Chia smiled and said, "The War God Temple was a crazily powerful existence. In the legends, it was built during the Desolate Era. Countless immortal sages of the human race came from this place. It was not an exaggeration to say that the War God Temple was a big reason for the human race's prowess. Their status within the Grand Middle Territory and even the entire mortal emperor world was supreme. In the Grand Middle Territory, even a powerful existence such as the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom would be dreadful of the War God Temple. Even the War God Temple was not certain of successfully climbing up the underworld boat. How could outsiders like them be able to do it? Wasn't this relying on a forlorn miracle? The War God Temple had tried many times but had always failed. Thus, this time, they want to make a bet and let outsiders try instead." Demon King Luan Ri explained. He also didn't dare to directly accept this business. In reality, this was easier said than done. For the War God Temple to entrust this deal to outsiders, these outsiders must also have the qualifications to absolutely earn this trust. Although this could be a lucrative deal, the 9 Saint Demon Gate must have bet their treasures to show their confidence in the success of this business. Think about it for a moment, what kind of existence was the War God Temple? In order to seize this deal, the 9 Saint Demon Gate most like used a heaven-frightening treasure as leverage, and it could even be an immortal emperor's item. After War God Mu, the War God Temple still wants these old monsters to live again. Li Chia smirked. He also didn't ask how Demon King Luan Ri obtained this deal. Young noble Li also knows about War God Mu's matter. Demon King Luan Ri was surprised. War God Mu was one of the most powerful existences in the War God Temple. During that era, he was an untouchable giant. War God Mu had lived again because of the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground. This was why the War God Temple always yearned for a second miracle, but they had never been successful. Li Chia responded with just a smile. How could he not know about the rebirth of War God Mu? Even though Li Chia did not answer, Demon King Luan Ri's mind was shaken. He knew he had found the right person. Young noble Li, This grand character is extremely important to both the War God Temple and my 9 Saint Demon Gate. The current elder of the War God Temple's outer sect is a disciple separated by a generation of this grand character. If this business is successful, there would be a special significance towards the 9 Saint Demon Gate and the cleansing incense ancient sect. Demon King Luan Ri said in a serious manner. It seems like the War God Temple has supported you quite a bit. Li Qiye smilingly replied. The Demon King did not lie. He solemnly nodded his head and said, when I was young, the outer sect's elder recognized my talents and opened my eyes. Because of his support, I was able to obtain the pure jade Saint Physique law from the War God Temple. As a Saint Physique, Li Xuanyan's Physique law from the War God Temple was a priceless treasure. To be able to trade this Physique law from the War God Temple, the 9 Saint Demon Gate did not only use a supreme treasure, but it was also because Demon King Luan Ri earned the trust of the War God Temple. Not anyone was able to do such a trade. What is the agreement between Demon King and the War God Temple? Li Qiye inquired. Demon King Luan Ri wryly smiled and shook his head. The exact details are not yet decided. I was waiting for a response from young noble Li. This business. My 9 Saint Demon Gate will not receive anything good. All of the benefits will be given to young noble Li. And you win the support of the War God Temple. Li Qiye smiled, he knew the intricacies within. Demon King Luan Ri forced a laughter and said, young noble Li understands that I and the Heavenly God Sect's mortal king are old friends. If the Heavenly God Sect climbs the ladder of the Azure mysterious ancient kingdom, even my 9 Saint Demon Gate would feel pressured. Of course, when he said old friends, he meant enemies. During the last generation, the Mortal King and the Demon King were the most outstanding talents of the Grand Middle Territory and were well-matched rivals. What is the situation of this grand character from the War God Temple? Li Qiye asked. Demon King Luan Ri responded, I heard that this ancestor's blood force had halted for a long time, and his lifespan doesn't have much left. He cannot come into being, and the War God Temple needs to bury him directly on an underworld boat. Halting your blood force, in plain words, meant to cease all blood and vital breath in order to enter a dormant hibernation, just like a dead person sealed underground. However, halting one's blood force was extremely costly, so not everyone would be able to afford it. Only grand experts from the great sects and powerful nations would have the resources and strength to halt their blood force. Chapter 153, Ancient Sky City, 1. Having heard about the situation, Li Qiye smiled and said, well, since it is a dying person, I will give him a plan. Please speak, young noble Li, I am listening carefully. Demon King Luan Ri became emotional and quickly exclaimed. Li Qiye leisurely spoke, my plan is very simple. I will help them find an underworld boat, then bury him inside. The time he will be buried will be 1 to 2 years to prolong the lifespan by 300 to 500 years. Buried for 1 to 2 years to increase one's life by 300 to 500 years. Hearing Li Qiye's words, Demon King was quite surprised. This was simply playing God. This was even more heaven-defying than being buried in a feng shui treasure earth. 300 to 500 years is enough for his one breath, but it is impossible for him to reach a mortal emperor or a higher realm. He is a person near death, and his life wheel is damaged while his blood energy runs dry. The underworld boat can only temporarily help him live a bit longer. Li Qiye slowly explained. That is enough. Demon King Luan Ri greatly changed his expression. 300 to 500 years for a giant was enough to do many things, even if it was only temporary. To the War God Temple, this matter had a great significance. But, I have one condition. I want one thing from the War God Temple, there is no room for negotiation. Li Qiye slowly spoke in his casual demeanor. Hearing Li Qiye's condition, Demon King Luan Ri paused for a moment, and then he replied, young noble Li, stay in my sect for a few days. I will go and find the outer sect's elder to consult with him. Demon King was very swift. On the third day, he brought news to Li Qie and said, "The War God Temple wants this old man to live again, any condition was fine and all are on the table." This was a stunning comment to state. The War God Temple was such a frightening existence ever since the desolate era till now. It was unfathomable with countless immortal sages, and no one knew its exact location. Today, this War God Temple said that any condition would be possible. How amazing was this? Anyone who heard this phrase would be rendered unconscious from such an unthinkable deal. Live again for another era? Li Qie faintly sneered and continued, "This is wishful thinking. Living again for another era isn't as simple as this. If it was so easy, then not to mention the War God Temple, but even immortal emperors would have done it. Tell those old men to not be so greedy. It will only be 300 to 500 years, do it or leave it." Li Qie's stance was very firm, and Demon King Luan Ri didn't dare to negotiate. He immediately communicated Li Qie's words to the War God Temple. The next day, he finally sent another message to Li Qie, "The War God Temple agreed with your condition. As long as the venerable elder comes back, then young noble will immediately have the thing that you want. If it is not successful, then the item used as down payment will not be returned." Demon King Luan Ri was taking a huge chance, here. If this matter failed, then the 9 Saint Demon Gate would lose the item used as guarantee the War God Temple. It would simply be throwing a meat bun at a dog, what was gone would never come back. "Good, I will go there and wait. Let me know when they come." Li Qie agreed and said, "But, I will need a few things that Demon King needs to fully prepare." Then, he gave a list to Demon King Luan Ri. Seeing the list, there were a few things he had not heard of before, but he still acquiesced, "Leave this small matter to the 9 Saint Demon Gate." After negotiating with the Demon King, Li Qie brought Li Xuanyan back to the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect and held a meeting with the elders and Su Yonghuang. "I'm intending to go to the ancient Heavenly Corpse burial ground," Li Qie announced. Going to the ancient Heavenly Corpse burial ground. Li Qie's words caused the elders to change their expressions while Su Yonghuang lost her colors. "Qie, this burial ground is very dangerous. Even a virtuous paragon can't simply enter it," Gu Taizhou worriedly said. Su Yonghuang was also nervous and said, "This burial ground contains countless virtuous paragons and invincible existences. I heard these ancient corpses are tyrants inside the burial ground, and death was the only path to trespassers. You going there is too dangerous." "This is right, Qie. Not to mention bringing an emperor's possession, even an immortal emperor's life treasure would not be enough. Legends say that masters from an immortal emperor lineage that wielded an immortal emperor's life treasure went inside the ancient Heavenly Corpse burial ground, but in the end, they still died inside and the life treasure was also lost," Elder Sun anxiously proclaimed. Even though many people wanted to rush to this burial ground, those were the people who were on the verge of death. To people who were living just fine, this was a frightening place. Countless people have died there, and one could even say that anyone who entered would surely die. "I know about these matters." Regarding Su Yonghuang and the others' apprehension, Li Qie smilingly replied, "I will be careful about these things. I have my own plan, and I only wanted to let you all know." Even though Li Qie said so in a calm manner, the elders gazed at each other and sighed. They knew that Li Qie would never change his decision, so they stopped trying to convince him. "Elder Tu will go with you." In the end, Su Yonghuang was still worried for Li Qie and told Tu Buyu to go with him. Li Qie didn't reject this. And so, this matter was settled. Regarding this trip to the burial ground, after Li Qie's careful consideration, he decided to bring Niu Fun. As for Li Xuanyan and Chen Baojiao, it was needless to say, they would absolutely be going with him. Outside of these people, Li Qie also brought along Chu Daili, Su Pei, Zhang Yu, and Luo Fenghua. These disciples were the ones he focused on training, and he needed them to uphold an entire direction by themselves in the future. Thus, Li Qie would bring them along to experience the world. Of course, the little brat, Nan Huiran, also shamelessly wanted to go, so Li Qie, in the end, promised to take him. The ancient heavenly corpse burial ground. Hearing about this, Niufen was in a daze and had a strange expression. After a while, he regained his sanity and lamented, "This is a very ancient place. There is an ancestor of ours that was buried inside." Whether he was successful or not in prolonging his life, no one knew. Did you all ever go to show your respect after your ancestor was buried inside? Li Qie smilingly said. Nianfen wryly smiled and shook his head. The truth is that we don't know where the ancestor was buried. This respectful rite was never brought up. Chapter 154, Ancient Sky City, 2. It could be said that mortals were used to the monstrous and multicolored cultivators, so they did not wonder at the strange sights, nor did they avoid them. On the contrary, the group of Nan Huiran was here for the first time, and they were no different from country bumpkins, no different from peasants seeing a dazzling grand garden for the first time. Too many cultivators traveled in and out of ancient Sky City from the 5 rivers and 4 oceans of the world. Some people used a flying treasure while others simply walked. One even rode a monarch worm. In the horizon, one could see countless explosions and bright lights coming into the city and the structures high above. On the streets were cultivators riding centipedes and earth dragons. From beginning to end, giant buildings with ancient architectures floated above. In the far distance, tall pavilions pierced the clouds. Thus, the group of Li Qie, who were riding the snail, were not too eye-catching and no one was surprised at the sight. However, the most attracting things about the group were Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao next to Li Qie. 2 supreme beauties. No matter where they went, their remarkable dazzles would be the center of all gazes. Li Shuangyan was like the cold apricot in the middle of the falling snow, causing other people to stop in their tracks for another glance. As for Chen Baojiao, she was a city-toppling temptress, rendering others to drool and lose their minds. The waves of pedestrians continued inside the city next to the restaurants and inns and numerous street vendors. Once inside, anyone would be submerged by the incessant advertising chants. Immortal Monarch's Flower, 1 mobile godly platform, and a flying immortal platform. Only exchanging true treasures or heavenly sovereigns' true treasures for virtuous paragons' magical seals. Ferocious ocean flying ship, a mobile fortress created by an ancient saint with 36 layers of protection and 8 layers of offense. Trading for 7/7 transformation murderous fate pill. 6 runes treasure medal with 3 incantation runes, 2 murderous runes, and 1 saint cleansing rune. This is a rare treasure medal. Only selling it for Heavenly King ranked refined crystal, price is negotiable. Inside ancient Sky City, outside of the grand sects and powerful nations, along with the immortal emperor's lineages in the auction houses, many cultivators were exchanging items for money or other items. As the saying stated, one shouldn't show their wealth. The good stuff shown here were either sold by people with absolute strength, or they had a powerful backing, or they were scammers. Many hawkers were shouting to find buyers. Many cultivators displayed their items on the street while others did not say anything and only waited for the right buyers. Of course, this place was filled with dragons mixed together with snakes. There were too many crooks here, but they could only fool the inexperienced ones. Finger bone of a heavenly king, an invincible heavenly king in the legends, the 11th finger of heavenly king Fa that swept through the grand middle territory and used his heavenly king cultivation to challenge virtuous paragons. His 11th finger was refined by the heaven and earth, and it continued to exist in the world even after he had passed away. Quickly now, come take a look at the finger bone of a heavenly king here, it's at a very good price. Sup, a street vendor loudly shouted. Because it was their first time visiting ancient Sky City, they stopped riding the snail and were just walking on the streets. Li Qie and Li Shuangyan were fine, but the group of disciples' faces were written with the words, "First time here," so anyone who saw them immediately knew that they were country bumpkins. After just setting foot on the street, the group of Nan Huiran was enthusiastically led by the street vendors to their corners and showed them the treasures. "O great immortal emperor sirs, look, this heavenly king finger bone. This lowly one risked my life to bring it out of the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground. This is the 11th finger of heavenly king Fatan, the finger of the heaven and earth. It contains the godly power of heavenly king Fatan's entire life. This one finger bone alone is not weaker than a heavenly king's life treasure." This street vendor carefully opened his jewel container for Nan Huiran to see. As the box was opening, the royal aura exploded and the street vendor quickly closed the container. A heavenly king's finger bone. The royal aura's appearance shook Nan Huiran and Luo Fenghua's group. "What is the price?" The brat, Nan Huiran, became greedy, and couldn't help but ask. "Great one, we'll make it easy, how about 300 heavenly king refined crystals?" In this street vendor's eyes, Nan Huiran, Luo Fenghua, Zhang Yu, and even Chu Daily were all country bumpkins. The truth was that they couldn't be blamed. The cleansing incense ancient sect had fallen for a long time and never got the chance to see the world. Heavenly king refined crystals. Needless to say, Nan Huiran and Luo Fenghua sank their heads like turtles. They essentially couldn't afford it at all. "How about this? I see that the future potential of you lot are unlimited, and you will all become immortal emperors in the future. I only want a bit of good fate. I'm throwing away my hard-earned saving here, how about 1,000 destiny refined crystals?" The vendor was very good at reading expressions, so he quickly changed his tone. In a short amount of time, the group of Nan Huiran and Chu Daily looked at each other, then at Su Pei. As for Zhang Yu and Luo Fenghua, they only became official disciples recently and were poor, but Nan Huiran and Chu Daily were able to afford it. 11th finger. Finger of the heaven and earth. Li Qie, who was watching the funny scene, came forward and smilingly said, "Speaking of the finger of the heaven and earth, I have seen it. It is of a tiger-amber color and has bloody spurs on the finger. This finger can rip out the sky with an unstoppable sharpness. Let me see your heaven and earth finger. If it is good, then even heavenly king refined jades will be worth it." The moment Li Qie finished his words, the street vendor's expression instantly changed. He immediately closed his shop and left. As someone who had been here for a long time, his eyes were very sharp. He instantly figured out that Li Qie was knowledgeable and would only bring further embarrassment if he kept on trying to deceive them. This sudden event widened the eyes of Nan Huiran's group and caused their jaws to drop. Nan Huiran swallowed his saliva and argued, "But earlier, the bone finger in the box exuded a royal presence. You are haunted by the ghosts and devils." Li Qie angrily slapped Nan Huiran's head and scolded him, "How long has this city existed in this world? In this city, the most ancient trade is scamming. This profession was passed on in this city for countless years with layers and layers of tricks. Not to mention the royal aura, give me some time and I can even prepare an immortal emperor's power for all of you to see. Earlier when he opened the box, you only felt it for a second, royal aura my ass." Being slapped by Li Qie, Nan Huiran calmed down and scratched his head in a silly manner, so this was actually the case. "You little brat, this is greed. Are you not good at reading other people? Yet you almost got scammed. You should just commit suicide by jumping off a floor to lessen your shame." Li Qie jokingly scolded him. Nan Huiran bursted out in laughter while the group of Chu Daily wryly smiled. This was not their fault. This was their first time to a place like ancient Sky City. Fate Palace, a complete ancient fate palace of a heavenly sovereign's corpse, never opened before. Come test your treasures and merit laws. There was still a bit left to go on the street when the group of the brat, Nan Huiran, was stopped yet again by street vendors to their stalls. There was a wooden coffin with a corpse inside. The head of the corpse was very complete, and it emitted godly fiery sparks as if there was a treasure inside. A fate palace can still exist like this? A dead cultivator's collapsed fate palace. Seeing this scene, Chu Daily exclaimed. Dead cultivator, collapsed fate palace, broken life wheel, this saying is correct. However, in special circumstances where the universal laws are sealed within, a dead cultivator still has a chance to leave behind their fate palace and life wheel. There was an immortal emperor who left behind his fate palace for future generations. This is a corpse I dug out from the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground. From my speculations, he was a heavenly sovereign when he was still alive. His fate palace is beautifully preserved and is unopened by us. Whether there are any good stuff or not, we don't know, so we are not selling it at a high price. This fate palace is more of a gamble. I don't know if you all are interested in this gamble or not. Compared to the hawker from earlier, this vendor was not only a cultivator, but he was seemingly even more professional. What do you think, oldest brother? Su Pei looked at Li Qie and whispered. This time, the group of Nan Huiran was also smarter, and they all stared at Li Qie. Li Qie approvingly nodded his head and said, "This Dao friend is not wrong. Under certain conditions, even when they die, the fate palace and life will have a certain chance of being preserved. However, such cases are very rare. If the fate palace was completely intact, then it would contain its cultivator's entire Dao power throughout his life. If an immortal emperor actually left behind his fate palace for his descendants, then this would be too frightening. Even an immortal emperor's true treasure would not necessarily be able to match it. Right, this Dao brother truly knows his stuff. My pleasure, my pleasure. I am a businessman, and I will absolutely not trick you guys. This is absolutely a heavenly sovereign corpse that I dug out from the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground, ah. The vendor had a comfortable stance as he smilingly replied. The group of Nan Huiran, at this moment, was very tempted. A heavenly sovereign's fate palace, even if it was empty, it would still be very amazing, ah. Suddenly, they all looked at each other. Whether this corpse of yours is from the burial ground or not, I will find out after one poke. Li Qie smiled and said. Then, he unsheathed Li Shuangyan's sword. Seeing Li Qie's sword in his hand, the vendor immediately changed his expression and stopped Li Qie. He quickly said, Dao friend, this is an ancient corpse. If you keep on lying there, do you believe that I will cut off his head and turn it into a pot or not? Li Qie swung the 6 Dao sword horizontally, shooting out a black and white-colored ray. The vendor's expression sank heavily, and he immediately bowed and said, My offense, my offense. Dao friend is a wise person, a wise person. We shall go. After his words came out, the ancient corpse inside the coffin immediately stood up as well. Ah! Su Pei screamed in fear. A corpse suddenly standing up also frightened the group of Nan Huiran, making them take a few steps back as well. When their wits returned, the vendor, along with the ancient corpse, had already fled. At this moment, they understood that it was not a corpse but a living person. Chapter 155, Competing Wealth with Me. Finally, Nan Huiran calmed down and couldn't help but curse, fuck, there are too many crooks here, ah. Ancient Sky City has existed for such a long time and is one of the biggest cities in the Grand Middle Territory, it is not surprising to have so many crooks. Li Qie smilingly responded. They went past a few blocks without stopping. Li Qie was in no hurry and he slowly stepped forward. The truth was that he wanted Nan Huiran to see the world. A few blocks later, they met many more people who were selling corpses, some real and some fake. Not everyone was a scammer. In a corner of the street, a grandpa cultivator was sitting with a skull presented in front of him. It emitted a cold air so many people gathered to see. The group of Nan Huiran also came to join in the fun. Dao friend, how do you want to sell this skull? A cultivator who knew his stuff asked after seeing the skull. One person, who couldn't handle the expensive price, responded instead, he's only exchanging for a life wheel, an ancient saint life wheel. Plus, he only wants it from the heavenly devil race. I have an ancient saint's true treasure, trade or no? A cultivator asked. The seller did not say anything, it was a clear refusal. However, from his aura, no one dared to have any strange thoughts. At this moment, the group of Nan Huiran looked at Li Chia. He nodded his head and said, an ancient saint's skull, carrying saintly power. He turned around after speaking. It's the real deal. The group of Nan Huiran quickly chased after Li Chia. Nan Huiran was afraid of being cheated, so he was very paranoid. It's the real deal. Li Chia nodded his head and said, a dying ancient saint poured all of his blood energy into the skull to maintain the saintly power. This thing was not any weaker than an ancient saint's true treasure. Because it is a skull carrying the blood energy of an ancient saint. Chu Daily was astonished. An ancient saint's true treasure was worth many times more than an ancient saint's life treasure. No, because of its origin. This was the skull of the ancient Ming race, it has extremely tyrannical killing intent. Li Chia gently sighed. The words ancient Ming reminded him of a few things. The ancient Ming race? There is such a race. How come I have never heard of it before? Luo Fenghua curiously asked. It existed. Li Chia nodded his head as he stared towards the far horizon, and he slowly spoke, in this current world, it will be difficult to find the first clan of the ancient Ming. As he finished speaking, a chilling aura could be found deep in his eyes. Li Xuanyan immediately felt a change in Li Chia, but she didn't ask for the reason. The group went through a few more blocks. Outside of the large auction houses and stores, they saw many street vendors. Corpses were the most common items. Oldest brother, why are there so many people selling corpses in this place? Su Pei whispered. Li Chia answered with a smile, what is the name of this place? It is called Corpse City. It is right outside of the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground. And, there is another reason for this, many people steal the corpses of the dead, here. This burial ground contains too many corpses. Some were even invincible during their eras, so many cultivators take the risk to rob the graves. This is why many people sell corpses here. This is a profession that has existed for countless years now. Hearing this, Su Pei felt a bit more relieved. Inside the city, there weren't only street vendors, one could even see the sects and different races. Seeing people with human heads along with a snake body or a human body with horse legs was not at all uncommon. A big, burly man walked by Li Chia and he attracted Nan Huiran's gaze. The man's body was entirely made out of rock, and his face looked like it was crafted from being carved. Is this a rock gaining awareness from cultivating the Tao? Seeing this person walking away, Zhang Yu curiously asked. Li Chia didn't answer because Shi Gandang, who was following him, replied, this is a person from the stone golem race, he has a shallow cultivation. One of them with higher cultivation would be no different from a regular human. What race is that? At this moment, Su Pei saw a handsome young man in the far distance. This man was perfectly handsome to the point of being devilish. On top of his head was a halo, bestowed by the heavens. The heavenly devil race. Legends has it that after the Black Dragon King and immortal Emperor Ta Kong fought, the walls between the worlds collapsed, so it became difficult to see the heavenly devil race in the mortal Emperor world. We can only see the heavenly devil race in ancient cities like ancient Sky City. Niu Fen reminisced with some emotions. Oh, the group of Nan Huiran opened their eyes wide. Luo Fenghua couldn't believe it and said, I always thought that the heavenly devil race were giants, giants with horns on their heads and eyes as big as lanterns. The heavenly devil race is so good looking like this. The heavenly devil race is not only one tribe, it has many side branches. Li Chia said. Walking in this old city really broadened the horizons of Nan Huiran's group. They have seen many new things today. Finally, they reached a street and Li Chia, a treasure inside a store, was caught in his eyes. Seeing this treasure, Li Chia laughed. And Li Xuanyan, as his sword maid, was always attentive to his mood. She noticed that this store was named Ancient Intent Fasting, and she said, "We should go in and see." "We will go in." Li Qiye smiled and nodded his head repeatedly as he walked inside the store. The store named Ancient Intent Fasting was really large. Outside, it seemed like an ordinary store, but once you step inside, people would find that it was an ancient store with great feng shui. Inside the ancient chamber were walls with treasures close to the windows and jade cabinets that displayed priceless treasures that included life metals, godly steels, true treasures, and soul grass. It could be said that everything could be found here, especially when each true treasure and life wheel were hanging above along with the godly swords and immortal pagodas. They emitted their brilliances that would deter even the souls, causing others to be breathless. Li Qiye's group walked inside as the shopkeeper of the store personally greeted them even when the group of Nan Huiran were little brats that had never seen the world. However, Li Qiye had a godly calmness with peerless beauties, like Li Xuanyan and Chen Baojiao, by his side. Any astute merchant would immediately know that this was a big customer. Plus, Niufan and Shi Gandang were not ordinary people. The group of Nan Huiran was a little nervous when they stepped into such a large store, but Li Qiye was still as calm as ever. The shopkeeper stepped forward to greet them and was very sensible. Seeing Li Qiye's expression, he didn't open his mouth to randomly present items. Li Qiye's eyes fell into the middle of the yard that had a yellow bell hung in a small pavilion. This yellow bell was old and had ancient magical runes. It was without any bright luster. Besides the yellow bell in this pavilion, there were also two small cabinets to the side, one on the left and one on the right. There were 3 pieces of yellow paper on the left side. Their origin was unknown, and countless years have passed, causing the paper to turn yellow. The right cabinet had a small stone, or an egg. It was unclear whether it was a stone or an egg. It was around the size of a fist, it looked like a stone, but also an egg. The group of Nan Huiran was also confused and wondered why 3 uninteresting items was placed in such a place. Meanwhile, Li Qiye was staring at the 3 items like they were the most perfect works of art in this world. As Li Qiye was observing these 2 things in an enjoyable manner, the shopkeeper was very smart and only stood silently to the side without saying a distracting word. Good item, casted by the early people, it originated from all existences. Good bell, a truly good bell, it's a priceless treasure. After appreciating it for a moment, Li Qiye praisingly said. Seeing Li Qiye's happy state, the shopkeeper was also happy and opened his mouth. Sir, you are really extraordinary. My store has numerous items, but Sir was the first one to be so attentive towards it. These 3 things are the defining treasures of our ancient intent fasting, and they are not for sale. Jiao Heng passing on the 9 writings, 1 stone extracted from the earth. Not for sale is a normal matter. If it was me, I wouldn't sell it either. Li Qiye smilingly replied. Li Qiye's words stunned the shopkeeper. His face greatly changed as he said, Sir is indeed a wise man, revealing the truth with just 1 phrase. Wonderful, wonderful, my ancient intent fasting had been in this city for countless years, but there weren't many customers that knew the real origins of these 3 things. Li Qiye only nonchalantly smiled at the praises from the shopkeeper and didn't reply. The group of Nan Huiran glanced at each other. They couldn't see how these 3 things were precious, not even Li Xuanyan could discern the value. The 3 items before them were too ordinary. One was a yellow bell, another was the 3 tattered pieces of paper, and the last was just a stone. Nan Huiran thought that he had great vision, but he couldn't see through the 3 items, and Li Qiye didn't say anything either. He could only ask the shopkeeper, Sir Shopkeeper, my oldest brother's vision for immortal items is godly. We junior sights are weak and can't appreciate these 3 precious treasures. If you want to ask about the origins of these 3 items, then just say it straight. There is no need to go around in a circle. Li Qiye smiled and slapped the back of Nan Huiran's head. Nan Huiran embarrassingly smirked. In fact, at this moment, Niu Fen wanted to know what these three things were even more than Nan Huiran. To be able to open such a store was indicative of how secretly powerful the ancient intent fasting was. Is this a dragon? There were many true treasure weapons overhead and many were still locked inside the chests. Each of the treasures were floating in a random manner. One was a golden dragon, swimming like fish in the water. It leisurely swam around non-stop. This little dragon around 3 feet long had a bright, golden light no different from a true dragon. After watching this golden dragon for a long time, Luo Fenghua couldn't help but ask. Indeed, it is a roaming dragon, a foreign Dao mysterious treasure. The shopkeeper replied. Foreign Dao mysterious treasures were not part of longevity treasures, true treasures, nor life treasures. It was very special. Its power was also great, and it was not easily crafted. It was basically even more precious than life treasures and true treasures. Is the roaming dragon for sale? Luo Fenghua really liked this foreign Dao mysterious treasure, so he couldn't help but ask. The shopkeeper nodded his head and said, in my shop, outside of the 3 defining treasures, everything else is for sale. The roaming dragon was not created by cultivators. It was a golden dragon that died and sank into the ocean. Its dragon muscles combined together with the primordial metal under the sea, and it was groomed by the essence of the grand ocean before finally being refined by the heaven and earth to turn into this golden dragon. The roaming dragon costs 7,850,000 ancient saint refined jades. But because I like you guys, you only need to pay 7,800,000 ancient saint refined jades. 7,800,000 ancient saint refined jades. Hearing this price, Luo Fenghua shivered. Not to mention just him, even the cleansing incense ancient sect wouldn't have that many ancient saint refined jades. Hearing this price, not just Luo Fenghua, but even Chu Daily no longer dared to look at these treasures. They were too luxurious. The group of Nan Huiran followed Li Qiye around a full circle. Even though the treasures were very eye-catching, they only looked and didn't dare to ask for the prices. All of the items here were the finest, normal things would not be sold in this place. And while Li Qiye went all the way around, he did not speak and only had a smirk on his face. At the very best, he would only occasionally nod his head. Eventually, he stopped to look at a wooden chest on top of a cabinet. This wooden chest did not appear to be precious. It had 4 items inside. One was a tattered old piece of clothing, another was a long closed box, the other 2 were made from brass castings, one was a small hammer while the other was a gong, truly odd. The moment he paused his steps, Li Xuanyan's gaze condensed and carefully judged the items in this wooden chest. She understood that Li Qiye wanted the items inside it. After following him for so long, she clearly knew that items valued by Li Qiye were absolutely not simple. How much are the items in this chest? After carefully observing the items inside and confirming that he was not wrong, he then asked the shopkeeper. Good sir, these items do not belong to my store. It is from an old friend wanting to sell it here. The price is 8 million royal noble refined jades. The shopkeeper hurriedly replied. All of the prices were in the millions and it truly scared the little brats. All of the things were ridiculously expensive. Nan Huiran was Li Qiye's royal henchman, and he specialized in understanding Li Qiye's expression. He knew that Li Qiye wanted the items in this chest, so at this moment, he acted like a cat that had its tail stepped on, and he spoke, Shopkeeper, this price is too expensive. 8 million royal noble refined jades. I can even buy the best godly or royal noble's true treasure. This time, the shopkeeper was easy to speak to. He shook his head and said, I don't see value of the items in this chest, but this was the price given by my old friend. There is nothing I can do. Shopkeeper, you should ask your old friend to see if he can give us some leniency. My oldest brother rarely likes any items. Nan Huiran naturally would bargain for Li Qie without him having to say anything. It was his duty to obtain the best benefits for Li Qie. This, the shopkeeper pondered for a moment. It is only 8 million royal noble refined jades. Shopkeeper, I want this item. At this time, an arrogant voice appeared. A person stepped inside the store with a hearty laughter. Nan Huiran's group looked at the person who had just arrived. This person was the oldest disciple of the Nine Saint Demon Gate, Leng Qingfeng. In the evil-infested ridge, Leng Qingfeng followed Heavenly Prince Qingxian inside, but he was lucky and went to ask for the Emperor weapon of the Nine Saint Demon Gate. Although he didn't get the Emperor weapon, he was able to avoid a disaster. Although he came in with a smile on his face, but from the perspective of Nan Huiran's group, it was as fake as it could get. Leng Qingfeng brightly smiled and greeted Li Shuangyan, and he said, "Little sister, I heard the sect master say that you arrived at ancient Sky City. I didn't think I would meet you so soon." Li Shuangyan gently nodded her head at Leng Qingfeng and didn't say anything. Her attitude caused Leng Qingfeng to be offended, so he coldly looked at Li Qie and sneered, "The cleansing incense ancient sect has truly fallen. You can't even take out 8 million refined jades. Carrying so little money yet you still dared to visit ancient Sky City's #1 shop, the ancient intent fasting." Li Shuangyan wanted to retort, but Li Qie waved his hand and cheerfully smiled at Leng Qingfeng as he spoke, "So, you really want to buy them? It's only 8 million refined jades, only a small sum." Leng Qingfeng was not happy about Li Shuangyan's attitude towards Li Qie. In reality, Leng Qingfeng had always liked Li Shuangyan, but as the oldest disciple of the Nine Saint Demon Gate, he was her competitor. Plus, Leng Qingfeng always thought highly of himself and believed that he was a good match for Li Shuangyan, so normally, he was always reserved. With Li Shuangyan now traveling with Li Qie, his heart had a bad taste. "Shopkeeper, I want this item, wrap it up." Leng Qingfeng stared at Li Qie with one eye and coldly continued, "You can't even take out 8 million, you're truly poor as dirt. Humph, how can you give the dowry to marry my little sister in the future?" Li Shuangyan wanted to open her mouth to stop Leng Qingfeng's aggressiveness, but in the end, she only sighed. As disciples of the same sect, she didn't want them to hate each other, but she understood Li Qie. This was Leng Qingfeng courting a rebuttal. The shopkeeper then looked at Li Qie. If Li Qie said that he didn't want it, only then would he sell the item. "Shopkeeper, no matter who was here first, I will add 2 million more. In short, I want this chest, today." Seeing the shopkeeper looking at Li Qie, Leng Qingfeng, with a stout presence, said towards the shopkeeper. Leng Qingfeng's attitude caused Li Shuangyan to shake her head. This was too much. And the group of Nan Huiran were glaring at each other, but they didn't have a solution. 10 million royal noble refined jades was a number high up in the sky for them. "You think you are so great with your money." Nan Huiran was annoyed since Leng Qingfeng caused them to lose face. This was even harder to swallow than a fly with the anger in their stomachs. "Brat, you said it correctly. If you are so capable, then buy it. As long as I can't afford it, I will pass it on." Leng Qingfeng presumptuously glanced at Nan Huiran, then back to Li Qie as he coldly sneered, "However, I'm afraid that even if you sell the entire cleansing incense ancient sect, you wouldn't be able to have so much money." Leng Qingfeng's words caused the group of Chu Daily to madly glance at each other. Only Shi Gandang and Niu Fun, the two old foxes, were still calm. 10 million royal noble refined jades, we can afford this. Chen Baojiao's burning character wasn't able to hold back this anger. She looked at Li Qie and said, "Young noble, we can just buy it." Even though Chen Baojiao had left the Chen clan, she still had some savings. Plus, her parents loved their treasured daughter, so before they left, they secretly gave her a lot of wealth. Just with his little sister in one place with Li Qie was enough to annoy him, but now there was also Chen Baojiao who had a peerless appearance. This in turn made Leng Qingfeng jealous. "Humph, the cleansing incense ancient sect can only rely on women to eat. Leng Qingfeng said with disdain. Brother Li Shuangyan saw that Leng Qingfeng was being too aggressive and wanted to speak, but she was stopped by Li Qie. Li Qie looked at Leng Qingfeng and said, "You really want to buy this chest? I will certainly buy it." Leng Qingfeng faintly sneered and said, "Even if I don't buy it, can you afford the 10 million royal noble refined jades with just you?" "You?" Li Qie couldn't help but laugh and shook his head, then he said, "Only you alone, yet you still want to compete for an item with me?" "Shopkeeper, I want it." "Shopkeeper, 12 million. Leng Qingfeng looked at Li Qie and coldly sneered, "This young noble recently has made a fortune. I don't have a lot of stuff, but I do have a lot of refined jades." The shopkeeper also looked at Li Qie. Since Leng Qingfeng gave such a high price, if Li Qie could only pay 8 million, he would sell it to Leng Qingfeng. "My descendant's yellow bell, one cry will shake the heavens," Li Qie slowly said, then looked at the shopkeeper with a smile. Hearing these words, the shopkeeper lost his colors and stared at Li Qie as his huge eyes became completely astonished in a short amount of time. For a while, the shopkeeper was stunned and forgot to answer Li Qie. He eventually woke up and regained his wits. Chapter 157, Early People's 9 Languages. 1. The shopkeeper returned to his senses and immediately looked at Li Qie, then he said, "If young noble wants it, then this chest will be given to young noble." "Shopkeeper, no matter how much money he spends, I will use enlightened being refined jades to buy this item." Seeing the sudden change in the shopkeeper's attitude, Leng Qingfeng's expression sank, and he coldly spoke. The shopkeeper shook his head and said, "Dear customer, this is embarrassing, but we are no longer selling this chest. My small shop will give you an item, instead, to show goodwill." "You," Leng Qingfeng's expression immediately changed. He was at a loss for words after hearing the shopkeeper's answer. The shopkeeper then continued with a deeper tone, "Dear customer, at this moment, our little shop is closed. Please leave, please forgive us for the bad hosting." "You." Leng Qingfeng was absolutely livid and glared, but the shopkeeper was very calm and seemed to not feel the wrath of Leng Qingfeng. Finally, Leng Qingfeng took a deep breath and brushed his clothes then left. Even though Leng Qingfeng was aggressive, he understood the basic truth that there were dragons mixing with serpents in ancient Sky City. To be a merchant at the ancient intent fasting, their status might be frightening. Otherwise, it would have long been robbed. What is so good about having money? As Leng Qingfeng was leaving, Nan Huiran exclaimed, "Compared to our biggest brother, your money isn't even worth a fart." Leng Qingfeng was shaking in anger from Nan Huiran's words. His face became pale and ugly, yet he still eventually left. "You brat, such poisonous words." Li Qie shook his head and smiled. His scolding was more like a compliment. "Heh, oldest brother, I am just not used to his newly rich attitude. Nothing good about having dirty money." Nan Huiran smiled and said. At this moment, the shopkeeper quickly packed the item himself and gave it to Li Qie, and he said, "This lowly person had eyes but couldn't see empty tie, and I didn't know how great your knowledge was. Please be happy and accept this small gift." The shopkeeper being so polite, along with his respectful tone, surprised not only the group of Nan Huiran, but also the group of Li Shuangyan. Li Qie's one phrase had completely changed the shopkeeper's attitude. This was really unbelievable. "Shopkeeper, each of my oldest brother's phrases is worth tens of millions." The group of Chu Daily didn't say much, but Nan Huiran, as a hound, licked his tongue and couldn't help but say, "Hey, shopkeeper, I will also say, my descendant's yellow bell, one cry will shake the heavens." "Will shopkeeper give me an item as well?" Li Qie slapped his neck and smilingly scolded, "Little brat, what do you know about my descendant's yellow bell, one cry will shake the heavens? This is a secret of the ancient early people." "Heh, oldest brother knows, I don't know," Nan Huiran cheekily said. But he immediately shut up after Li Qie glared at him. He certainly knew what could be said and what couldn't. Will master come inside the hall? This lowly one wants to learn from master. The shopkeeper very respectfully inquired. It is fine. Li Qie nodded his head and brought Li Xuanyan's group into the inner hall of the ancient intent fasting. The shopkeeper told the workers to close the shop, there will be no more business today. After sitting down in the inner hall, the shopkeeper was very welcoming and quickly gave Li Xuanyan's group a treasure jewel, and he said, "This is the highest-ranked jade seal of the ancient intent fasting. If you all do business here, everything is only 70%. The shopkeeper's enthusiasm surprised everyone. One had to know that the ancient intent fasting was a high-end shop, everything was worth millions of refined jades. 70% of the price was very frightening. At this moment, they realized that Li Qie's words were worth 10,000 gold. Truly a mouth made of gold and words made from jade. My little shop has some puzzling matters and need advice from master. The shopkeeper sat down and rubbed his hands together while seriously speaking to Li Qie. If shopkeeper wants the early people's 9 languages, then just go ahead and say it. In my opinion, shopkeeper is someone who can be in charge. Li Qie smiled and said. The shopkeeper was in distraught. Early people's 9 languages, these words were too shocking to him. Other people didn't know, but his clan knew how valuable these things were. Wise master, the shopkeeper quickly bowed his head and said, I don't know the title of master. Li Qie smiled and replied, the cleansing incense ancient sect's disciple, Li Qie. Is shopkeeper the grand administrator of the Gu clan's first branch or not? I don't dare. The shopkeeper was moved, and he quickly replied, this lowly one was assisted by fellow clan members and barely qualified to be the clan master. This makes me a bit surprised. Li Qie said with a smile, the clan master of the Gu clan personally attending the shop, truly not an easy matter. As for the group of Nanhuiren, they glanced at each other. Li Qie speaking with the shopkeeper was perplexing to them. What about the Gu clan? What about the grand administrator? They essentially couldn't understand. The Gu clan's laws, I am very well aware of. Li Qie comfortably continued, I also know the Gu clan's yellow bell. Clan master, the Gu clan is an ancient shop, and I'm also aware of the Gu clan's reputation and business. The early people's 9 languages. Master, please name a price. Shopkeeper Gu was truly a businessman. He didn't waste time, so he immediately asked. I don't want too much, how about this? Li Qie smiled and said, just your 3 sheets of paper, what does shopkeeper think about this? This, the shopkeeper changed his expression. The truth was that not only the shopkeeper, but the group of Nanhuiren was also alarmed. One had to know that the 3 ancient pieces of paper were emperor's possessions. Li Qie shook his head and said, shopkeeper, to the Gu clan, I have given a fair price. Otherwise, I would have already taken the 3 papers and the rock. Shopkeeper should know the importance of the thing that your Gu clan requires. I don't dare to hide it from master. Shopkeeper pondered for a moment, then he finally said, we need some guarantees. Because this matter is too important, just words aren't enough. Li Qie stared at the shopkeeper, then he laughed and said, right, your Gu clan has been in the business for tens of millions of years, and your reputation is gold-plated. I can still trust the Gu clan's honor. Take out a brush and paper, I will write a sentence for you all, then you can go back and discuss. I have quite a lot of trust in your Gu clan. My gratitude to master for trusting the Gu clan. The shopkeeper paid his respect and left, then he brought a brush and paper to Li Qie. Li Qie held the brush and thought for a moment before dancing with his brush in one go. He then gave it to the shopkeeper and said, go, don't let me wait for too long, my patience is limited. The shopkeeper ordered the workers to take care of Li Qie's group, then he quickly left without a trace of neglect. After shopkeeper Gu left, Li Shuangyan's group was full of questions and looked at Li Qiye. Even now, Nan Huiran didn't dare to ask. What is the early people's 9 languages? Finally, it was Chen Baojiao who opened her mouth. She couldn't contain her curiosity. Li Qiye looked at her and shook his head. This isn't something that you all should know. This is a matter relating to an ancient era. Hearing Li Qiye's answer, Chen Baojiao stopped her inquiry. If Li Qiye wanted to say it, then she didn't need to ask, as he would have told her. The yellow bell is the key. The normally quiet Tu Buyu asked. He normally was very reserved and attentive, and he was a lot more trustworthy than Nan Huiran. Good eyes. Li Qiye praised Tu Buyu. The 3 papers are Emperor's possessions. Is the yellow bell an immortal emperor's true treasure? Or is it something even more valuable than an immortal emperor's true treasure? Nan Huiran said, such an important thing displayed outside, are they not afraid of being robbed? As the shopkeeper said, the 3 yellow papers were Emperor's possessions. To use the 3 papers to exchange for the early people's 9 languages, and that the 9 languages had something to do with the yellow bell, this meant that this item was even more valuable than Emperor's possessions. It could even be more important than an immortal emperor's life treasure or true treasure. Rob. Li Qiye bursted out in laughter and shook his head. The yellow bell placed right there, not many people are capable of taking it. Besides, not too many people dare to rob from the Gu clan. What is the origin of the Gu clan? Chu Daily couldn't help but ask. To be able to open such a store with so many treasures, it definitely had to have a heaven-frightening origin. An extremely ancient existence. And the whatever ancient Nantian clan. Compared to them, they are way too far apart. Li Qiye smilingly said, not coming into being doesn't mean that they are not powerful. In the 9 worlds, there are some existences beyond your imagination. In this world, the strongest existences are not immortal emperors' lineages. There are stronger existences than immortal emperors' lineages? Luo Fenghua emotionally asked. As a young disciple, in his eyes, immortal emperors' lineages were supreme and could even be considered as monstrous behemoths. Stronger than immortal emperors' lineages, and even stronger than the Azure mysterious ancient kingdom. They do exist, and there are one stronger than the Eternal River School as well. However, at this point, Li Qiye's eyes narrowed, and he didn't say anything else. The Eternal River School is very powerful. Legends has it that the Azure mysterious ancient kingdom had 2 generations of immortal emperors. The quiet Su Pei softly asked. The Eternal River School is even more terrifying than the Azure mysterious ancient kingdom. Li Qiye didn't say anything, nor did Li Shuangyan, but the quiet Tu Buyu sighed and said, the Eternal River School is 1 sect, 3 emperors. It is located in the eastern 100 cities. It can be considered a true behemoth, and no one could shake it. One sect, 3 emperors. The honest Zhang Yu was shocked and began to stutter. In reality, everyone else was also astonished. 1 sect, 3 emperors. Since they never left the Grand Middle Territory before, the group of Luo Fenghua had to take a deep breath. Chapter 158, Early People's 9 Languages. 2. The Azure mysterious ancient kingdom with 2 generations of immortal emperors was already a colossus in their eyes. 1 sect, 3 emperors, the Eternal River School. What the hell kind of terrifying existence was this? The 9 worlds are vast, there are many things that greatly exceed your imagination. Li Qiye smiled and said, even though our mortal emperor world gave birth to many immortal emperors that were unlikely to be weaker than other worlds, but there are still many taboo existences that cannot be provoked. If, one day, you all can leave the mortal emperor world to go to other places, you will see them eventually. Chu Daily's group looked at each other after hearing these words. Before this, it was difficult for them to even want to leave the Grand Middle Territory. It was extremely immense and was millions and millions of miles wide. From the Grand Middle Territory to the Eastern 100 cities or the vast North Sea, this was not an easy matter. Opening a Dao gateway required countless refined jades. Legends has it that after the Black Dragon King fought against immortal Emperor Ta Kong and tore apart the heaven's will, the Dao's boundary had collapsed and the world's wall was sealed. The 9 worlds are no longer connected anymore. Chu Daily softly said at this time. Right, the 9 worlds had not been connected for around 30,000 years now. Niufen took a long sigh and said, the fight that year between the Black Dragon King and immortal Emperor Ta Kong was too overbearing, even the heavens will was shattered. I regret not being born that year to witness the great battle between the Black Dragon King and immortal Emperor Ta Kong. Is the Black Dragon King that amazing? As a female disciple, Su Pei's eyes widened and timidly asked, don't people say that immortal emperors are invincible? The Black Dragon King was truly able to fight against immortal Emperor Ta Kong. When it came to the Black Dragon King, even the previous generation people like Niufen were shocked as well, and the old men stared at each other. The Black Dragon King, one could say that this is a taboo existence. In the end, Niufen opened his mouth and said, the legend that is most widely known is that he is the only one who lived for 3 generations without having to halt his blood force, 3 generations of covering the heavens. Rumor has it that even the 2 immortal emperors before immortal Emperor Ta Kong had to respect the Black Dragon King by 7 parts. There was even a rumor that when the Black Dragon King set out on a journey, even immortal emperors wouldn't want to meet him and had to give way in the face of superior strength. This, so powerful. Could it be that he was the same as an immortal emperor? Hearing Niufen's words, the younger generation and Chu Daily were moved. Since the Black Dragon King was already so strong, why didn't he shoulder the heavens will to rule over the universe and become an immortal emperor? Luo Fenghua curiously asked. Niufen shook his head and said, I'm afraid no one knows the reason. This had always been a mystery. Even the disciples of the Black Dragon King were not certain about the reason. The battle between Black Dragon King and immortal Ta Kong, who won? Nan Huiran excitedly asked. One frightened the heavens for 3 generations, one was an invincible immortal emperor. The 2 fought and tore down the heavens will, how terrifying was this battle? I don't know. Niufen wryly smiled and added, even now, no one knows the outcome of this battle. The Black Dragon King disappeared while immortal Emperor Ta Kong never appeared again and his emperor's aura faded away. The heavens will was also gone. Luo Fenghua's group was amazed after listening to this. To be able to fight against an immortal emperor, this was an unbelievable figure. Tearing apart the heavens will, causing the 9 worlds to no longer be connected and torturing the cultivators of the world for 30,000 years during the difficult Dao era. How frightening was this battle? As the group of Luo Fenghua was talking about the Black Dragon King, Li Qiye didn't say anything. He sat there in a daze and was lost in silence. As his sword made, Li Xuanyan noticed his difference. When everyone stopped talking, she gently asked, what is the matter? Li Qiye regained his spirit and smiled. He shook his head and said, nothing, such a fantastic legend, causing others to yearn for. Having said that, his heart couldn't help but gently sigh in lamentation. He naturally knew the reason why little Blackie took action. Such a peerless confrontation, it is a shame to not be born in that era to witness the heavenly fight with my own eyes. Chu Daily emotionally said. The group of Luo Fenghua was also silent for a long time. An unknown amount of time later, shopkeeper Gu came back. He bowed towards Li Qiye and formally said, Supreme Master, after being examined by the elders of the clan, these are definitely genuine words. The Gu clan's elders have agreed with Master's condition. Master, give us the early people's 9 languages and we will trade for it with the 3 papers. The Gu clan's business is quite straightforward. Li Qiye nodded approvingly and added, I will give you the early people's 9 languages now. If there are some unclear parts, then you can come find me at the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect at any time. Finished speaking, Li Qiye began to write with his brush. The group of Li Shuangyan knew that this was important and stood to the side. They didn't dare to observe next to him. After writing the early people's 9 languages, he immediately sealed it and gave it to shopkeeper Gu. Shopkeeper Gu, at this point, had already well prepared the 3 papers for Li Qiye. They were stored carefully in a treasure box, and he respectfully handed it to Li Qiye. I hope there will be more chances in the future to work with Master. After solemnly putting away the early people's 9 languages, shopkeeper Gu said. Li Qiye leisurely spoke with a smile, yes, there will be many times in the future where I will deal business with your Gu clan. With that, Li Qiye didn't linger for long and went along with the group of Li Shuangyan. At the time of leaving, Luo Fenghua kept on looking at the roaming dragon floating on top of his head. He truly liked this foreign Dao mysterious treasure. Unfortunately, he did not have the ability to afford it. At this moment, shopkeeper Gu reached out with one hand and caught the roaming dragon. He handed it to the reluctant to leave Luo Fenghua and said, if little friend likes it, then I will give it to you. Luo Fenghua couldn't believe his ears and was shocked. He couldn't help but to rub his eyes as he looked at the roaming dragon before him. Emperor's papers? Li Qiye looked at her and laughed, then he shook his head, these are of course not Emperor's papers. Otherwise, how could they be traded for the early peoples in 9 languages? The Gu clan's name is gold-plated with matchless credence. This time, it can't be considered me taking advantage of them. If I wanted to scheme against them, then I'm afraid that they would have also handed the rock over as well to be able to trade for the early peoples in 9 languages. You mean, these 3 sheets of yellow papers are even more valuable than Emperor's possessions? The ancient intent fasting does not know the value of these papers. Li Shuangyan was surprised. Chapter 159, Ancient Heavenly Corpse Burial Ground, 1, of course, otherwise, how could I use the early people's 9 languages to trade for it? Just an emperor's possession wasn't enough to trade for the early people's 9 languages. Li Qiye said with a smile. Chen Baojiao movingly added, but, shopkeeper Gu used the item bestowed to them by immortal Emperor Jiaoheng to trade for it, could this be fake? Li Qiye shook his head and answered, no, this matter is not false. This is really the item bestowed by immortal Emperor Jiaoheng, but it is not an emperor's possession. Instead, it is an immortal writ. What is an immortal writ? Li Shuangyan continued to question. The 3 yellow papers in front of her sight, she couldn't see how they were more precious than emperor's possessions. Li Qiye held the 3 pieces of papers in his hand and gently tried to figure it out, then he finally said, the moment the immortal writ comes into being, both gods and devils will have to retreat. The immortal writ came from the high heaven. Hearing this, Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao glanced at each other. No wonder why these 3 pieces of paper were even more precious than Emperor's possessions. Immortal writ, this name was so majestic sounding. The reality is that the descendants of the Gu clan misunderstood the intent of their ancestors. Li Qiye smiled and went on, immortal Emperor Jiaoheng truly owed a debt to the Gu clan, so he bestowed the 9 immortal writs to them. During that era, the Gu clan ancestors had used 6 of them. One could say that the moment the immortal writ came into being, nothing was impossible. Their future generation viewed these papers as proud objects. They thought that because immortal Emperor Jiaoheng gave it to them, that Jiaoheng would be able to satisfy all of their wishes during his era. Unfortunately, the Gu clan ancestors died too early and didn't make the immortal writs matter clear. Otherwise, these last 3 pieces of papers would have been used already. When he was the Dark Crow, he had seen the immortal writs once during the ancient era. Unfortunately, he was in a rush back then and immortal Emperor Jiaoheng took them instead. Thus, he didn't obtain the 9 sheets. Happily smiling, Li Qiye put away the immortal writs. These 3 yellow pieces of papers in other people's eyes were not worth money, but Li Qiye knew that these 3 immortal writs will be lifesavers. Staying in the 9 St. Demon Gates courtyard, These disciples here under the Demon King's command used the highest style of hospitality to treat Li Qia's group. The next day during their stay, Li Xuanyan received news from her master. She found Li Qia and spoke, "The elders from the War God Temple won't arrive so early. They sent news that they will only come right before the underworld boat's appearance." Li Qia laughed and said, "Those old men of the War God Temple have been trying to keep up appearances recently, showing a self-important maneuver. Truly rotten and smelly old men." Li Xuanyan could only smile and not comment about such things. The 9 Saint Demon Gate couldn't do anything about such a thing. Even if it was only an action to show superiority by the War God Temple, in the end, the 9 Saint Demon Gate still had to rely on the War God Temple in the future. "Come, we will go first. Those old men say that they will come later." Li Qia called for the group of Nanhuiren and smilingly said, "We already remained idle and had enough fun. Instead of basking in the sun here, it is better to go to the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground to rob some treasures." Rob some treasures in the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground. Hearing this, the group became excited. Greedy brat Nanhuiren's mouth was watering and cheerfully exclaimed, Hey, oldest brother, I still need a suitable weapon here." The group of Chu Daily didn't dare to ask Li Qia for treasures unlike the brat, Nanhuiren, but they were still excited hearing about going into the burial ground for treasures. Even if they couldn't get anything, it would still be a great learning experience. "Even if we find treasures, the first one wouldn't be yours." Li Qia angrily slapped his head and said. No problem, I can wait, all the way to the last turn." Nanhuiren didn't mind and cheekily said while stalking Li Qia. Li Qia smiled and shook his head. He wasn't going to mistreat his followers. "Only with our group." The silent Tu Buyu was worried, and he said, "The ancient heavenly corpse burial ground is an ominous place. We are only going to find treasures, not to fight. Our group is more than enough." Li Qia laughed and ordered Li Xuanyan to take out a chest. Li Xuanyan was carrying the chest given by shopkeeper Gu. Inside was an old set of clothing, an unopened box, and a small copper mallet along with a small gong. After cleansing himself and burning incenses, Li Qia put on the old clothing and wore the unopened box on his back with the mallet in one hand and the gong in the other. Seeing Li Qia suddenly dress in this manner, even Li Xuanyan had her mouth wide opened, let alone the group of Nanhuiren. "You look like a merchant from a village like this." Chen Baojiao, next to his side, commented on his appearance. She wanted to smile with her country-toppling beauty, but she quickly covered her mouth and contained her laughter. Still, she carried a happy expression. Hearing Chen Baojiao, the rest of them stared at Li Qia and felt that he did really look like a merchant from a rural village. People who didn't know the real situation would actually consider him to be a rural merchant. They wanted to laugh at Li Qia's style, but they didn't dare to. Even people from the previous generation, like Shigandang, had to hold on to his laughter. "Well, brother, your style really does look like a rural merchant, Nanhuiren burst out in laughter. Transaction. Li Qia, carrying a serious expression, slowly said, "We will be going to the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground to trade with the dead this one time." Trading with the dead. Hearing these words, everyone got the creeps. Trading with the dead, this matter sounded so ridiculous. "Oldest brother, the dead can still do business." The easily scared Su Pei couldn't help but turn pale. Li Qia smiled and said, "It depends on who the dead is, and who is doing the business. A smart person will be able to do business while the foolish will be able to find their death. Come, we're going to the burial ground. Today, I will open your eyes to see what is called doing business with the dead." Hearing such a creepy and absurd matter, the brats were both afraid yet excited at the same time. They had never seen trading with the dead before, this ridiculous matter. Do business with the dead. Even Nyo Fen murmured. Ancient Sky City was built very close to the burial ground. Even when the distance was so near and the burial ground had countless corpses and the dead, yet from the start of time, no one had ever seen or heard an earth corpse leaving the burial ground to enter ancient Sky City. This was a matter that no one understood. Standing outside of the burial ground, the group of Nan Huiran's eyes and mouths were opened wide. From the beginning, they thought that this burial ground was a place where the white bones were as vast as the ocean. In their imaginations, the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground must have been a desolate barren land with corpse energy encompassing even the sky. However, this burial ground in front of their eyes had green hills and clear water. Looking around, they saw rolling mountain ranges with some as big as a resting ox and some valleys that resembled a sleeping dragon. In this heaven and earth location, mist was everywhere, covering the pillaring trees that towered the sky and spring waterfalls high above. Without seeing a few coffins, other people would have thought that this was an immortal scenery. Even though the scenery ahead was filled with undulating mountain ranges and tall trees, along with waterfalls high above, one could see quite a few coffins up ahead. When powerful cultivators activated their heavenly gazes, they could see many unbelievable places. There was a coffin hanging on a cliff. Some coffins were made from copper, some made from stone, and some were even made from gold. There was one placed on top of a solitary peak with a majestic aura. It was as if this coffin was lying on the high heaven. There were also some coffins floating on top of a tranquil lake. Sometimes, there were poisonous serpents swimming by, creating a creepy image. This is the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground. Chu Daily couldn't believe that this place was the burial ground feared by others. He originally thought that there would be mountains and rivers of bones and corpses. Don't people say that there are earth corpses everywhere? How come we don't see any earth corpses? Luo Fenghua asked with surprise. Look at that group of cultivators over there. At this moment, Shi Gondang pointed at a group of cultivators who just went inside the burial ground. Li Chie's group looked over and there was a group of cultivators jumping into the rolling mountains. They seemed to have a purpose as they looked at the entrance to a valley. There might be a treasure inside, so they rushed straight in with one breath. But the moment they rushed into the valley, suddenly, inside the thicket and the caves, many shadows appeared. They were all corpses with different clothing, coming from different places and sections. Countless corpses quickly rushed in to kill this group of cultivators. Kill, the disciples of this sect were ready to fight, so they roared and immediately began the battle. The corpses did not speak nor roar. They silently fought the cultivators. It was so strange, countless corpses began to activate their life treasures. Some had godly swords, others with Yin flags, and some with ferocious spears. Each life treasure and true treasure carried an evil aura and began to strike against the cultivators at this place. The sound of the universal laws resonated. These corpses were not only able to use weapons, but they were also able to activate merit laws as well. One cultivator was slain by a blade that contained revolving flames like the bellows of a fire dragon. This is the Scarlet Flame Gates Dragon Inflammation Blade Law. Seeing this scene, Shi Gondang said with surprise, this earth corpse must be an elder-level character. Chapter 160, Ancient Heavenly Corpse Burial Ground, 2, Pfuff, a cultivator beheaded a couple of corpses in one go, but all of a sudden, a fist-sized spider came out from nowhere and rode on the head of this cultivator. A snapping sound appeared, and it bit through the cultivator's head. It made a sizzling noise as it sucked out his brain. The shrill shrieking of this cultivator reverberated throughout the valley. Kill, the experts of this sect were prepared with powerful strength. They continuously pressed on like the storm and pushed into the valley. As they risked their lives to enter the valley, victory was within their sights. Suddenly, there was a pagoda that flew out. This pagoda turned into a terrifying black hole, like the mouth of a devil, and sucked in all of the cultivators that entered. The screams resonated everywhere, and the cultivators were devoured and turned into sea of blood. Then, the pagoda flew out of the valley and all of the earth corpses disappeared without a trace. In a short amount of time, the valley regained its tranquility. If there was no blood on the ground, no one would be able to imagine that a bitter battle had just occurred here. As the cold breeze blew over, Nan Huiran's group of brats shivered. This was their first time seeing corpses use weapons and activating merit laws. They always thought that earth corpses were like zombies or puppets. In that valley, at the very least, there is an earth corpse with a heavenly sovereign cultivation presiding inside. Shi Gondang looked over the valley and sighed, then he continued, I wonder what treasure or spirit pills and medicinal grass are inside. At this moment, the young ones finally became aware of how powerful earth corpses were, and how frightening the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground was. This was only the entrance, yet a group of powerful monks was completely wiped out for underestimating the enemy. Think about it, how horrifying would the earth corpses deep inside the burial ground be? So scared right now? Li Qiye looked at the pale group of brats and smilingly asked. Nan Huiran nervously swallowed his saliva and garnered his courage, then he laughed and said, with oldest brother here, what are we afraid of? See devils, slay devils, see gods, slay gods. Saying this made him feel more courageous, and his heart's beating finally calmed down. Less sucking up. Li Qiye slapped his head again as the brat was laughing out loud. Oldest brother, we will be dealing with those earth corpses. Su Pei was a timid girl in a frightened state. If Li Qiye wasn't here, her legs would have went weak. No, earth corpses don't do business. We will do business with treasure lords. Li Qiye shook his head and answered. Zhang Yu was curious and asked, what are treasure lords? The lords of the earth corpses. They are the ones that control the earth corpses. No. Li Qiye shook his head and explained, treasure lords are not the bosses of the earth corpses. To be exact, earth corpses do not have a master, but hypothetically speaking, if earth corpses were to have a master, it would be the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground. Treasure lord is only a vague name in this burial ground. There are not only earth corpses, but there are also treasure lords and earth immortals. Earth immortals? Chen Baojiao emotionally said, are they immortals? Or immortals that had died at this place? Still no. Li Qiye shook his head and said, earth corpses, treasure lords, and earth immortals are all considered dead people, but there are differences. Earth corpses are the most numerous in this burial ground. All of the dead cultivators here, along with the flying birds with the swimming fish, and even the poisonous insects. Once penetrated by the corpse energy, they would be considered as earth corpses. Earth corpses do not have their own awareness or intelligence and are basically corpses. They, however, do have a sense of territorial ownership, and anyone who enters the burial ground will be attacked. What about treasure lords and earth immortals? At this moment, all of the brats were very curious. This was the first time they had heard of these titles. Treasure lords are the dead hidden in the feng shui treasure earth, or rather, the powerful cultivators with only a breath left hiding in the feng shui treasure earth. Of course, when they buried themselves in this burial ground, they would become earth corpses and puppets of the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground as well. Li Qiye continued, to be buried in the feng shui treasure earth, they were extremely powerful grand characters when they were alive. They could even be virtuous paragons, characters who swept the 8 directions. Not everyone could be buried in the treasure earth, only the powerful ones had this privilege. Buried in the feng shui treasure earth can really allow for a rebirth? Li Xuanyan asked because all dying experts wish to be reborn again in this burial ground. Reviving again to live a new life is not so easy. Li Qiye smiled and explained, it is quite difficult to be reborn, but if someone had died, then after being buried in a feng shui treasure earth, they would be able to breathe as if they have been resurrected. Of course, this is only one breath. The longer the burial time, the longer the breath would be. As time passes, some blood energy will be restored. One has to be buried for tens of millions of years to be able to raise some living essences, like 8 to 10 years of lifespan. However, if one was still alive when buried, then the situation is a bit more optimistic. So it is indeed a chance at rebirth. Chen Baojiao movingly said. Li Qiye nodded his head in agreement, and he continued, with regards to principle, yes. However, the chance is less likely than you being able to find an immortal emperor's true treasure while walking down a street. Being buried in the feng shui treasure earth, one would have to be there for millions, or even tens of millions of years before accumulating a bit of life. 8 to 10 years of lifespan would already be very heaven-defying. Being buried here was not an eternal thing either. There could be a heaven-defying master who comes to dig them out and steal their treasures. Or someone else might like their feng shui treasure earth and take it for themselves. This was why treasure lords wanting to rebirth was difficult beyond imagination. This means that treasure lords wanting to bury themselves needs to have powerful strength, or a offensive or defensive formation, to use to stop future generations from digging their feng shui treasure earth. Li Xuanyan murmured. Correct. Also, if people actually try to dig up a feng shui treasure earth, the treasure lord inside will be forced to come out and kill the enemy. But unless it is the last possible choice, they will not easily climb out to fight because this would shove their effort for millions of years down the drain. Li Qiye nodded his head in agreement. Hearing this, the little brats were frightened. Being dead for so long yet they could still climb out to fight. Buried for millions of years just to get some lifespan back, why didn't they use longevity medicines to prolong their life when they were alive? Su Pei made an innocent statement. You think they haven't taken them when they were alive? Li Qiye smilingly said, to a few grand characters, they were already afraid of death when they were living and had tasted all of the possible things that could prolong their life. Longevity medicines are not miracles. The more you use them, the less effective they will be. Eventually, the effect becomes useless. Unless there was no other choice, who would be willing to bury themselves in such a place? Then what about Earth Immortals? Luo Fenghua asked, what is an Earth Immortal? In fact, Earth Immortals are very similar to Treasure Lords. Li Qiye continued, but Earth Immortals are much more terrifying. They are buried in dragon veins so, in principle, they have a higher chance for rebirth than Treasure Lords. To be able to become an Earth Immortal, they had to be invincible existences during their generation. They were the representatives of authority. What is more frightening is that Earth Immortals can command their followers and subordinates to be buried with them. Earth Immortals are unbelievably strong, and they can even control the Earth corpses. I have heard of this legend before. Niufen contributed, during the Emperor's era, there was a behemoth existence comparable to immortal emperors who buried himself in a dragon vein. Whether he became an Earth Immortal or not, no one knew. The brats were aghast. An existence comparable to immortal emperors. Even if they were not as powerful, they would still be able to destroy the 9 heavens and 10 earths. How terrifying was this? So in this ancient heavenly corpse burial ground, earth corpses are the weakest, then the treasure lords, and the most powerful are Earth Immortals. Chen Baojiao summarized. These words are right, but also not right. Li Qiye explained, Earth corpses are not necessarily the weakest. There have been invincible existences who fought to the deepest part of the burial ground. In the end, they failed and turned into earth corpses. Such earth corpses' appearances would even drive away Earth Immortals, let alone Treasure Lords. The brats finally understood the general concept of strength inside the burial ground after Li Qiye's intervention. Earth Immortals were not necessarily the strongest, and earth corpses were not necessarily the weakest. Oldest brother, why are we dealing with Treasure Lords? Why not deal with Earth Immortals? Su Pei asked out of curiosity. Earth Immortals won't do. Li Qiye shook his head and answered, it is not easy to deal with experts who reach the Earth Immortal level unless it was for worship. Plus, we are not going to the places where Earth Immortals are buried. Even though you have me and the ancient heavenly corpse adornment as protection, right now, you all cannot handle going to the Earth Immortals location because the corpse energy will invade you. Treasure lords are buried under the earth, will they go out for the deal? Chen Baojiao asked in amazement. Both treasure lords and Earth Immortals are the same. Being buried here is no different from death. They are in deep slumber. Even though they still have some awareness, but as time passes, their awareness will become more clouded. However, there are times when they will have clarity again, and they will be willing to get out and do business with us. Here, Li Qie smiled and said, "Follow me. You all need to follow right behind me. Everyone must be half a foot distance back. Don't be too far from me. Remember, when I am trading, do not speak. Otherwise, you might die in this place." Finished speaking, he stepped inside the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground. Li Shuangyan's group shivered at the same time, they didn't dare to be careless. They divided into two groups and quickly followed Li Qie in succession. Chapter 161, Dealing with the Dead, 1. When they entered the burial ground, suddenly, experts like Li Shuangyan and Shi Gandang immediately felt that there were countless glaring eyes from the thickets, caves, and even underground. Staring at them, many dead corpses came out. Seeing the earth corpses' sudden arrival caused the group to be frightened as their legs were shivering. Clang! 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 However, at this time, Li Qie used the copper mallet to strike the small gong to create a mysterious rhythmic sound. The heaven lasts for ages, and the earth is vast and obscure. Return to the road, return to the bridge, the ancient heavenly earth messenger is here. Gods and devils, along with the earth corpses, all take 3 temples back. At this moment, Li Qie chanted at the top of his lungs along with the rhythmic ringing of the gong. The sound of the gong along with the shouting mixed together into a resonating and indescribable song. Inside the harmonization of the two distinguished sounds, the atmosphere suddenly became terrorizing. It was as if someone in the dark was surreptitiously driving these corpses, causing others' hair to stand on end. But as the sound of the gong along with the chanting rang out, the earth corpses slowly receded like ghosts and hid in the thickets, caves, and underground. Seeing this scene, the astonished group of Nan Huiran finally realized why Li Qie valued the ragged clothing so much. The heaven lasts for ages, and the earth is vast and obscure. Return to the road, return to the bridge, the ancient heavenly earth messenger is here. Gods and devils, along with the earth corpses, all take 3 temples back. Li Qie continued to knock on the gong and shout while slowly stepping into the burial ground. The undulating hills, along with the rapidly flowing rivers amongst the scenic mountains and rivers, were the burial ground for countless cultivators. Even grand characters along with invincible existences of generations were buried here. Penetrating the burial ground left them exposed to the pouring corpse energy from this land. It began to gather around the group of Li Qie. Seeing the corpse energy curling to their side, the hearts of Nan Huiran's group turned cold. If the corpse energy permeated into their bodies, this would not be a good matter. If light, then their cultivations would be weakened, if heavy, then they would become earth corpses. At this time, the long box Li Qie was carrying on his back exerted a faint touch of brilliance and slowly emitted waves of a medicinal and indescribable aroma. This aroma was 3 parts of a fishy odor and 7 parts musk. It lingered in the air and continuously veiled their group. Speaking of strangeness, when this medicinal smell coiled around their bodies, the corpse energy had no way of approaching. As they went deeper into the burial ground, the corpse energy became more severe. Places with a high density of earth corpses would have even stronger corpse energy. However, it couldn't invade the group of Li Qie. This medicinal armor protected Li Qie's group all the way to the front. They did not go fast nor slow, and they began to climb the mountains and traverse the rivers. Step by step, they went forward and met countless earth corpses consisting of human cultivators, demon cultivators, and even ghost immortals and heavenly devils. Moreover, These earth corpses were all powerful cultivators when they were alive. Even so, with Li Chia shouting along the way while smashing his gong, many earth corpses only stood in the far distance as they came close. They did not attack Li Chia's group. Instead, they went back to their old places. They saw many coffins along the way, bronze coffins, wooden coffins, clay coffins, stone coffins, gold coffins, and there were even coffins made out of godly wood. Many coffins were hung over the mysterious cliffs. Some floated on the water, and others sank under the lake while a few were positioned on top of giant trees. Seeing all of these old and new coffins left Nan Huiran's group with the creeps. This place named the Ancient Heavenly Corpse Burial Ground was completely fitting for it buried too many cultivators here. They were also curious as to whether there were corpses in the coffins, but without Li Chia's permission, they didn't dare to take any rash actions. In fact, they were wondering why the earth corpses were unable to attack them with their oldest brother opening the way with the gong and shouting arcanic chantings. They went through countless mountains and rivers before stopping at a flat valley. This valley was like an abandoned farming field, it had a very orderly appearance. If this wasn't the Ancient Heavenly Corpse Burial Ground, others would think that there used to be someone farming at this place. This will be the first chosen treasure lord. Standing in the valley, Li Chia judged this place and made his decision. At this moment, there were quite a few wandering earth corpses outside with their eyes emitting a faint and underworldly light. They were like the eyes of the dead or evil devils, giving others a dreadful sensation. Standing inside, they were a bit frightened. The older generation, like Shirgan Dang, was doing better, but the younger group assumed that the treasure lord was no different from an evil devil lord. Maybe they even had beast horns and were 100 zhang tall with long green hair. 1. Knock on your residence. 2. Greeting to the treasure lord. 3. Wondering about a transaction. Ancient Heavenly Earth Messenger, carrying the ancient heavenly medicine, bearing the underworldine energy, entering the treasure mountain, treading on the Yin earth, knocking into the gate of hell, Li Chia shouted as he walked around the valley while knocking his gong. Li Chia turned left 3 times and moved right 3 instances before finally stopping. He dripped a drop of flesh blood into the ground and shouted, "One blood to become friends, a thing should not be attempted more than 3 times, come out of your coffin." He finally ended his shouting and bowed down on the ground. Li Chia's ceremony caused the group of Li Shuangyan to be creeped out. This type of ceremony was nothing like a transaction. It was more like a ghost summoning. However, the next event was even more terrifying. Boom, boom, boom. Thunderous noises rang and the earth seemingly opened. Suddenly, the entire ground of the valley brightened up and wave after wave of light poured outward and intertwined into a grand formation. This formation flashed brightly, and the clear sounds of swords occurred continuously with a domineering aura like the tidal waves, torrential and endless. In the blink of an eye, with a bang, a coffin slowly floated up from the ground. This coffin was violet-colored and carved with dragons and phoenixes. It was apparent to see that this coffin had experienced countless moons. Seeing this coffin, people couldn't help but become frightened in their hearts. Inside was a dead person, and a terrifying dead person that wanted to live again at that. "What do you have to trade?" Finally, a decrepit voice came out from the coffin. Li Chia hunkered down to the ground and took off the old box on his back. Then, he slowly said, "Ancient Heavenly Corpse Burial Ground, Ancient Heavenly Earth Messenger, Trading Item. Only one ancient heavenly medicine, basked in underworld-ine energy. The box is unopened, ancient heavenly medicine, impossible to obtain. The ancient heavenly principle, a thing should not be attempted more than 3 times, everything has a beginning and an end. Zaza." Finally, the violet coffin slowly opened, and the person inside took a step out. At this time, everyone clearly saw the old Taoist devotee stepping out from the coffin. This old Taoist was incomparably old. He wore a violet golden crown while holding a phoenix horsetail whisk. He wore immortal cloud treasure boots and there was a Tao crest embroidered on his chest. Even though the old Taoist had his eyes closed and there was no power in his body, there was an endless and majestic aura that caused others to shiver. This Taoist was absolutely powerful when he was alive. The Violet Cloud sect master, seeing the crest in front of the old Taoist's chest, Nan Huiran couldn't help but exclaim. As Nan Huiran opened his mouth, the old Taoist suddenly opened his eyes and revealed two bloody rays. These two bloody rays, like the arrows of the gods, shot towards Nan Huiran. Not good. Niu Fan's expression greatly changed and immediately swung his small shell on his back horizontally. A boom noise exploded. The two bloody rays shot on the small shell of Niu Fan and exploded like the thunder of heaven while Niu Fan was jarred flying away. Nan Huiran was also knocked away by the remnants of the explosion, and he crazily sprayed out a mouthful of blood. He was so powerful that it instilled chills down everyone's spines. Niu Fan was an enigmatic existence within their ranks. Only Li Qie clearly knew how powerful he was. But at this moment, Niu Fan was knocked away by the two glares. One could only imagine how powerful this old Taoist in front of them must be. Clang! When the old Taoist opened his eyes for a second time, Li Qie heavily tapped on the gong. The sound of the gong, like the big waves and strong winds, flew towards the old Taoist. Boom! When the sound wave struck his body, the old Taoist's body shook and had to take a few steps back. Young Junior is foolish and offended you with his mouth. There will not be a second time. Li Qie solemnly said as he gazed at the old Taoist, if you still want to trade, you and I will sit down. If not, I will turn around and leave. Inside the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground, I'm sure there are many who are willing to trade with me. Eventually, the old monk sat down with his eyes still closed. It was as if he was fast asleep. At this time, Nan Huiran crawled up but didn't dare to say half a word. Even if he wanted to thank Niu Fan, he still didn't dare to speak. The other young ones held their mouths tightly shut. They were even careful with their breathing. Medicine out, after sitting down, the old Taoist finally said two words. Li Qie then unlocked the seal of the box. The seal was very strange, and it was not opened with merit law incantations nor violent force. Instead, it was opened with a very strange palm symbol on top of the box. Then, the box slowly opened. Li Xuanyan and Chen Baojiao, who were relatively near Li Qie at this time, clearly saw everything. The treasure box had 9 items, and all of them were different. Moreover, they didn't know the names or what any of those 9 items were. Li Qie carefully looked at the items inside his treasure box. He finally took an item as small as an almond seed and gently placed it on the ground, and he carefully said, one ancient heavenly corpse core, the core creator is a secret dragon. Thus, it undulated through the ancient heavenly times for 80,000 years, and it would be able to raise you 10 heavenly lifespans. Chapter 162, Dealing with the Dead, 2, The group of Li Xuanyan didn't know what a corpse core was, but Niu Fan knew a little bit. Legends has it that there were a few invincible existences that wanted to reach the deepest part of the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground. However, their Tao was destroyed and they lost their lives. Some, however, maintained their unharmed bodies and their blood essence. These things spent a countless number of years in the deepest part of the burial ground and finally turned into a thing called a corpse core. It was a very beneficial item to earth corpses, treasure lords, and even earth immortals. The old Taoist sat cross-legged on the ground as a bloody light flashed in his eyes, then he closed them again. After a long silence, the old Taoist finally took out an item and slowly placed it on the ground. At this time, it was clear to everyone that it was a treasure cauldron, but it was not a heavenly cauldron of the alchemists, it was just a treasure cauldron casted from iron. Even though this cauldron was already returning to its origin, it still emitted strands of green smoke. This was not medicinal fog, rather, they were powerful strands of steel, resembling a godly sword, that were seemingly able to pierce through the sky. Violet Diamond Cauldron, one smoke, one sword containing many facets of offense and defense. The old Taoist slowly introduced. Hearing the name, Violet Diamond Cauldron, Shi Gandang's heart suddenly jumped. He had heard of this name before. It was a cauldron refined by a supreme sect master of the Violet Cloud sect, and it was called the Violet Cloud sect's second defining treasure. But today, it appeared in this place. Deal. Li Qiye didn't say much and accept the Violet Diamond Cauldron at once. Then, he casually threw it to Zhang Yu and said, "This cauldron is suitable for you, figure it out well." Zhang Yu accepted the Violet Diamond Cauldron and was excited. He wanted to open his mouth, but he immediately closed it. Even though there were 10,000 words of appreciation that he could be saying to his oldest brother, this was not the time to talk. The young ones were also envious, but they all knew that as long as they followed their oldest brother, he would not go and mistreat them. The old Taoist put away the heavenly ancient corpse core and slowly took out a sword. It was a sword made out of stone, stone sheath and stone handle. Clang! Li Qiye unsheathed the sword and a dragon roar immediately resounded as the sword left its sheath. It was just like a true dragon soaring to the sky. The sword was engraved with tiny layers of dragon scales. The moment it was drawn, the sword scales seemed to have a life of its own and wanted to fly away from the sword. Good sword. Using the Tao bones of a 2,300,000-year-old godly frost dragon to craft, it has the power of the frost dragon as it was refined by an ancient method. It is engraved with a murderous power yet not imprinted with a merit law. This means that it still has the potential to be recasted. Li Qiye stroked the sword and said, "The frost dragon sword, I crafted this during my prime. The owner will obtain the murderous power of frost and will be able to refine any merit law into it." The old Taoist eventually said slowly. Hearing this, everyone's expression couldn't help but change. A 2,300,000-year-old godly frost dragon, even godly kings would lose their colors. Such a powerful heavenly beast turned into a life treasure, how great was this matter? Li Qiye opened his treasure box once again to check, and he eventually took out an item like a rock. This item looked like a rock but was actually a fruit. However, it had a cold and stony appearance and was completely black without runes, just like a rock. An ancient stone fruit, grown in the deepest part of the ancient heavenly corpse lake. It can increase your lifespan from 15 to 20 days. Deal or not? Li Qiye placed the stony fruit onto the ground. Nan Huiran's group, and even Shi Gandang and Tu Buyu, were surprised. They all knew that Li Qiye had only obtained these items, but Li Qiye's smooth explanation made it sound as if these were his own treasures. This was too incredible. More than very few people knew about the deep locations in the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground, but Li Qiye spoke of it clearly like it was his own backyard, and he knew everything with clarity. How was this possible? As for Li Shuangyan, she had a similar numbing sensation just like in the past. At this time, no matter what type of miracles Li Qiye could concoct, she no longer found it strange. What could be more valuable or more unfathomable than the physique scripture in this world? This ancient item from the immemorial age was never known to have an owner, yet it was in his possession. Thus, Li Shuangyan was completely used to Li Qiye's scary existence. Only Niu Fen silently sighed in his heart. From the past till now, it would be difficult to find someone who could be more knowledgeable than young master. Him knowing the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground like the palm of his hand was not enough for him to be astonished. Deal. The old Taoist took the ancient stone fruit without a hint of hesitation and waited for the next round of deals. A godly sword refined with murderous intention. It is most suiting for you. Li Qiye nonchalantly threw the frost dragon sword to Tu Buyu, and Tu Buyu quickly bowed to Li Qiye in return after catching the sword. Next, Li Qiye immediately took out a small cup inside the treasure box. This small cup was sparklingly clear and was sealed. There was only half a cup of liquid inside, it seemed like a blue ice. With the gentle rocking of the small cup, the blue ice liquid exuded a very bewitching charm. Half a cup of demonic blue spring. You being a treasure lord, I don't need to explain the meaning of the demonic blue spring in the deepest part of the burial ground. Li Qie slowly added, if you have any important treasure, show it to me right now. This is the last chance. Hearing the words, demonic blue spring, with bloody lights, the old Taoist's eyes flashed open for a moment. His body trembled once before he closed his eyes again. He remained silent for a long time in his seated position. At this moment, the group all held their breath. Even though they didn't know the reason why this was the last transaction, but seeing Li Qie's serious demeanor, they couldn't help but to stare again at the old Taoist ahead. They wanted to see what item he would take out for this trade. Deal or not? After a long time, Li Qie rushed this old Taoist. Eventually, the old Taoist austerely took out an item and slowly placed it on the ground. The moment this item was taken out, a golden brilliance, casted by wisps of golden strands like silk, appeared. It was obvious that Li Qie understood the feng shui treasure earths inside the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground like the palm of his hand. The group of Shi Gondang found this puzzling since Li Qie knew where these treasure earths were located so well, giving them a mysterious sensation, but they couldn't conveniently ask Li Qie. In fact, it was not surprising that Li Qie knew this burial ground so well. In the past millions of years, he, as the Dark Crow, had entered the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground more than anyone else, including even its deepest part where he even brought people in to attack the place. Where the feng shui treasure earths and dragon veins were located, how could he not be clear? On the way, Nanhuiren's group had met a few treasure trees and dan grass and even a few treasure mines, but they couldn't dig them because Li Qie warned them that this trip was only for trading. Outside of trading, they could not take anything else from the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground. This was an unchangeable law. Chapter 163, Middle Continent's Treasures, 1. Eventually, Li Qie chose a deep lake. It had stagnant water where the bottom of it was nowhere in sight. It exuded a cold and suppressive atmosphere. People couldn't help but to shiver standing next to the lake. After Li Qie finished his transaction ceremony, the entire deep lake poured out a brilliance as dark as black ink. Waves and waves of black lights resembling demonic swords soared to the heavens, causing others to shiver without the coldness. It was as if a devil was coming into being from underground. XSH. When all of the black lights were interwoven into one place, a devious laughter appeared. A shadow stepped out from the black light without a coffin. Moreover, this shadow was entirely shrouded with black fog as thick as ink, rendering its real appearance impossible to discern. Within the black fog, there were the sounds of roars along with transforming mist. It seemed as if there was a prehistoric fierce beast wanting to rush out. The evil energy of this shadow caused the group of Nanhuiren to cringe. This evil energy directly affected their souls as if a devil had its gaze on them. XSH, the approaching shadow let out an insidious laughter and devilishly spoke, Heavenly Ancient Corpse Messenger, even though I have heard of this is my first time seeing one. Little kid, hand over all of the corpse treasures, then maybe I will spare you from death. This treasure lord's first words after appearing changed the colors of everyone. They didn't expect this treasure lord's sudden upheaval. It was not like the old Taoist that followed the rule of the transaction. If it is a transaction, I welcome it. If you want to rob, then scram for me. Only Li Qie was as calm as a mountain while facing this treasure lord with evil energy piercing the heaven. Little thing, when I was alive, my title alone would be enough to frighten you. The black shade ominously spoke. Li Qie smiled carefreely and responded, only a remnant of the Dragon Ming ancient dynasty, not enough to reach the apex. Today, if you want to trade, then take out the heritage of your Dragon Ming ancient dynasty. If not, then get the hell back to your grave for me. Little demon, who are you? the shadow immediately screamed like the thunder and, in this very second, made a move. A ghastly black hand reached out and directly struck towards Li Chia. A ghastly hand that could conquer even the heaven and earth and carry the sun and the moon. It was able to catch the yin and yang. With just this hand, even heavenly kings' souls would fly away. It didn't matter that this shadow was a dead person with non-existence life force. At this moment it was still an unbelievably frightening existence. Clang, 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 however, with life and death in front of his eyes, Li Chia, like the storm, banged on the frightened corpse gong. The torrentious sounds of the gong rushed out, grinding on the grand earth and surprised even the heaven above and hell below. Ah! A pitiful scream sounded, causing the group of Niufan to jump. They all thought that Li Chia was captured by the black shadow, but when everything became clear, they were all frozen. A hand suddenly penetrated from below the earth. This shriveled hand resembled a bird claw. It was covered with green feathers. The hand rushed out from the ground and grabbed the black shadow in a flash. The extremely sharp nails pierced through the black shadow as it bellowed and shrilled. 4 drops of blood dripped down from the black shadow. They were extremely bright, like 4 blood diamonds. They were immediately devoured when they hit the ground and emitted a curl of smoke. 1 blood, 1 year. So what if you were buried for millions of years? In the end, you still had to give it back to the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground. Seeing the 4 drops of blood disappearing on the ground, Li Chia nonchalantly smiled and said, "Return to the road, return to the bridge, the ancient heavenly earth messenger is here." Gods and devils, along with the earth corpses, all take 3 temples back, while the younger generation, including Li Xuanyan, had many questions. Li Chia didn't answer them and continued the journey of finding more feng shui treasure earths. After crossing high mountains, Li Chia finally chose the 3rd feng shui treasure earth and the 2nd treasure lord. This was an ancient unfathomable cave. After Li Chia performed the transaction ceremony, waves and waves of rumbling noises arose. After a while, everyone saw 4 skeletons that carried a giant coffin out of the ancient cave. This coffin was exceedingly extravagant. It was crafted by the rare and precious heavy celestial heavenly metal. This was a finest rank metal used to craft amazing weapons. When the giant coffin came down, the thunderous sound appeared and even the grand earth trembled. An old man with a childish face and grey hair came out. Even though he was wearing a common plain cotton robe, it was untainted by even a speck of dust. It was as if he was an old immortal coming out from a painting. If his eyes weren't closed and this wasn't the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground, then others would find it hard to imagine that this immortal old man ahead of them was a dead person. A little interesting, even the descendant of the multitude immortal pavilion is no exception and still wants to be reborn. Li Chia sat on the ground and calmly said. Hearing the words, multitude immortal pavilion, the little ones were fine while the group of Niufan shuddered in bewilderment. The multitude immortal pavilion was an extremely mysterious existence and was famous along with the war god temple. However, they were a lot more low-key than the war god temple. The world rarely saw disciples of the multitude immortal pavilion, but any disciples from the pavilion were all of the heaven-defying generations. This person was a descendant of the multitude immortal pavilion. What kind of powerful and how terrifying was this existence? I'm only a mere unfilial disciple that's not worthy of the 3 words multitude immortal pavilion. Even though he was a dead person buried in this place, the old man spoke in such a nice and friendly manner, it was like a gentle spring breeze brushing by. Li Chia smiled and took out a stem root from the heavenly ancient treasure box. It was not too long and was of a golden color that seemed as if it was made from godly organ. This crimson gold root seemed to have been eaten by insects. It had many little holes. If you came from the multitude immortal pavilion, then I don't need many words about where in the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground this strand of crimson gold insect devourer is from. Li Chia placed this item in front of him and said. The old man pondered for a moment, and he slowly took out a stone pagoda and placed it in front of him. This stone pagoda was not large and could even be described as being very rough. But then again, it was polished without edges as if it had been polished again and again. Mysterious ancient pagoda, one pagoda to go through the underworld, a foreign Tao mysterious treasure that's able to lock the grand Tao high above and suppress all evils below. It was polished in my hands for 80,000 years. The old man carefully said. Deal. Li Qiye immediately took the mysterious ancient pagoda and casually threw it to Shi Gandang as he spoke. Since you are already a guest advisor of the cleansing incense ancient sect, this will be considered as an introductory gift. As long as you are loyal, the cleansing incense ancient sect will not mistreat you. Shi Gandang didn't think that he would have a part with the treasures, so he quickly regained his wits and solemnly bowed towards Li Qiye. This respect came from the heart. The old man accepted the crimson gold insect devour root and contemplated for a bit before placing another item in front. This was a mirror that had an ancient style. Its material was unknown, but the mirror was concave inward like the mouth of a fish. The moment this mirror appeared, a virtuous paragon aura rushed out. Dragonfish transformation mirror, made from dragonfish Saint Copper with 7 runes Grand Tao treasure metal. Even though the 7 runes did not become words and phrases, this life treasure had followed my entire life, a virtuous paragon life treasure. The old man said. This phrase left the hearts of the young ones quivering. A virtuous paragon life treasure, so terrifying and powerful. From 7 runes Saint Copper. This life treasure was too valuable. They know, in the cleansing incense ancient sect, the first elder also had one. Chapter 164, Middle Continent's Treasures, 2, Li Qiye looked into his treasure box and eventually took out a cicada shell that looked like a piece of silver. It was seemingly alive. Without a careful look, one would think that this was a silver cicada. Void Intention Silver Cicada Shell, lived in the depths of the Void Intention Valley. It is able to give you 20 more days of living. Li Qiye placed the silver cicada in front of him and told the old man. The old man did not say anything and packed up the Void Intention silver cicada shell. This meant that the transaction was successful. Li Qiye grasped the dragonfish transformation mirror and quietly threw it to Chu Daili. Compared to the group of Nan Huiran, Chu Daili was only a disciple promoted by Li Qiye later on, so his relationship with Li Qiye was a bit shallow. He didn't expect to have a part of the treasure sharing. After accepting the mirror, he quickly bowed towards Li Qiye. A virtuous paragon's life treasure. How precious was this? To a third-generation disciple like Chu Daili, this was something he didn't dare to think about before. There was one last transaction, so Li Qiye looked at the treasures left in his box. He then took out a small bowl. This small jade bowl was sealed with a little bit of fresh blood inside, but this blood was not particularly bright and vivid. Diluted treasure blood, you should know its value. Li Qiye placed this bowl of blood down and slowly said. The old man, whose eyes were always closed, suddenly opened them and revealed a bloody ray, then they were closed again. After a long silence, the old man took out an ancient flag. This ancient flag was a bit tattered and had a hole on its body. However, this flag, once surfaced, immediately emanated a sky-piercing murderous intent. It was enough to cause others to feel that they have been beheaded and that their lives have been ended. The moment this flag appeared, the group's expression turned pale. The killing intent of this flag was too strong, causing others' hearts to flutter. This was a murdering god banner of the old battlefield. I didn't think that you would have obtained it. Seeing this flag was outside of Li Qiye's expectations. He then took the flag and said, "Deal." The old man put away the blood drop in the bowl and turned around to lie in the coffin. Finally, it was lifted by the skeletons back to the ancient cave. Do your best to cultivate. This flag is extremely important, don't disappoint me. Li Qiye threw the murdering god banner, with its soaring killing intent, to Nan Huiran. Holding this flag, Nan Huiran couldn't help but feel incredulous. He quickly kneeled to the ground and bowed his head as he said, "Thank you, oldest brother, for considering me." Even though Li Qiye gave the extremely powerful and heaven-defying murdering god banner to Nan Huiran, no one had any objections. Everyone knew that Nan Huiran was the first to swear loyalty to Li Qiye and was set on following his oldest brother. To be bestowed such a sacred item was not any bit surprising. Taking advantage of the gap in transactions, Chen Baojiao had been holding back a question for a long time. She could refrain no longer and asked, "Corpse treasures that are able to prolong life, are other cultivators unable to use them?" "No, corpse treasures are only useful for the treasure lords and earth immortals." Li Qiye shook his head and said, "However, corpse treasures that are able to move earth immortals are not many." For the last transaction, the group was quite nervous. Li Qiye took them to the boundary of the dragon veins. Finally, Li Qiye chose an absolutely towering sky-high giant mountain. Standing on top of the mountain, the whole world was within a single glance. Standing on top of such a place, the young ones couldn't help but feel astonished. This mountain was truly too majestic and could simply be called the number one mountain. Not a dragon vein, but no lesser than a dragon vein. "I will gamble this one time, ah." When Li Qiye chose this feng shui treasure earth, he movingly said. Finally, Li Qiye completed the transaction ceremony, and there was a person who immediately rushed out. No one saw how this person appeared. When they clearly saw this person, the younger generation group of Nan Huiran was stunned. In front of them was a woman a bit over 30 with peerless elegance. It was difficult to describe with the brush and ink. This woman's peerless elegance possessed a mature charm, making people's hearts beat faster. Li Xuanyan had a supernatural beauty, and Chen Baojiao was country and city toppling, but compared to the woman in front, they were lacking a mature air. Chen Baojiao was a beauty bringing about calamities and floods with a poisonous charm, but she did not have the same maturity and sultry atmosphere like the woman ahead. If the woman's eyes weren't closed, then Nan Huiran's group wouldn't have believed that this woman before them was a dead person. The Middle Continent Ancient Kingdom's princess, the number one beauty of immortal Emperor Yan Wu's era. With the best appearance and extreme talents, all three being at the saint level, she was enough to shock all the heroes. Although the number one beauty title is a bit too much, it was not far off. Li Qiye looked at the woman in front and sighed with emotions. This grand beauty renowned in an era, as the Dark Crow, he had seen her once. Unexpectedly, at this moment, he could meet her again. However, a meeting after millions of years. She was already dead. The supreme beauty ahead, with her pretty features, opened her eyes and the bloody rays appeared. She then closed her eyes and didn't say anything. Li Qiye sat on the floor and the supreme beauty also sat down. Li Qiye opened his treasure box and looked at the last three corpse treasures. Eventually, he took out all of the three treasures at once and stared at the supreme beauty ahead as he slowly said, "My three corpse treasures, all to trade for that item of your Middle Continent Ancient Kingdom." Once Li Qiye's words came out, the supreme beauty turned around and left without a word. "I'll add another condition. Outside of the transaction, I will tell you where Chu Yuntian's burial is located." Li Qiye immediately called out. The supreme beauty's body became stiff and quickly turned around with her scary gaze, looking at Li Qiye. This bloody ray seemed as if it wanted to crucify him as she was trying to see through Li Qiye. "Don't be too emotional. A big fluctuation is not good for you. You have accumulated, little by little and through the countless moons, to save up your origin longevity. Do you hope to use it now?" Li Qiye calmly continued, "In the present time, I'm afraid that people who know about Chu Yuntian no longer exist. If I know, I will not be using words to trick you." Finally, the supreme beauty closed her eyes and slowly sat down in complete silence. "I know this item of the Middle Continent Ancient Kingdom is in your possession. That year, when the kingdom met its calamity, that item did not appear. The only explanation is that you took it away. I will let you know the matter of Chu Yuntian, and it will also complete your desire. Cut this thought, then maybe you can come into being with a new rebirth. Think about it carefully. Li Qiye slowly spoke. The group of Shi Gandang acted like monks who were scratching their heads in complete confusion. They naturally didn't know who Chu Yuntian was and were lost about the Middle Continent's item even more. This secret was only known to Li Qiye alone. As for why Li Qiye knew so many things, they wouldn't ask anymore. They were becoming accustomed to Li Qiye knowing all things. The beautiful woman contemplated for a long time and finally took out a stone box. She gently placed it on the ground, still silent. Li Qiye slowly placed his hand on the stone box, but he didn't open it. He simply sensed it and finally sighed, the Middle Continent's treasure, ah. He placed the 3 corpse treasures in front of the Supreme Beauty and whispered. Li Qiye's voice was extremely soft, and only the Supreme Beauty could hear it. After listening, the Supreme Beauty's body was shaken and she suddenly opened her beautiful eyes, revealing a bloody ray like the rainbow. Don't be excited, your lifespan doesn't come easily. If you use it now, then it would be a waste of countless moons. Li Qiye gave a warning with a deep tone. Finally, the Supreme Beauty closed her eyes and took the 3 corpse treasures. Then, her shadow disappeared without a trace. No one could clearly see her method of departure. Li Qiye solemnly put the stone box away without saying anything. Then, he patted Luo Fenghua's shoulder and said, when there is a chance in the future, I will give you a treasure. Biggest brother, I am already very satisfied with the soaring dragon. Even though Luo Fenghua didn't get anything in this treasure-sharing trip, Luo Fenghua was already very satisfied. The ancient intent fasting gave him a soaring dragon because of his oldest brother's face. This was already a great occasion for him. Plus, having come this far, it was all due to his oldest brother's guidance. As for Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao, needless to say, they knew the right amount of propriety. Niu Fen didn't care too much about treasures. In fact, he had a lot of treasures. To him, Li Qiye teaching him the 18 solutions was more valuable than all of the treasures in this heaven and earth. Li Qiye decided the location. They descended from the mountain and were ready to leave the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground. Over there, after leaving the mountain, when they wanted to go around a corner of a valley, Li Shuangyan noticed that there was a strange thing in front of the valley. She hurriedly pulled on Li Qiye's sleeve and whispered to him. Li Qiye lifted his head to look and the people in the back also followed suit. At this moment, they saw that there was a coffin slowly drifting out of the valley. In the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground, to suddenly witness a flying coffin would instill the creeps into anyone. This slowly moving coffin was too strange and was completely silent. At this moment, not mentioning the younger generation, even the group of Shi Gandang was frightened on the inside. Li Qiye analyzed this coffin and shivered in his heart. His eyes became serious as he stared at the coffin leaving from the valley. He was shocked because he didn't think that he could see such a ghastly scene again. This was not his first time seeing such a scene. This coffin was very common. It was as if it was made from the most ordinary of wood. Inside this burial ground, there were many better coffins, with copper coffins, bronze coffins, and there was even godly wood coffins. This coffin in front made by the most common wood was not worth mentioning. Down, down, there are ants beneath. Su Pei meticulously found out how the coffin was moving, and she muttered. OL a yen wu equals hate all things/OL. Chapter 165, Ants Moving a Coffin. 1. Everyone took a second look at the bottom of the coffin, and it was just as Su Pei had said. The underside of the coffin was densely packed with ants in an orderly fashion. It was as if they were an army as they lifted the coffin out of the valley. Seeing such a strange scene of ants carrying a coffin, not mentioning the juniors like Nan Huiran, but even the ones who had seen many things in the world, like Niu Fen and Shi Gandang, were surprised. Although this burial ground produced many strange sights because it was one of the most mysterious and strange places in the world, anyone who came in here had seen many bizarre scenes, but seeing ants carrying a coffin was the strangest thing they had ever seen, and it instilled cold chills upon them. Ancient ants moving the coffin, looking at the ants carrying the coffin, Li Qia's eyes coagulated with a dignified appearance as he murmured. As the dark crow traversing through countless moons, inside the 9 worlds, no matter whether it was a burial ground or ancient earth or even the mysterious ferocious earth, he had passed through all of them. In the past millions of years, what kind of things had he not seen before? Ancient ants moving a coffin, he had seen this once before. He didn't think that he would see it again in this life. Is it a corpse in the coffin? Is it a treasure lord or an earth immortal? Chen Baojiao, seeing this aberrant scene, asked. Perhaps it is a treasure, not a corpse, not a treasure lord or earth immortal. The little brat, Nan Huiran, became greedy again as his gaze brightened up towards the coffin. Oldest brother, why don't we open it and see? Luo Fenghua was one of the more impulsive one within the younger generation, and hearing Nan Huiran's words, he added. That is not okay. Su Pei, with her big round eyes staring at the coffin, said with a scared expression, this thing is so odd, what if it is an ominous matter? Nan Huiran did not give up and laughed out loud, what is there to be afraid of? Oldest brother is here. Meet God, slay God, meet Buddha, slay Buddha, let alone a coffin. Of course, the older generation like Shi Gandang did not join the commotion. Li Qiya finally withdrew his gaze from the coffin carried by ants. With one hand, he slapped Nan Huiran's neck and said, if you want to die, I will throw you over there. Even if you are invincible, at the forbidden burial grounds and ancient earths, there are many things that are taboo existences. Being scolded by Li Qiya, Nan Huiran wryly laughed and quickly shrunk down to his neck. At this point, the ants carrying the coffin headed towards the deepest part of the burial ground. Speaking of strange matters, when these ants were busily carrying the coffin, all of the earth corpses nearby immediately retreated. Even the ones hidden underground ran far away from this coffin. Seeing this scene, everyone took a deep breath from being surprised. Even earth corpses are avoiding it, what on earth is inside that coffin? Li Shuangyan murmured. This was not a question for all of them, but more for Li Qiya. Li Qiya stared at the coffin heading towards the deepest part of the burial ground and didn't say anything, nor did he take any action. Seeing Li Qiya's countenance, Li Shuangyan knew that this was a serious matter. Seeing the coffin disappear from everyone's eyes, the always silent Tu Buyu quietly whispered, should we go take a look? No, Li Qiya finally shook his head and said, there are many unprovocable things. Even for an invincible existence, messing with a taboo matter would still end with their death. We're going. The transaction is finished, we cannot stay here any longer. In the end, Li Qiya, once again, knocked on his gong and took everyone outside. The group of Li Qiya arrived fairly early to ancient Sky City. After they went inside, the city was even more lively, and there were even more cultivators from the grand sects and powerful nations visiting the city. Especially the ones located in the Grand Middle Territory, they were the ones with houses close to the lake to enjoy the light of the moon. Many older generation cultivators also brought along their juniors to the city so that these young ones could experience the world and open their eyes. In the end, any disciple with potential would eventually face an existence like the 12 burial grounds. Within the young geniuses coming to ancient Sky City, there were a few that garnered special attention from everyone. For example, Dao Child Xingtian of the Heavenly God sect was one of them. The Heavenly God sect of 30,000 years ago was only a grand sect that was barely a first-level existence. However, when their ancestor led his troops to destroy the Cleansing Incense Ancient Kingdom and defeated the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect, that was of immortal emperor's lineage, it caused the sect to be in decline ever since. Because of this, the Heavenly God sect, within the last 30,000 years, was in the limelight, especially during the difficult Tao era. Existences like the heavenly god sect's ancestor were always dreaded by others. Even the old undyings of immortal emperors' lineages had to be wary of him. Dao Child Xingtian arrived at ancient Sky City with many experts from the heavenly god sect along with more than 10 royal nobles from the heavenly jewel kingdom. They were like the celestials worshipping the moon. The aura of the royal nobles undulated as they rode the dragon horses next to their chariots and flying pavilions. And Dao Child Xingtian amongst them seemed like a crown prince, protected by his followers. Such ostentation left many cultivators in ancient Sky City to change their expressions. One had to know that during the difficult Dao era, countless geniuses stopped at the royal noble realm. Without passing the fate adversity, they would never be able to step inside the enlightened being realm. Even though the difficult Dao era was over, for royal nobles to surpass their fate adversity was easier said than done. So in this era, as long as the undyings who were suppressing their blood force don't come into being, it was an era ruled by enlightened beings and dominated by royal nobles. To many sects, in the contemporary era, just having one royal noble was not easy. To have an enlightened being was like coming across a treasure of the gods. Today, Dao Child Xingtian, a younger generation yet being escorted by so many royal nobles. This was indicative of his status and was enough for him to shine dazzlingly. The heavenly jewel kingdom is great and is developing continuously. As long as their ancestor is alive, only more royal nobles will join the kingdom, not less. Seeing such a pompous scene, many experts sighed in envy, as well as jealousy. The rise of the heavenly god sect was as clear as day to all of the sects in the Grand Middle Territory. Defeating the cleansing incense ancient kingdom that had stood strong for millions of years and gained countless treasures, this was a matter that incited greed out of many people, but as long as their ancestor was alive, no one dared to have any strange thoughts about the heavenly god sect. The heavenly jewel ancient kingdom is developing non-stop. I'm afraid it will be the strongest of this era. In one generation, there is the heavenly jewel mortal king, one of the two heroes of the Grand Middle Territory. Now, Dao Child Xingtian is a rare genius of the territory. They already have capable descendants, how could they not rise? One expert of the last generation lamented because of this. Dao Child Xingtian with his followers, along with the experts of the heavenly god sect, powerfully entered the city, attracting much astonishment and jealousy. A peerless genius within the contemporary geniuses. I'm afraid not many people could compare with Dao Child Xingtian. Some princesses and saintesses of a few sacred grounds and sects lamented, and there were quite a few who were charmed by him. Peerless genius. A demon monarch coldly snorted, he didn't like Dao Child Xingtian. He spoke with an unfriendly manner, only a dog of a mourning family. Eighth brother serpent, what are you saying about this matter? A friend of his, another demon monarch, curiously asked. This demon monarch looked at Dao Child Xingtian being worshipped by the celestials and spat, then he contemptuously replied, that year at the evil-infested ridge, if heavenly Prince Qingxian didn't save him, he would have died already. Eighth brother serpent had followed the old turtle monarch of the flying dragon lake to the evil-infested ridge, you must have had a great harvest. I heard that there was a heaven-frightening event that happened there, and many sects were completely annihilated. Could eighth brother serpent talk about this a bit more? A friend was interested and asked. When the evil-infested ridge opened, many sects were completely destroyed, and it brought a great wave across the Grand Middle Territory. But right after, to everyone's surprise, everything suddenly calmed down without a trace. Greed makes people perish. That day, after entering the evil-infested ridge, there was a legend about the treasure of the gods, and it was found by the cleansing incense ancient sects Li Chia. This demon monarch was still astonished as he brought this matter back up. Treasure of the gods. Hearing about such a thing caused the friend's eyes to become reddened. The so-called treasure of the gods was only a life-stealing talisman. At that time, many sects like the Heavenly God sect and the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom all yearned for the treasure, and they forced the cleansing incense ancient sects Li Chia to hand the treasure of the gods over. Even though it was a long time ago, this demon monarch's spine still felt the chill as he continued. When the treasure was opened, it released a devil that annihilated everyone who wanted to steal the treasure. At that moment, if Heavenly Prince Qin Xian didn't use an emperor's possession to escape and also save the little brat, Xingtian, would he be acting like this today? When it came to this matter, this demon monarch became fearful just thinking about it. If he didn't follow the old turtle monarch to quickly escape, then he might have died in the evil-infested ridge as well. No wonder why this trip to the evil-infested ridge had so many experts of sects dying completely. Such a grand matter, yet it was kept quiet. So it was someone wanted to hide their own humiliation. An expert murmured after hearing this information. As the saying goes, good things didn't leave the door while bad things will spread for 1,000 miles. The event at the evil-infested ridge quickly passed throughout the city. Dao Child Xingtian, with his boundless fame, immediately turned ugly once he heard this news. This was detrimental to his power and prestige, a true humiliation. There were countless geniuses who started with a mortal physique and tried to create a Xiantian physique law or king physique law, but very few were actually successful. So, to any sects or heritages, the value of physique laws were much higher than fate merits and longevity laws. Jewel Pillar Saint Child is the descendant of the Jewel Pillar Sacred School. He is a very low-key person even though he is a natural-born king physique and, at the moment, is a grand completion king physique. A cultivator from the Jade Valley country knew the situation and said in a low voice. A natural-born king physique, and is now a grand completion king physique. This is a step-by-step prelude to becoming a grand completion saint physique. A cultivator breathed in cold air after hearing this news. A grand completion saint physique was frightening and could be said to be invincible. Other sects and heritages wanting a grand completion saint physique was absolutely not easy, and it was harder than reaching the heavens. However, the Jewel Pillar Sacred School was different. Referred to as the school with the most physique laws in the Grand Middle Territory, they had created several characters with grand completion saint physiques, in the past, who were invincible in the 9 worlds and 10 earths, very intimidating. Even immortal emperors' lineages and ancient kingdoms could not produce more grand completion saint physiques than the Jewel Pillar Sacred School. Such a message caused many grand and ancient sects in the Grand Middle Territory to shiver on the inside. If it could produce another grand completion saint physique in this generation, then this was a chance for them to reach for the invincible immortal physique or shoulder the heavens will and become a generation of an immortal emperor. The appearance of the Underworld River along with the Underworld Boat signaled a sky-shattering event, causing all of the sects inside the Grand Middle Territory and even the ones in the Eastern 100 Cities, the Southern Crimson Earth, the Western Desolate Wasteland, and the Great North Sea to depart towards the Grand Middle Territory. To many sects and nations in the Eastern 100 Cities and Southern Crimson Earth, traveling across a territory was an extremely difficult thing and required a large amount of refined jades to open the Tao Gateway. Ordinary sects could not afford such an expense, which was why any sects that could go to ancient Sky City were extraordinary existences with absolutely powerful strength. In the last few days, cultivators from the Eastern 100 Cities and Southern Crimson Earth began to appear in ancient Sky City. There was even the immortal ghost race along with the blood race, that were usually hard to find in the mortal emperor world, appearing in the city. However, even with the grand sects and powerful nations from these external forces present, the Grand Middle Territory's cultivators still had the hometown advantage. For now, the powers within the Grand Middle Territory still controlled the whole situation. At this moment, countless grand sects and powerful nations and even immortal emperors' lineages were calculating the underworld boat's arrival time, especially the ones that had predecessors who wished to be buried inside the boat. They were especially meticulous. Meanwhile, inside the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground, Li Chia's group climbed the mountains and traversed the rivers under Li Chia's accurate directions to finally leave the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground. Outside of the burial ground, Li Qiye immediately took off the ragged clothing on his body, including the frightened corpse gong, and placed them inside the heavenly ancient treasure chest. Then, he garnered all of his strength and threw the treasure chest into the burial ground. The treasure chest was like a shooting star across the sky and it disappeared into thin air. Li Qiye's actions stunned everyone, including Li Xuanyan's group. "Big brother, it's a treasure With this thing, aren't we free to move in and out of the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground? Why throw it away?" Nan Huiran was flabbergasted and couldn't help but to shout. If there weren't earth corpses walking around, he would have rushed in to find it. Heavenly ancient earth messenger, heavenly ancient corpse treasure, heavenly ancient frightened corpse gong. Only when you are the earth messenger would you have their effects. Li Qiye looked at him once and freely said, "This group of treasures coming from the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground. With this sealed treasure chest, as long as you understand the rules and the ceremony of the transaction, even if you aren't an earth corpse, you would still be able to become a heavenly ancient earth messenger." Heavenly ancient earth messenger is assumed by earth corpses, not cultivators. Hearing this, the group of Chu Daily got the creeps, especially Su Pei. As a young girl, she also got the shivers. "Of course not." Li Qiye said, "To the earth corpses, if they had the opportunity to become free again and escape the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground, at that time, they would either become a treasure lord or an earth immortal, or they would truly rest in peace at this place, no longer being an earth corpse. Every generation, the ancient heavenly corpse burial ground will release some kits for heavenly ancient earth messengers. Earth corpses with fortune would obtain them and have the chance to trade for their freedom. Whether they could trade for their freedom in the end, this depends on their transactions. The transaction is very simple, either find a treasure lord or an earth immortal. However, whether it is a treasure lord or earth immortal, once the transaction begins, only 3 trades are permitted at most for each person. During the transaction process, whenever it is unsuccessful, both sides will immediately stop. Even if both are still only in the first round of transactions, they still must stop immediately. Therefore, both sides taking out their corpse treasures or regular treasures require some wisdom. At this point, Li Qiye pointed at his head. Then he smilingly continued, "If you are a capable gambler, then go to an earth immortal. Maybe with just one transaction, it will be heavenly frightening. However, many earth immortals don't care for corpse treasures. This means that you have a great chance for the transaction to fail, and this would completely waste the heavenly ancient earth messenger's kit. Earth immortals' treasures from the transactions can allow for freedom?" Li Xuanyan asked in surprise. Li Qiye shook his head and said, "Not necessarily, it depends on what items you traded for. As long as it is heaven-shaking enough, then it really has the potential to trade for freedom." "Oldest brother, from the past till now, were there earth corpses that traded successfully?" Chu Daily couldn't help but ask. This question left Li Qiye's eyes in a deep ponder. In the end, he didn't answer this matter. Big brother, even though we were finished with the trades, but, this heavenly ancient earth messenger's kit. Good or bad, it is still a treasure. How could you throw it away?" Nan Huiran was still greedy and asked while laughing. Li Qiye glared at him and lightly said, "These items do not belong to the outside world. If the kit was still sealed, then it would be easy to deal with. But if it was opened, whether you are finished with the transaction or not, or if there are still corpse treasures left over, if you take it out of the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground, then be careful of an ominous event taking place." "How ominous?" Even the quiet Zhang Yu asked. "Possessed by ghost. Speaking of no good, you will become crazy and rush into the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground. These items do not belong to the outside world. Once opened, this is equivalent to accepting the laws of the burial ground. If you want to take it outside, then that would be provoking the ominous." Li Qiye answered with a smile. Possessed by ghost, hearing this, the younger generation couldn't help but to change their expressions. Even Niu Fen took a look around. These words of Li Qie didn't seem to be a joke. So, even if there were cultivators who had picked up the heavenly ancient earth messengers kits before, how could they know how to use them? Why do you know the rules and the ceremony of the transaction? Seeing the Li Qie who was even younger than her in front, Chen Baojiao couldn't help but to ask this question. Calculated with my fingers. Li Qie replied with a smile. Chen Baojiao naturally was not satisfied with such an answer, but she could only grumpily glare at Li Qie once. If oldest brother is here to convince me, you should just go back. At this point, the younger generation couldn't chime in. They could only wait to see the situation develop and wait for Li Qie's command. Little sister, you are corrupting yourself and hurting the school's reputation. Jewel Pillar Saint Child swept across the group of Li Qie once and didn't put them into his eyes. Then, he said, today, the cleansing incense ancient sect is but a third-rate small sect, it is not enough to protect you, less pesky words. At this moment, Li Qie became impatient and waved his hand. It was as if he was chasing away a fly, and he said, a good dog does not block the road. This master is in a hurry to return home and embrace beautiful women, okay? Quickly scram to the side for me. Li Qie's words left Jewel Pillar Saint Child with a sunken expression. He overlooked Li Qie with eyes that resembled godly lanterns and a voice as heavy as iron. You are Li Qie, right? Daring to bluster. I want to see whether you have some capabilities. After the words came out, his big hand descended down from the sky. Jewel Pillar Saint Child's move did not have any mysterious merit laws nor murderous techniques. It was a simple hand descending down like a mountain from the heaven, capable of suppressing gods and devils. A grand completion king physique, the sacred mountain physique, one hand with the power of 1,000,000 jin. To him, his physique was powerful enough for him to not activate any merit laws and borrow life treasure's power to slay the enemy. Shi Gandang's expression darkened after seeing the sudden move from Jewel Pillar Saint Child. He wanted to take action, but Li Qie coldly sneered and reached out with one hand. He held it like an axe and directly chopped down a head. Li Qie's move also didn't have any technique nor merit laws. He directly used his flesh, plain and simple. Li Qie's action changed Shi Gandang's expression. Jewel Pillar Saint Child was a grand completion king physique, and Li Qie was competing with him in physiques. This was seeking death, right? As for Jewel Pillar Saint Child, seeing Li Qie's incoming hand, he coldly sneered. He had complete confidence in his physique. In his perspective, Li Qie was seeking his own death. As long as his big hand was rolling forward, not only would it be able to break Li Qie's hand, but it would also easily grind him into meat paste. Bang! A loud boom exploded and both of them were shaken from the hit. Jewel Pillar Saint Child's expression greatly changed. A boom sounded as he took one step back on the earth, and the earth beneath his foot immediately shattered. Under this strike, Li Qie's body was also shaking. His foot treaded heavily on the earth and a loud boom resounded as the earth was destroyed, causing the group of Li Shuangyan to lose their colors and immediately retreat to the back. In the blink of an eye, bang, bang, bang resonated as the mountain behind them actually ruptured. Li Qie destroying the mountain with 1 foot and Jewel Pillar Saint Child breaking the earth with 1 step shocked everyone. This was a battle of physiques, it had nothing to do with merit laws and cultivation. Still, the biggest storm in one's heart belonged to Jewel Pillar Saint Child. He had absolute confidence in his sacred mountain physique. Looking across the world, to be able to compete with his grand completion king physique. There were not many. However, this little demon's mortal physique was able to compete with him. This was hard to imagine. He couldn't understand how a mortal physique was able to compete with his grand completion king physique. Jewel Pillar Saint Child, at such a young age, was a grand completion king physique. This was a great matter. However, he was underestimating Li Qie too much. Even though Li Qie was a mortal physique, he cultivated the supreme hell-suppressing godly physique. His physique law was also the number one physique law out of all the physique laws. Even an immortal emperor creating an immortal physique law would still be eclipsed. Today, Li Qiye had some accomplishments with his hell-suppressing godly physique. It was not surprising to fight against a grand completion king physique. If this wasn't the case, then the physique scripture would not be worthy of being one of the 9 grand heavenly scriptures. Only a grand completion king physique, there is nothing great about it. Li Qiye looked at Jewel Pillar Saint Child and calmly said, "Wait until the day when you are a grand completion saint physique. Then you can come before me with a little posturing." Jewel Pillar Saint Child's eyes became serious and they shined like godly lanterns. He stared at Li Qiye and was moved with amazement. Finally, he slowly spoke, "I didn't know that the cleansing incense ancient sect still had hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Today, I was mistaken. The mountains do not move yet the rivers continue to flow. There is still time, we will meet again one day." Finished speaking, he turned around and left. Even though Jewel Pillar Saint Child was arrogant, he was also a clever man and was not proudly blind enough to consider himself to be invincible in this world. Under this one strike, he noticed that even a grand completion king physique didn't have any advantage, so he was determined to leave and not become entangled. This was also the intelligence of Jewel Pillar Saint Child. Regarding natural talents and cultivation, he was absolutely not weaker than geniuses like Dao Child Xingtian, but his fame was a lot smaller than Dao Child Xingtian because he had always kept a low profile. He knew when to advance and when to retreat. Actually a little bit smart. Li Qiye was calm and carefree when he looked at the shadow of Jewel Pillar Saint Child leaving. He opened a smile and said, "But I do not know whether he can swallow this anger." As they were taught the supreme immortal physique laws by Li Qiye, Li Xuanyan and Chen Baojiao were calm without any surprise regarding this matter. Li Qiye being able to teach them supreme immortal physique laws. The level of physique he was practicing was obvious. However, the group of Shi Gandang and Tu Buyu was extremely shocked, especially Shi Gandang. He came from the Chen clan, and he understood the meaning of a grand completion king physique. Yet, today, Li Qiye's mortal physique competed against Jewel Pillar Saint Child. How heaven-defying was this? When oldest brother mobilizes, he is invincible in this world. What is the big deal about a grand completion king physique? Was it not suppressed by oldest brother's mortal physique? Oldest brother's mortal physique is number 1 in the 9 worlds. Nan Huiran flattered with a smile. Even though Nan Huiran looked a bit exaggerated, this did not affect the younger generation's admiration towards Li Qiye. At this moment, the eyes of the young group of Luo Fenghua were bright with worship as they stared at Li Qiye. In their minds, oldest brother was unbeatable. A grand completion king physique was essentially nothing. Their worship towards Li Qiye was approaching the point of blindness. Less patting the horse's ass here. Li Qiye smilingly scolded and slapped the laughing Nan Huiran's back of the neck. When they returned to ancient Sky City, it was even more packed and bustling compared to when they left. Even a few cultivations from the eastern 100 cities and the southern chained earth could be seen. Returning to the 9 St. Demon Gates courtyard, the group of Nan Huiran loudly cheered while the group of Tu Buyu took a sigh of relief. Going into the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground was like taking a trip through the gates of hell. Even with Li Qiye's strategy, they were still scared and on edge. After they returned, there were no big characters arriving at the 9 St. Demon Gate. The group of Tu Buyu was completely busy, especially Tu Buyu and Shi Gandang with their treasures. They were busy with figuring them out. Chen Baojiao was now serving Li Qiye as he was settling down. Chen Baojiao, once the proud daughter of the heavens and a stunning beauty that affected all living beings, was now a maid by Li Qiye's side with peace of mind. Chapter 168, Jewel Pillar Saint Child, 2. After Li Qiye was comfortable after being settled, Li Xuanyan, from outside, brought back a message to Li Qiye. The gate sent news. They have prepared the items you need, and the elders will bring them here in 2 days. Good, I am planning to go to the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground one more time. Li Qiye nodded and slowly said. We're going into the burial ground again. Chen Baojiao, who was tidying up items for Li Qiye, suddenly became moved after hearing this. Go. Why wouldn't we go? Li Qiye was all smiles as he said, burying the dead for the war god temple, this is simply just a business. The good items in the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground aren't things that you guys can imagine. Since it is hard to deal with earth immortals, we should trick a few good things from them. Hearing Li Qiye's words, the two great beauties, Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao, couldn't help but to glance at each other. Tricking treasures from earth immortals. Only very few people could do this. How is it at the war god temple? Li Qiye casually asked. Li Shuangyan shook her head and said, I don't know the exact details. Master sent a message that he was together with the war god temple's elders. However, I heard that the war god temple will not preemptively move their ancestor, and they will wait a few days before the underworld boat actually appears before coming here. It seems like the old man of the war god temple is really about to go under. With pathetically low amount of remaining life force, he cannot easily move the Era Blood Stone. Li Qiye understood the meaning behind the actions of the war god temple this time. The powerful heaven-defying generation that were not willing to die would use a large amount of longevity medicine to prolong their lifespan. The moment when these drugs lose their effects, they would suppress their blood force and halt their life. However, this was not an easy matter, and it required a large amount of Era Blood Stones to cover them. The longer the time, the more Era Blood Stones were required, as well as more precious Era Blood Stones. Thus, to suppress the blood force and halt one's life, not everyone could afford to do this. There is still some time before the appearance of the underworld boat. We will take a little break first before entering the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground again. And after this matter is finished, we will bury the old man from the war god temple. Finally, Li Qiye nonchalantly declared. Even though Li Qiye said to take a break for a bit, in actuality, he was not free for even a second. While staying in the courtyard, he continued on with his harsh cultivation. Li Qiye sat in the room and moved his life wheel while his fate palace opened with his true fate emerged. At this time, the true fate inside Li Qiye's fate palace was surrounded with chains of universal laws that were as thin as silk. Even though they were fine as silk, each of these universal law silks were rattling like iron chains. At this point, the Kunpeng of the Kunpeng 6 variants was suspended above the true fate. The world's essence poured down like a waterfall and cleansed Li Qiye's true fate. When the world's essence was refined by the true fate, it turned into the universal laws that hovered outside his body and they intertwined into one place. At this time, Li Qiye was in the heaven's mandate realm, and within this amount of time, he borrowed the godly power of the revolving crescent sun merit law along with the Kunpeng 6 variants to break through 2 levels in one breath. At the heaven's mandate realm, there were 4 levels. From low to high, they are, 1 offering true fate, 2 true understanding searching, 3 turning mysterious truths, for transforming Tao law. For cultivators, the heaven's mandate realm meant a time where the true fate was crazily refined. This was done in order to create a foundation for the future when the true fate would be refined into the primordial soul. Li Qiye was currently absorbing the world's essence with his endlessly rotating life wheel as the yin-yang sea of blood washed the life wheel with the undulating yin moon and yang Sunday drop after drop of longevity blood fell down into the life wheel and were refined, allowing the true fate to become stronger and bigger. Boom! Some time later, the Kunpeng poured down an endless amount of world's essence. At this moment, the true fate quaked and, in the blink of an eye, the true fate spewed out a blindingly bright magical light. Suddenly, the Kunpeng disappeared and turned into one magical rune after another, and the true fate activated these magical runes while clanking sounds rang about. All of the universal laws interwove into a Tao paper, and the magical runes stemming from the Kuan Peng's 6 variants below the true fate engraved a seal on top of the Tao paper. Clang, just like the sound of a great bell. The moment when the last magical rune fell down onto the Tao paper, in a flash, a complete Kuan Peng's 6 variants was formed along with a true fate seal. The formation of a true fate seal signified that all of the profound truths were refined inside the true fate. At this second, universal laws were no longer universal laws, they became a part of the true fate. Then, the true fate seal flew out and disappeared from inside the true fate like being buried in quicksand. In this moment, the true fate exuded a rolling magical light. Momentarily, the true fate was lifted up and it absorbed all of the spirit energy in one breath. Suddenly, the spring of life, the tree of life, the cauldron of life. All of the energy of life, the fire of life, and the water of life continuously flew without pause into the true fate, the tyrant of the entire fate palace. In addition, the fire inside the cauldron of life was burning all the way to the sky while the spring of life was flowing endlessly. At this time, Li Qiye's body shook and suddenly regained his wits. He was happy since he finally broke through to the heavens mandate 3rd level, turning mysterious truths and stepped into the transforming Tao law level. As long as his transforming Tao law reached grand perfection, it would be the first step into the warrior canopy realm. In reality, Li Qiye was not the only one practicing hard. Even the younger generation like Nan Huiran and Chu Daily didn't go out. They stayed behind in the courtyard for a harsh cultivation session. The one practicing the craziest and most diligently was Chen Baojiao. She courageously and stubbornly pushed forward with an unmatchable momentum. Regarding Chen Baojiao's will to cultivate, anyone would click their tongues in amazement and tingle in cold chill in admiration for her craziness. No one would have thought that a country-toppling beauty like Chen Baojiao would cultivate in such a dangerous manner. However, Chen Baojiao's efforts were rewarded. Even though she destroyed her Tao foundation to start it over from scratch, her cultivation speed was faster compared to anyone else, and she could easily break the record of any genius. Li Qiye originally wanted to reach the warrior canopy realm, but because of Elder Yun's arrival, he had to stop his cultivation. Elder Yun is here, and he brought along all of the items you needed. Li Shuangyan immediately brought the message of Elder Yun's arrival to Li Qiye. Hearing the message, Li Qiye immediately stopped cultivating and went to meet Elder Yun. Young noble Li, His Highness made me bring all of the items you needed here for you. Seeing Li Qiye, Elder Yun could be said to be very courteous, and he told Li Qiye. Elder Yun was the 9 Saint Demon Gate's first elder. That year, when Li Qiye went to the 9 Saint Demon Gate, he was the one who was kicked flying away by the stone statue. Elder Yun, as the 9 Saint Demon Gate's first elder, was a 7 celestial enlightened being, and he could even push the limit to become an 8 celestial enlightened being. He had a very high ranking regardless of whether he was in the 9 Saint Demon Gate or Old Ox Country, he was a prominent character. But today, this Elder Yun of the 7 celestial enlightened being level was very respectful and polite towards Li Qiye. Elder Yun handed a universal pouch to Li Qiye. After opening it and finding that all of the items wanted by him were there and nothing was short, Li Qiye couldn't help but praise. The 9 Saint Demon Gate's strength is indeed not ordinary, you are even able to find such rare medicinal herbs. Elder Yun busily smiled. The truth was that in order to obtain these medicinal herbs, the 9 Saint Demon Gate had to expend an abnormal sum. Humph, you're only a little brat. What outstanding virtues does he have to be worshipped like this by the 9 Saint Demon Gate? At this time, a very raspy voice sounded along with the footsteps of one man followed by a young man. Li Qiye looked up and saw that it was an old man who wore treasure-like clothing that had a mysterious crown along with a blood energy that resembled a rainbow. One step forward was accompanied by continuous thunders like the moving of mountains. He, step by step, moved forward and the grand earth gave way, giving the feeling that each of his steps was traversing an entire world. This old man's entire body was exerting and devouring refined energy, and faintly, there were 8 stars floating up and down around him. The young man behind the old man was Leng Qingfeng. At this moment, Leng Qingfeng seemed deferential. Seeing the old man coming in, Elder Yun changed his expression and even Li Xuanyan, standing next to Li Qie, sank her expression. "Uncle Lei, you came as well?" Elder Yun quickly went forward to greet. He didn't think that a supreme elder of the sect would also come as well. At the same time, he could smell a whiff of unfortunate information. Lei Shi was one of the few supreme elders of the Nine-Saint Demon Gate, a very heaven-defying ancient saint. To the current world that had experienced the difficult Tao era, an ancient saint was very unfathomable. They were able to create clouds with one swing of the hand and start the rain with one turn of the palm. This is related to the rise and fall of my Nine-Saint Demon Gate. How could I not come here personally? Humph, if such a grand matter was lost in the hands of a little child, where will my Nine-Saint Demon Gate's face be placed at? The old man coldly spoke. From beginning to end, he didn't glance at Li Qie once. In his eyes, Li Qie, a junior of this level, was not enough to reach the apex. When seeing him, Li Qie must be respectful. Elder Yun did not know what to say. As the first elder of the Nine-Saint Demon Gate, he naturally knew one of the reasons clearly. Lei Shi was not only a supreme elder, but also the grandmaster of Leng Qingfeng. Demon King Luan Ri was fond of Li Qie, and he even left Li Xuanyan to stay by Li Qie's side. This was opposed by a few elders of the Nine-Saint Demon Gate, especially the first branch of Supreme Elder Lei Shi. Lei Shi had wanted for Leng Qingfeng to marry Li Xuanyan, and he even proposed this marriage to Demon King Luan Ri. In Lei Shi's view, Leng Qingfeng was the oldest brother of the Nine-Saint Demon Gate, and he was also the favorite successor of his. And Li Xuanyan was a genius disciple and the future successor of the Nine-Saint Demon Gate. The two of them becoming Tao companions, nothing could be better. However, Lei Shi's marriage proposal was refused on the spot by Demon King Luan Ri, and Li Xuanyan herself did not agree to this marriage. Later, Demon King Luan Ri then wanted to leave Li Xuanyan at the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect. How could Lei Shi not be strongly opposed to this matter? It was even more needless to say that he did not view Li Qie favorably. Lei Shi was identified as a supreme elder and an ancient saint. It could be said that he considered himself to be high above, and he essentially didn't place a junior like Li Qie in his eyes. He didn't glimpse at Li Qie at all from start to finish. However, Li Qie was even more unbridled and didn't even lift up his eyelids at all. He was too lazy to even give Lei Shi a glance. I heard that recently, Elder Lei Shi's first branch had been very close with the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom. My master over there sent news that, not long ago, older brother Leng took a trip to the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom and Elder Lei even had the intention of letting him join the Ancient Kingdom. I didn't think that your Nine-Saint Demon Gate's disciples could also join another sect. Li Qie couldn't help but to take another glance at Li Xuanyan. Li Xuanyan replied, "This type of matter is dependent on the situation. If the two countries were in an alliance, experts in my sect could become an ambassador and accept the title bestowment from the royal expert of the other country to become a royal noble. This sort of thing happened throughout the history of the Nine-Saint Demon Gate. If the circumstances permits it, then the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect disciples can also join other sections. Looking for more powerful allies." Li Qie smiled and understood the policy of the Nine-Saint Demon Gate. Sometimes, this is a matter with no other choice. Here, Li Xuanyan looked at Li Qie and continued, after the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect's decline, as the most staunch ally of the sect, our Nine-Saint Demon Gate also suffered a great impact. Without powerful allies, our Nine-Saint Demon Gate would have found it difficult to stand. This was why, should the situation permit and both sides have an agreement, the geniuses of our sect can also join a different sect. Such as the War God Temple. Li Qie slightly nodded while understanding the interests hidden within. The Nine-Saint Demon Gate was indeed powerful, but, like the Azure mysterious ancient kingdom and certain immortal emperors' lineages, they were stronger than the 9 Saint Demon Gate. Li Xuanyan nodded her head in agreement. My 9 Saint Demon Gate did have some of our most outstanding geniuses join the War God Temple in the end. This is also one of the reasons why the War God Temple strongly supports our 9 Saint Demon Gate. Li Qiye did not find this matter strange. In many grand sects and powerful nations, ancient factions and sacred schools, even immortal emperors' lineages all exchanged their disciples or brought their best disciples with the highest aptitudes to a more powerful sect. Such things belonged to the exchange of interests amongst allies. Li Qiye only smiled regarding this matter. This was an internal affair of the 9 Saint Demon Gate, and he did not bother to ask more. No matter what, the first branch of Elder Lei she still wants to rise using the Azure mysterious ancient kingdom, especially older brother Leng. When he couldn't become the inheritor of the 9 Saint Demon Gate, he became even closer to the Azure mysterious ancient kingdom. Elder Lei is not a simple ancient saint like he seems, he is an 8th celestial ancient saint, and some people even speculated that he has the chance to break through to the 9th celestial. You are better off being cautious of him. Li Xuanyan earnestly reminded Li Qiye. The enlightened being realm goes up to the 7th celestial. Each level was 1 celestial. A 7 celestial enlightened being was the highest level of the enlightened being. A grand completion 7 celestial enlightened being would step into the ancient saint realm. However, there were always cultivators more talented than others. They could exceed the 7th celestial limit to form the 8th celestial, or even the 9th celestial. 8 celestial enlightened beings were heaven-defying existences while 9 celestial enlightened beings reached the true limit and broke through the chains of the Tao. They were even more unfathomable because the 9th celestial title was eternal. Once one achieves the 9 celestial enlightened being realm, this title would follow one throughout their entire life. From the ancient past till now, not many cultivators achieved the 9 celestial title. Regarding Li Xuanyan's earnest reminder, Li Qiye couldn't help but laugh. He slowly looked at Li Xuanyan for a little bit and slowly smiled before he said, "Little Xuanyan, you are my maid, not my babysitter. You don't need to be so attentive like this. You go to Hela." Li Xuanyan's face turned red by his words, and she gritted her teeth from anger. No longer caring about the image of a lady, she rudely kicked forward. "It is only a joke, do you need to be so excited?" Li Qiye slid over and smilingly said. Li Xuanyan's soft chest swayed up and down from anger as her face blushed. This youthful girly attitude like a liberating colorful peach plum was movingly beautiful. She angrily glared at Li Qiye, and she was clearly older than Li Qiye by a lot. Yet, she was called Little Xuanyan by this little kid in front of her, how could she not tremble with anger? Be cautious, anger is bad for your health. Li Qiye smiled and turned around to leave. "I will be refining a Dan cauldron, don't bother me." Li Qiye left, leaving behind the angry Li Xuanyan. After a long while, Li Xuanyan quelled the anger in her heart and thought about Li Qiye's arrogance. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry and, ultimately, she had to let out a smile. In the room, Li Qiye took out the 1 heavenly cauldron and fueled the fire. The flames turned into individual medicinal cauldrons and Li Qiye threw the spirit medicines that were well prepared by the 9 Saint Demon Gate, one by one, into the cauldrons. Chapter 170, Ancient Street, 2, Each step, Li Qiye held his breath with extreme caution. He was refining a batch of mysterious Dan cauldrons. Even a minor effort would ruin his entire cauldron of medicinal Dan. Of course, he was refining mysterious Dan. Only, he had the Dan recipe, and this cauldron of mysterious Dan was a preparation to enter the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground. The alchemy god's grand canon had more written down than just the Tao of Dan, it also had a large amount of precious Dan recipes. Outside of the countless Dan recipes created by the Dark Crow and the alchemy god, there were also some ancient Dan recipes. They were so old that they were impossible to be tracked back through time, and some Dan recipes were even from the legendary era. In order to obtain these peerlessly supreme Dan recipes, he, along with the alchemy god that year, traveled throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths and expended countless amounts of effort. Li Qiye took 10 whole days in order to refine this cauldron. Li Xuanyan did not know what medicines he was refining, but she still uncomplainingly kept guard for Li Qiye all the way until his Dan was successfully formed. Good, the first step is finally done. Li Qiye withdrew his Dan and smilingly said to Li Xuanyan, "Now, I have to calculate which earth immortal to begin with in order to trick them." Li Xuanyan couldn't help but to glare at him. She was always as cold as ice, so her little girl's expression truly had a different flavor. In reality, she did not personally agree with him taking such a risk. To fool an earth immortal. One could only imagine how dangerous this would be. You can calculate everything with your fingers. Rather than fooling earth immortals, why not go for a walk at the ancient street? Maybe you will be able to pick up something good. Li Xuanyan said. The ancient street opened. Hearing this, Li Qiye felt surprised and asked. It has been open for several days now. The group of Nan Huiran all slipped out one day, and even older brother too went once. However, they came back home empty-handed. Li Xuanyan said. Come, we will go check out the ancient street. Call Chen Baojiao as well to see if we can pick up some treasures for you too. Hearing this news, Li Qiye was excited and told Li Xuanyan. Chen Baojiao was practicing harshly and was happy to hear the news. Recently, she was only focusing on cultivation. Now was the chance for her to go outside and get some fresh air. Buying treasures at the ancient street. Do we have enough money? Chen Baojiao had an idea, but she still couldn't help but to ask first. Although Chen Baojiao had some savings, but to buy one treasure, it could be a price as high as the sky. This wasn't something that she could afford. In reality, Chen Baojiao also knew that Li Qiye was a young master, but he didn't have much money. To be more frank, this brat was poor with empty hands, it was not even comparable to her savings. You can be at ease. Even if I, this young noble, doesn't have any money, your big sister Xuanyan has a lot of money. To take a step back and speak, even if Xuanyan doesn't have enough money, with the 9 Saint Demon Gate paying for us, what are you afraid of? Li Qiye calmly said. Li Qiye's words were actually the truth. Li Xuanyan was the descendant of the 9 Saint Demon Gate. She had a monstrous amount of refined jade. Compared to a young master like him, Li Xuanyan was a genuine wealthy woman. Li Qiye speaking like this left Li Xuanyan angrily glaring at him, and she said, spending a woman's money, how can you say so? Li Qiye was unperturbed and slowly replied, why can't I say so? As my maid, even you are mine, let alone your wealth. You, Li Xuanyan's cheeks flushed red and became hot while angrily glaring at Li Qiye. Meanwhile, Chen Baojiao was pursing up her lovable lips. With her elegant and charming eyes along with an alluring style, it was enough for others to become crazy and lose their souls. In the end, the master and servant group of Li Qiye left for the ancient street, and the old servant of Chen Baojiao, Shi Gondang, also appeared out of nowhere and followed them in a silent and transparent manner for protection. The ancient street was located inside ancient Sky City. Rather than an ancient street, it was more appropriate to call it an ancient pavilion. This was an ancient pavilion with hallways surrounded by water along with scattered stone mountains and lakes with very wide areas. The ancient street had always existed, and no one knew when it was created, or by whom. In short, from the impressions of everyone since the ancient past, the ancient street was always there. And the ancient street at certain intervals would automatically open for some time. This attracted the big characters from the sects to come here to trade. One could say that the ones able to buy treasures at the ancient street all had great origins. If they were part of a heaven-defying generation, then they were the tyrants of one direction. Of course, only the ones with pockets full of money and treasures would dare to come to the ancient street to buy items. Otherwise, even if they entered the ancient street, they could only watch the treasures while sighing in lamentation. Even though there were many crooks and little merchants in ancient Sky City, neither of these types of people were willing to come to a place like the ancient street. They were very clear that everyone who came to the ancient street were either from a grand sect or a ruler of one direction. These types of people had eyes as bright as the torches, and the bargain items of the crooks would not enter the eyes of these people. Fooling these types of characters were seeking their own deaths. Before the group of Li Chia arrived, the ancient street was already very crowded and bustling with people that were busily entering and leaving. There were royal nobles, enlightened beings, and even ancient saints walking about, not to mention the descendants and disciples of the grand sects and countries. Inside the ancient street, countless saint childs and princesses, princes and members of royalty were entering. These people were of a generation that threw money around like trash. They all wanted to buy their favorite treasures from the ancient street. Meanwhile, there were also a few cultivators of the previous generation that went to the ancient street to dig out treasures. They wanted to buy precious and mysterious treasures at a low price. Of course, the ones who dared to come and dig treasures all had some skills. Amongst the very bustling ancient streets, not to mention the older generations that came to dig treasures and show off their own, but many younger cultivators also came here to participate in the fun as well as to dig treasures along with other purposes. It could be said that the ancient street was full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers, and it was an area where young geniuses were congregating. Countless geniuses wanted to visit this street to make friends amongst the prowling wolves and hissing tigers while vying for special attention. The saint childs and princesses were even more unique with extravagant showings so that others would become amazed and fearful. This is Princess Xiu Sei of the refined cloud country, Ah. She could be said to be the #1 beauty of the Grand Middle Territory, supremely peerless. At this moment, an imperial phoenix carriage arrived at the ancient street, so a cultivator said in astonishment. One could see a phoenix imperial carriage pulled by a heavenly rainbow swan. When its wings opened, they were large enough to cover the empty sky. The imperial phoenix carriage was made from godly ore. There was an exceptional beauty on top of the carriage. With her body encompassing all the beauty of the southern country like a lustering aqua pearl or the blooming Ling mountain flowers, her stature was enveloped by the essence of the heaven and earth and encompassed the majestic beauty of the mountains and rivers. There was another young man surrounded by 3 to 5 royal nobles. It was like all the stars cupping themselves around the moon. They were traveling with a treasure boat instead of walking. Their rolling presence captured cultivators' attention and fingers. Isn't that the saint child from the strange mountain's sacred ground? I heard that he became sworn brothers with Tao child Xingtian. There were also geniuses of the younger generation walking alone as well. However, illustrious individuals would always be illustrious as dragons and phoenixes amongst men. No matter where they went, they would attract attention, like Jewel Pillar Saint Child. When he stepped into the ancient street, many cultivators were alarmed. Jewel Pillar Saint Child's body was like a godly mountain. Even as he was traveling alone, always low-key, his humility was not enough to hide the aura of his grand completion king physique. He appeared to be a crane amongst a flock of chicken. Some female cultivators were in admiration because of this, and they lively exclaimed, even if Saint Child is keeping a low profile, he is still a giant amongst men, he's watched over by everyone no matter where he goes. There were some others stepping into the ancient street, making others take a step back and retreat. There was a woman stepping into the ancient street, around the age of 20 and dressed in black, while carrying a black sword that was filled with murderous intent. With an elegant and well-rounded body, this woman's figure was peachly tall. Her black robe outlined the tempting and plump curves on her body as she walked solitarily forward in a strong and beautiful manner. However, her embracing the black sword while treading forward had the image of an unsheathed godly sword that was filled with murderous intent. This was not a cold murderous air, but a heartless murderous intent. Descendant of the divine sword's sacred ground, seeing this woman, no matter who it was, they had to retreat with chilling hearts. No cultivators dared to get close, let alone go to have a chat. The younger generation was taking the lead by visiting the ancient street, but at the same time, there were great characters of the previous generations as well. With some existences greater than even ancient saints, it caused others to lose their colors after hearing their names. The bustling ancient street had many cultivators here to trade, but there was a difference between this place and the small merchants on the streets of ancient Sky City. Even though the ancient street was very busy, very few sellers were shouting and advertising their own merchandise. In the end, all of the items that could be sold here were all good stuff, and there was no need for the sellers to yell. Although many young cultivators were selling treasures, there were more older cultivators in the ancient street taking out their treasures next to the street without saying anything. They were just sitting there. They sat cross-legged in their places. There were also some with a sign in front of them, mentioning what they wished to sell and buy. Every seller was different. Some people wanted to trade items for items, and some wanted to trade with refined jades. There were also others trading medicinal pills in exchange for mysterious treasures. Li Qiye stepped into the ancient street, and it started many waves. Li Qiye had an ordinary appearance and did not attract attention, but Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao, by his side, were different. One was a supreme beauty with a cold-as-ice countenance while the other was a country-toppling peerless temptress. With two beauties as companions, no matter where they went, it would always garner the eyes of others. Isn't that goddessly with Princess Chen? The two women walking together attracted a lot of astonishment. Suddenly, countless gazes that were able to kill people were aimed and casted towards Li Qiye. An ordinary and common little brat yet had two supernatural beauties as friends. Plus, they were the heaven's proud daughters renowned throughout the Grand Middle Territory. Such luck with beautiful women, how could other people not be jealous of it? Chapter 171, Unopenable Stone Chest. 1. Under the countless gazes of murderous jealousy, Li Qiye essentially ignored it and still leisurely walked with soft footsteps on the ancient street. The ancient street was indeed a good place with pavilions and water balconies. At this place, people could not only trade but could even find friends in this place to congregate and walk the street together. It was extremely lively and vast. It couldn't be seen completely with just several walkthroughs. Li Qiye's eyes were attracted by many treasures while walking on the ancient street. There was an old cultivator sitting on a balcony near the corner with a very large sign that had these words written above, "Condensing silver sacred leaf." Another cultivator in front of them had a big chest with the following big words on top, "Half Saint Medicine, Trade for a Fire Spirit Longevity Law Manual." Li Qiye walked along the ancient street with the group of Li Shuangyan. Even heaven's proud daughters coming from grand sects like Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao were amazed and convinced by the extraordinary items for trade on this street. They didn't get too far before Li Qiye was suddenly attracted by an item sold by a cultivator at a corner. This cultivator was an aged water dragon. A look at the dual horns on his head made it clear that he had lived for 10,000s of years. The item being sold by this old water dragon was contained in a crystal cylinder. It was a fish not large of size. In addition, from a glance, it was very cute and round like a small leather ball. There were swelling patches of 5 colors patched on its body, seemingly very pretty. This was a fish that was not particularly notable. In the ancient street with people coming and going, not many would notice such a fish, and at most, some would only occasionally glance at it. However, most of the gazes were attracted by the old water dragon. In the end, a 10,000-year-old water dragon reaching the Tao would absolutely be a great character. Dum dum dum, Li Qiye walked forward and tapped on the crystal cylinder with his finger. He tapped with a very specific rhythm, like a sword repeatedly hitting the crystal cylinder. The way Li Qiye's fingers suddenly teased the crystal cylinder like a sword alarmed the fish, and its originally plump body became swollen as red light suddenly sprayed out. In the blink of an eye, the fish's entire body ignited with fiery flames and screamed out dragon roars. The sudden transformation not only scared the group of Li Shuangyan, but also the nearby cultivators who then came and gathered around. What godly item is this? Seeing this fish spewing out dragon roars with fiery flames all over its body, an old cultivator said with a changed expression. Fiery dragon fish. Li Qie, seeing the fish completely in flame in front of him, couldn't help but become a bit moved. He wanted to buy the fish. The old dragon lifted his head up, revealing a bright and frightening light in his eyes. At this moment, he slightly nodded his head and said, "Correct. Fiery dragon fish, a pure dragon species. Although it is still young, it is peerlessly supreme. Real pure dragons, no matter whether they were heavenly beasts or mysterious beasts, they were extremely rare. A pure dragon species could one day evolve into a true dragon, becoming a sacred beast." Fiery dragon fish, an old cultivator emotionally exclaimed, "Legends has it that only the northern fiery sea would have such an existence. Even just one is difficult to find every 10,000 years." Suddenly, the surrounding cultivators' hearts began to beat faster. Who could not be moved by such a treasure? If they could raise a true dragon in the future, it would be really amazing. "How are you selling this fiery dragon fish?" A great character couldn't restrain himself and asked. The old dragon slowly raised his head with eyes like lightning and looked at the group of people, then he slowly said, "Trade for 9 longevity fish." Hearing the answer of the old dragon, everyone glanced at each other. The fiery dragon fish was precious, but the 9 longevity fish was just as valuable. Li Qie shook his head and immediately left without asking a second question. The group of Li Shuangyan also followed. After a fair distance, Li Shuangyan softly asked, "You wanted that fiery dragon fish? That fish is not bad, but unfortunately, it isn't worth that price." Li Qie smiled and said. "Why?" The following Shigandang in the back couldn't help but ask, "Young noble, I heard that the fiery dragon fish and the 9 longevity fish were similarly precious, both are extremely rare spirit items." "That isn't wrong." Li Qie smiled and said, "That fiery dragonfish's true fate is incomplete. If one wants to groom it into a true dragon, it would be harder than reaching the heavens. Using a 9 longevity fish to trade for it, this is clearly a loss. Catching a fiery dragon fish is easier said than done, otherwise, the old dragon wouldn't have been in such a hurry to sell it." Not to mention the two girls Li Shuangyan, but even Shigandang was very surprised. This was his first time seeing a fiery dragon fish. As an enlightened being, he couldn't see anything wrong with the fiery dragon fish, yet Li Qie, with just a glance, knew that the fish's true fate was incomplete. This was too unbelievable. Li Qie continued to stroll the ancient street with the two girls. One had to say that, although the items displayed on the ancient street were indeed treasures, there weren't many items that could be fancied by Li Qie. A virtuous paragon true treasure. As Li Qie was walking below a rocky hill, someone exclaimed up ahead. Hearing this shout, many people changed their expressions and, in a short amount of time, many people surrounded the area. Whoever could help this old man do one thing, this old man will give the person a treasure. At this time, a coarse old voice rang out from the crowd. Li Qie, who was just passing by, also became surprised. The first gesture was to give others a virtuous paragon true treasure. This was indeed unfathomable. He brought the two girls closer into the crowd to observe. Below the rocky hill was an old man dressed in gray while wearing a strange paper hat that was filled with dust, forming oily layers. No one knew how long he had been wearing this paper hat for. He also had a docile look, seemingly ordinary. At this time, the old man slowly took out a true treasure. Even though this true treasure looked like it was picked up from a garbage heap and was covered by a random piece of tattered paper, this true treasure faintly exuded a wisp of light, causing everyone to shiver. When touched by these lights, even an ancient saint would be frightened inside with fear. To be exact, this is a virtuous Lord true treasure. It is made from the extremely rare 8 Dao sacred Oregon. The old man slowly placed the true treasure on the ground. Virtuous Lord was a title of virtuous paragons. Within virtuous paragons, there were distinguishments and virtuous ancestor was the strongest. There was a legend that if immortal emperors didn't appear, then virtuous ancestors were invincible. Taking out a virtuous lord true treasure at his first move immediately drew in countless spectators. After the old man took out the virtuous lord true treasure, he then slowly took out a longevity treasure. It also seemed like it was taken from a garbage heap and was also covered by a piece of torn paper. It was as carefree as possible. This longevity treasure placed on the ground revealed a corner from the torn piece of paper. It emanated a smoke of blood energy. Suddenly, this monstrous blood energy filled the sky like an endless ocean, and the cultivators here couldn't help but to lose their colors. This is a virtuous paragon longevity treasure. It is from a longevity spirit, a 4 million-year-old true fire beast's life ring was used to create it. The old man continued to speak slowly. Hearing this, everyone had to take a deep breath. A 4 million-year-old true fire beast, how frightening was this existence? Even a virtuous paragon would be sucked dry by it. Suddenly, the observing crowds looked around in amazement. This old man was too heaven-defying, taking out one virtuous paragon true treasure and one virtuous paragon longevity treasure. Either one was enough to destroy a sect or a lineage. What on earth was this old man's origin? What drove people even crazier was that the extremely precious virtuous paragon true treasure and longevity treasure were wrapped in pieces of torn paper by the old man. It was as if they were picked up from the garbage heap. After taking out the two items, he reached inside his chest again and fumbled around as if he was finding another treasure. Everyone suddenly became worried, and they felt itchy inside. They were curious about what the third item taken out by the old man would be. Old man, hurry up and take out the treasure. Don't torture us, ah. A great character saw that the old man was searching inside his chest for half a day but didn't take out anything, so he couldn't help but to yell. Don't bother this old man searching stuff. The old man didn't even lift his head and only waved his hand. It seemed as if he was chasing away a fly. Pop, a noise sounded, and this great character didn't even have time to react before being thrown outside of the ancient street while spewing a mouthful of blood. Everyone took a cold breath. The great character who talked earlier was an enlightened being, but now he was like a fly being driven out of the ancient street. This caused all of the spectators to take a step back while shuddering in their hearts. Everyone then realized that this old man before them could not be bullied. Otherwise, he would not easily take out a virtuous paragon true treasure and longevity treasure. As the saying went, one cannot easily show your wealth. A person easily taking out two treasures that incited eye-reddening greed, this meant that he was not afraid of being robbed by others. With this interrupting event, all of the spectators at this place didn't dare to speak. They all held their breath as the old man ahead of them was looking for something. Finally, he found a very old-looking ancient scroll from his chest. This scroll was tied up by a rope made out of grass. The old man placed it on the ground and slowly said, "This is a six-beast formation." Hearing this, many people looked at each other. They had never heard of this six-beast formation. However, the old man just took out a virtuous paragon true treasure along with a longevity treasure. This thing called the six-beast formation must also be of an extraordinary origin. The old man, at this time, seemingly wanted to do something fun, and he took out a stone trunk from somewhere. This stone trunk was not big nor small. It was simple and unadorned, and it did not garner much attention. Li Chia, in this crowd while watching the lively event, became serious as he saw this stone trunk and his heart shook. He didn't think that he would be able to see this item again. At this moment, he stared intensely at the old man ahead. Chapter 172, Unopenable Stone Chest, 2, You have seen this item before. After following Li Chia for so long, Li Xuanyan understood Li Chia more than anyone else. She felt that changes in Li Chia and softly whispered in his ear. Li Qiye didn't speak and only stared at the old man with the corner of his lips slightly perched, revealing a faint smile. This old man wants everyone to do a very simple thing. At this moment, the old man raised his head and cheerfully smiled at everyone, then he said, "To anyone who can open this chest, they can pick any one out of these 3 treasures." Finished speaking, the old man's eyes narrowed from having laughed so hard as he patted the stone chest beneath his feet. Such words from the old man left everyone in an uproar. Such a thing was too incredible, it was as if there was a big pie falling down from the sky. By opening the chest box, one could immediately grab a virtuous paragon true treasure or longevity treasure. This was the best thing in the world. Thus, after the old man finished speaking, everyone stared at the old man up ahead in disbelief. Is this the truth? A demon monarch of the royal noble realm couldn't help but ask. The old man's eyes squinted as he smilingly said, "This is more real than even pearls, this is absolutely not a joke. This old man's words are made out of gold, and I never go back on my words. Whoever opens this stone chest can pick any one out of these 3 treasures. Any conditions?" Suddenly, everyone was eager to try for this pie falling down from the sky, and who would want to miss this great opportunity? No conditions. It doesn't matter if you hit, split, or use fire. Anything is possible as long as you can open this stone chest. The old man happily smiled and said, I'll go, I'll go, I'll go." Suddenly, everyone was scrambling forward, wanting to immediately rush up to open the stone chest. "Don't worry, no rush, take your time, everyone will have a chance." The old man casually waved his hand and stopped everyone from rushing up. He smiled and said, "Those who want to try will need to make a line first. One at a time." Earlier, the old man easily threw an enlightened being outside, so when he opened his mouth at this moment, everyone didn't dare to be presumptuous, they immediately went silent. A clever person immediately got in front and shouted, "We'll form a line." In this moment, everyone rushed forward to form a long line. Amongst the line were ordinary disciples. There was also royal nobles of one direction, and even enlightened beings and ancient saints. However, Li Qiye did not line up. He dragged Li Xuanyan and Chen Baojiao to the side and calmly observed the fun. In just a short moment, there was a long line with a huge and spectacular crowd. Go ahead. You need to be quick when it is someone's turn. Only 3 shots at the most, don't waste other people's time. The old man smiled. Open, standing at the very front was a demon monarch. He quickly rushed up and reached out with his hand, grabbing the stone chest's buckle. He firmly lifted up as his demon monarch's blood energy was flowing and the demon aura pierced the sky. The muscles on his body constricted and exerted a power capable of vibrating the mountains. However, regardless of how much power he used, even if he mustered up all of his strength, he was not able to open this stone chest. Open for me. The demon monarch did not give up and transformed back to his real body. This was a great ape with extremely sharp dual claws. He ferociously held on to the top of the chest, but the stone chest was still like before and didn't move a single bit. You can't do it, next. The old man shook his head and said. The demon monarch was reluctant, but he exerted all of his strength yet was still unable to open this stone chest. Even if he was not willing, he couldn't do anything about it. Thus, he angrily retired and stood to the side to enjoy the bustling scene. Break, the second person was an enlightened being. He opened his mouth to spit out a long, bony, and sharp blade that was surrounded by Yin energy. This bony blade was very frightening, and its Yin energy could devour everything. Clang, however, no matter how terrifying this bony blade was, as it struck the top of the stone chest still didn't move and was not damaged. Not even a blade mark was left behind. Clang, 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 this big character cut 3 blades in a row. Each of them was able to split the rivers and mountains, but it couldn't damage this stone chest even a little bit. Next dash, the old man was too lazy to take another look at this enlightened being. He shook his head then said, "Open for me." The third cultivator in line uttered a long roar and his fate palace was hung atop of his head while his life wheel was rolling non-stop. All of the blood energy was being refined into blood needles that pierced the top of the stone chest like lightning. However, the result was still the same, it couldn't open this stone chest. Next dash, the old man shook his head disappointedly. Momentarily after, cultivators, one after another, took turn to come out, and they activated their techniques and means. One cultivator used a true treasure to split the stone chest, another used ice to freeze it, one crazily hit the stone chest, and another used a medicinal water to soak the stone chest. However, regardless of the method, the stone chest was still motionless without suffering any damage. Finally, an ancient saint took action. He opened his palm and started refining the sun and the moon, putting the heaven and earth into his palm. All of the blood energy and world's essence transformed into a sword light in his palm. This one decapitating strike had the potential to open the heaven and split the earth, but it was not able to split this stone chest open. Eventually, almost everyone had a turn. But still, no one could open this stone chest. This stone chest was like a boulder in the toilet, both smelly and hard, causing everyone to vomit blood in their hearts. They loved and hated it at the same time, and everyone wanted to walk to the front to ruthlessly step on it several times. At this time, everyone here was just staring at each other helplessly. This stone chest was indeed a monster, it was essentially impossible to open. "I will go." At this point, a cold-as-ice voice appeared. A murderous intent that suffocated the sky rushed forward, causing everyone to lose their colors and retreat one step backward. A girl embracing a sword came forward step by step with a murderous aura like a ferocious beast. This girl, cold and emotionless, murderous and chilling, it caused everyone to tremble with fear from her extremely severe killing presence. Her stance was not merely posturing for show, it was to kill. Each move would definitely taste blood and take away a man's life. Even if the girl was caressing the unsheathed sword in her chest, others still sensed a smell of blood and couldn't help but to shudder. The descendant of the divine sword, sacred ground. Seeing the girl dressed in black, someone involuntarily cried out. Feeling her murderous and severe aura, they felt the chill and didn't dare to be near her. They took several steps back at once. Many people saw the girl in black and they shivered in their hearts. The descendant of the divine sword, sacred ground. Hearing about this heritage and the descendant coming out from the sacred ground left people in fear. The divine sword, sacred ground sounded domineering to people who did not know about it. However, people who knew the history of the divine sword, sacred ground. Hearing the 4 words, divine sword, sacred ground, they would absolutely feel their blood run cold. The divine sword, sacred ground was one of the great sacred grounds of the Eastern Desolace, and it was also an immortal emperor's lineage. Created by immortal Emperor Yi Ti, its prestige was used to propagate throughout all directions. During the era of immortal Emperor Yi, night, Ti, cry, there was a saying that goes like this: young children hearing his name will stop crying, Ti, at night, Yi. The explanation for this was, during that era, any child who cried at night would immediately stop after hearing the name Immortal Emperor Yi Ti. Thus, he was called Immortal Emperor Yi Ti by others. Immortal Emperor Yi Ti was skilled with the sword throughout his entire life. His Tao of the sword was supremely peerless, and people even praised him as the sword god. However, he was even more adept at killing. Immortal Emperor Yi Ti used killing to prove his Tao and killed mercilessly throughout his life. Although, ever since the ancient ages till now, immortal emperors all killed countless enemies. However, some people believe that immortal Emperor Yi Ti killed the most people. There was even a legend that claimed that, in order to prove his matchless Tao of murder, he even killed his own wife. Even though no one could confirm this legend, this alone was enough to make the future generation be aware of immortal Emperor Yi Ti's murderous ruthlessness. The divine sword Sacred Ground was powerful to the point of being unfathomable. Each era, very few disciples of the Sacred Ground would be seen walking in this world. However, once one of them set off, there would be a rain of blood that stenched the winds. They were absolutely death gods dreaded by all. The girl in black ahead of them came from the divine sword Sacred Ground. And to top it off, she was the descendant. How could people not lose their colors and courage after hearing this news? The girl in black was as cold as the sword, chilling like the steel. She stood in front of the stone chest with her beautiful eyes focused and unleashed two murderous lights in a flash. Clang, between the lights and fire, she made a move. No one knew how she unleashed her sword, but with one swing that encompassed unbeatable murderous intent, it was seen by everyone. As this sword edge swung down, it was enough to show its murderous invincibility, causing everyone to faintly shiver. Everyone felt chilly all over, and their necks were as cold as ice. It was as if fresh blood was flowing out. At this very second, everyone felt that this one sword did not slash the stone chest, but ended on their necks instead. The cowards fell to the ground on their butts and peed in their pants. They were frightened by this terrifying killing intent. Clang, however, this invincible killing intent was not enough to cut open this smelly and hard stone chest. The stone chest was not harmed even the tiniest bit under this one sword. Even the girl in black couldn't believe it. She had extreme confidence in her one sword. Not to mention this stone chest, even a godly ore would be cut under this one descending sword. However, the stone chest in front was without any damage, and this was simply unthinkable. The girl in black couldn't help but fiercely gaze forward. The gaze was seemingly capable of piercing through the stone chest with her killing intent. "You can't do it." The old man shook his head and said, "Your sword is indeed a good sword, and the sword technique is indeed unrivaled, but you still won't do." So many people already attempted to open the chest, but the old man did not evaluate them even once. At this moment, he finally spoke. This was sufficient to show that the girl in black was indeed exceptional. Even though the girl in black couldn't accept it and felt that it was inconceivable, she didn't make another move and retreated to the side without saying a word. As she was standing to the side, everyone else quickly took 3 steps back. They didn't dare to approach. Such a death god like this, no one wanted to offend them. Once provoked, death was the only path. Chapter 173, Heavenly Sky Plate, 1. After the descendant of the divine sword Sacred Ground stood to one side, no more cultivators were willing to give it a try. Even an ancient saint could not open this stone chest, other people more so. Anyone else? The old man sat in his place and squinted his eyes to look at everyone. At this point, many cultivators became silent. They finally realized that there was no such thing as a pie falling down from the sky. This old man took out the coveted virtuous paragon true treasure and longevity treasure, yet he threw them down like trash. One could only imagine how great his personal ability must be. If he couldn't open it and wanted to use treasures to seek the wise, how could they open it? "I'll try a little bit." When everyone else was lost, a loud voice appeared. An awe-inspiring young man stepped forward with dragon steps and tiger strides. This spirited young man stomped the ground and moved forward with impressive momentum. His gaze revealed a disdain of all under the heavens, and he had a godly saber on his back. Despite being sheathed, it still emitted a faint dragon roar and phoenix cry along with a powerful aura. With this saber on his back, this young man became even more extraordinary. It was as if the dragons and phoenixes were his friends. This allowed him to soar to the high heavens. The Space Trample Mountain's disciple. A cultivator saw the crest of this youth and emotionally burst out. The expressions of many cultivators, after hearing the name, Space Trample Mountain, secretly drew a cold breath. The Space Trample Mountain's name was renowned in the current era, and any immortal emperor's lineage would be careful in dealing with them. The Space Trample Mountain was a heritage created by immortal Emperor Ta Kong. Immortal Emperor Ta Kong was the most recent immortal emperor. His influence in the current era was greater than the old ancient immortal emperors. In the current land under the heavens, anyone would be moved when the space trample mountain was mentioned. 50,000 years ago, immortal Emperor Ta Kong shouldered the heavens' will and became invincible. 30,000 years ago, immortal Emperor Ta Kong then fought against the Black Dragon King until the entire 9 worlds ruptured. Even though immortal Emperor Ta Kong already vanished, but in contemporary times, his prestige was still enough to render the gods frightened and retreat. Today, when immortal Emperor Ta Kong's disciple appeared here on the ancient street, how could the expressions of the people here not greatly change? In everyone's mind, the space trample mountain was an unreachable existence up in the 9 heavens, unfathomable with endless emperor's power that could not be challenged by anyone. Jikong Jian, disciple of the space trample mountain, ah. A royal noble recognized the young man ahead, and he muttered in a moved tone. Jikong Jian stepped forward and looked at the stone chest before him. He then lightly snorted and solemnly took out an item. He lifted an inkstone in his hand. The inkstone was not big and was like a coiling dragon. However, as he held the inkstone in his hand, it was like a sacred mountain with supreme majesticity. It pillared the sky above and suppressed the 9 underworlds below, which rendered others amazed. From just a glance, it was obviously a godly item. There was not a lot of ink left inside the inkstone as it was still rolling inside. Yet, it was derivating its own grand world with all sorts of strange and amazing scenery. Emperor's possession, noticing the emperor's aura faintly exuding from the inkstone, an enlightened being involuntarily cried out. Hearing the 2 words, emperor's possession, many cultivators unconsciously took a step back in astonishment. An immortal emperor's possession, this was an item that could suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Seeing everyone move like this, Jikong Jian, who held the inkstone in his hand, was very pleased and slowly said, "This is the inkstone used by my ancestor. Ancestor grinded this ink here to write imperial proclamations to order the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and to reign over all existences." Jikong Jian couldn't be blamed for being so proud of himself. This inkstone was not only simply used by immortal Emperor Ta Kong, he grinded the ink to write imperial proclamations and order the world. The emperor's power and immortal intent inside was truly very powerful. Open. At this time, Jikong Jian uttered a long roar and unleashed a palm with the inkstone. The ink inside was sent rolling like a parading true dragon. The little amount of ink left formed a floating drop, turning into an emperor's word, the word open. When the emperor's word formed, strands and strands of the immortal emperor's universal laws emitted clanking sounds. Even though this immortal emperor's universal law was as fine as silk, the emperor's power and immortal intent suddenly exploded and jumped to the high sky, causing everyone present to shiver and unconsciously want to prostrate themselves in worship. But at this moment, when everyone thought this would be able to open the stone chest, the emperor's word fell on top of it and only a pop sound occurred. It was not able to open the stone chest. The stone chest was still motionless and unharmed. It was as if nothing could ever move it. Impossible. Jikong Jian couldn't help but scream. He couldn't believe this impossible matter. Everyone's eyes became bigger in complete disbelief. An emperor's possession was heaven-defying. A bit of emperor's power was enough to slay an ancient saint. However, this emperor's word was not able to open this stone chest contrary to everyone's expectations. How is this possible? Jikong Jian took a deep breath. Even though an emperor's possession wouldn't dare to claim invincibility, a powerful emperor's word would still be at a level of unimaginable power. However, this emperor's word was still unable to open the stone chest. This was the first time Jikong Jian witnessed such an unbelievable matter. In his eyes, there was nothing an emperor's possession couldn't do. An emperor's possession is not bad. The old man squinted his eyes, but he laughed and said, "However, compared to the black sword of the little lady over there, it is not even close." That black sword was used by immortal Emperor Yi Ti at a young age, and it bathed the sky with an ocean of blood. It slayed the gods up above and decapitated the ferocious devils down below. Of course, if you want to try again, then continue, you still have 2 more chances. The old man's words frightened everyone present, and they all glanced at the black sword caressed by the girl in black before taking a step back from fear. No one thought that this black sword was a godly sword used by immortal Emperor Yi Ti. Even if it was only during his youth, it was still extremely frightening and was a dreadful thing. Since the origin of the black sword was revealed, the girl in black's gaze chilled into a murderous sword intent that seemed as if it could annihilate the sky. Little girl, you are still far too lacking. Even if your ancestor came, he would still have to walk the long way around me. The old man leisurely spoke and did not put the girl in black's killing intent in his eyes. Her killing intent fell upon reaching his body as if it was the spring breeze, not enough to reach the apex. Even though the girl in black's killing intent was monstrous and absolutely fierce, she knew that she had met a powerful person this time, and she didn't dare to make a reckless move. Still want to try? The old man took away his gaze, then he looked back at Jikong Jian, standing in front of the stone chest, as he asked. Jikong Jian angrily stomped his foot and retracted his inkstone. Even though he was unwilling, he still retreated to the sideline. His inkstone was indeed heaven-defying, but as an emperor's possession, the ink left in it was very little and couldn't be used many times more. He naturally would treasure it since such an item could save his life in a dangerous predicament. Anyone else want to try? The old man laughed and stared at everyone, then he slowly spoke. This old man will have this stall out here until the ancient street ends. If anyone wants to give it a try, feel free to do so. Of course, I also welcome everyone to call your friends, tell this good news to your friends and seniors. No matter who it is, as long as they can open the stone chest, then they can freely choose any one of the 3 treasures. The old man's words left everyone speechless. Someone even wanted to jump up and curse at him. This was just deception, right? Even an emperor's word was not able to open this stone chest, how could anyone else open it? Unless an immortal emperor's life treasure or true treasure came, otherwise, what item would be able to open this toy? Even though any of the 3 treasures up ahead was coveted by all, but when even an emperor's word failed, others couldn't even dream about opening it. What was considered an easy pie falling from the sky was now a dead thought to all of these people. Opening this stone chest was harder than ascending the heavens. Opening this stone chest, this matter is by no means difficult, just a breakfast meal. But when everyone was silent, a leisurely and comfortable voice rang. As these words came out, everyone glanced at its origin and saw a mundane kid. They immediately became unhappy, then they saw the 2 supreme beauties by this ordinary kid's side and became even more annoyed. Even Jikong Jian coldly snorted. Little brother's words are truly confident. The old man lifted his head and squinted his eyes, staring at this ordinary-looking young man. Li Qie, who was always standing at the side to watch the fun, slowly walked forward at this time and looked at this stone chest as he calmly said, "To me, opening this stone chest is just an easy meal." Humph, boasting doesn't rely on just words but also experience and ability. Li Qie's words made many people present upset. There were royal nobles, enlightened beings, and even ancient saints, dreaded by all, here. They could not open this stone chest, but, this 15-year-old little boy in front of them dared to boast. Such big words. Even Jikong Jian coldly snorted. He took out and controlled an emperor's possession earlier to use the word open, but still failed to open the stone chest. Now, this nameless junior ahead dared to spout arrogant words, saying that it was as easy as a breakfast meal to open this chest. How could Jikong Jian remain calm? Li Qie simply didn't care about the crowd and looked at the stone chest before revealing a smile. The old man squinted and looked at Li Qie, then he said, "If little brother is so sure, then hurry up and open it. Once opened, you can pick any treasure of the 3 treasures in front of me, why hesitate?" Li Qie glanced at the three treasures and calmly said, "These three treasures, to tell the truth, although they are not bad, but they are not enough to enter my sight." Chapter 174, Heavenly Sky Plate, 2, such words just came out from Li Qie, suddenly drawing numerous gazes. What kind of joke was this? A virtuous paragon true treasure and virtuous paragon longevity treasure was not enough to enter his eyes. This type of boasting was way too big. Ha, really big tone ya. A cultivator who knew Li Qie's background couldn't help but sarcastically say, 30,000 years ago, the cleansing incense ancient sect could probably boast like this, but the cleansing incense ancient sect of today is just a third-rate sect. I'm afraid mustering all of its strength would not even be able to take out a single virtuous paragon true treasure. Today, just a junior from the cleansing incense ancient sect still has the nerve to bluster and not put a virtuous paragon true treasure in his eyes. This matter is too ridiculous. Regarding this kind of sarcasm, Li Qie didn't bother to give notice to it even once. From the three treasures, he took out the 6-beast formation and said, "This formation can do. However, wanting me to open this stone chest, just this formation volume alone will not do, you have to add another item." "What do you want?" The old man couldn't help but to become serious as he looked straight at Li Qie. Li Qie leisurely and comfortably replied, "The item I want is very simple. If you have a heavenly sky plate on your body, give it to me. Then, I'll help you open the stone chest." Li Qie's words caused great changes to the old man's expression. In a flash, his eyes turned into a whirlpool between the heaven and earth, incomparably resplendent. It was capable of receiving the heaven and earth and refine the 9 worlds with gods born inside. The sudden brilliance in the old man's eyes caused everyone to lose their colors. Even ancient saints had to take a cold breath and they couldn't help but to take a step back. Suddenly, everyone understood that this deep and unmeasurable old man must not be vexed. However, very soon after, the old man's eyes faded again into a faint appearance. He squinted his eyes and looked at Li Qie, then he slowly said, "Little boy, you don't have a small appetite ya." Li Qie was still carefree and smiled. Then, he said, "My appetite has always been big. However, other ideas need not to be said. There is no item in this world that I cannot eat. You can think about it a bit, I won't force a sale." The old man couldn't help but narrow his eyes. It was obvious that he was hesitating a bit. Other people here didn't know what the heavenly sky plate in Li Qie's words was, but this was the old man who easily took out a virtuous paragon true treasure and longevity treasure, yet he was hesitating at this moment. This sufficed to say that the heavenly sky plate was absolutely incredible. Li Qie gently patted on the stone chest and leisurely said, "Wanting to obtain the item in this, how can it be possible without paying a little price? Missing this opportunity, I'm afraid no one else will be able to open it." The old man paused for a bit, and he finally made a decision as he said, "Good, boy, I'll lose money this one time. As long as you can open this stone chest, the 6-beast formation is yours, the heavenly sky plate will also belong to you." Finished speaking, he took out an ancient box and placed it on the floor. Li Qie picked it up and opened the ancient box. Immediately, endless star lights rushed out of the box and illuminated the sky, turning into a boundless winding galaxy with the sun and moon appearing with inexhaustible and strange phenomena. When the ancient box closed, the strange phenomena immediately vanished. Although no one clearly saw what the heavenly sky plate was, but seeing such a strange phenomenon like this, everyone knew that the thing called heavenly sky plate was absolutely great. It really is the heavenly sky plate. Li Qie was satisfied and slowly nodded his head as he said. The old man narrowed his eyes at Li Qie, and he slowly said, "Little boy, it's your turn. However, you better not be boasting to the high heaven. If you can't open the stone chest, watch out or else I will beat all of your teeth down to the ground." "What is difficult about this?" Li Qie smiled and reached out to gently stroke the stone chest. His touch was very soft. It was as if he was rubbing a lover's shoulder. Humph, even if you touched it 10,000 times, it is still impossible to open this stone chest. Seeing Li Qie stroking the stone chest, someone was annoyed and coldly sneered. However, Li Qie ignored him and crouched down. Then, he whispered softly next to the stone chest. It was as if he was intimately whispering to his lover. No one could hear these soft words that were being said. Crack! A clear and crisp sound appeared right when Li Qie was standing up. The unthinkable happened, and the stone chest was actually opened. The whole area was suddenly in complete silence. Everyone couldn't believe, with their eyes wide open, that a stone chest unable to be opened by even an emperor's word was so easily cracked. What is that? At this point, people with keen eyes saw that inside the stone chest was a small gold coffin. Seeing this item, they were stunned for a while. Everyone thought that inside the stone chest would be a heaven-shattering treasure, but it was a small golden coffin. The old man was very deft and grabbed the small golden coffin inside his chest at once. His expression was like a treasure guardian embracing his gold. It seemed as if he was afraid of it being robbed from him by others. Many people failed to see this small golden coffin's nature, but since it was already stored inside the old man's chest, no one dared to ask him to take it out so that everyone could have a little look. Momentarily, countless people felt itchy inside and wanted to know what the small golden coffin contained, but, since the old man didn't say, other people didn't have a method of finding out. After a while, the old man finally hid his golden coffin well enough, so his old pair of eyes glared at Li Qie and asked in astonishment, "How is this possible?" At this time, Li Qie had the 6-beast formation and the ancient box in his hand. He looked at the old man's eyes and calmly said, "Nothing is impossible, because I am Li Qie." To such ordinary words, even Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao couldn't help but to glance at each other. This phrase was most likely the most confident statement in this world. All of the fiercest rhetorics in this world would not be equal to this one phrase, "I am Li Qie." In reality, not only the old man, but everyone else was amazed as they stared at Li Qie. Li Qie easily opened something that even an emperor's possession couldn't. This matter was simply impossible. However, the truth was in front of them, they couldn't deny it. This sort of thing was downright demonic. Li Qie smiled and smiled some more, and he retreated while judging the 2 items in his hands with satisfaction. He didn't think he would have such a harvest. However, thinking about the small golden coffin, he gently sighed. "Dao friend, how about selling the heavenly sky plate to me?" As Li Qie was moving back, Ji Kongjian said in a deep tone. Li Qie didn't even bat his eyelid as he replied, "Private item, not for sale." Ji Kongjian didn't give up and continued, "As long as Dao friend names a price, there is no item that my space trample mountain cannot afford. As long as Dao friend is willing to sell, Dao friend will certainly be satisfied with the price." Not selling. Li Qie was too lazy to waste words with Ji Kongjian. He handed the 6-beast formation along with the heavenly sky plate to Li Shuangyan. Dao friend shouldn't flatly refuse and should reconsider it a little bit. Ji Kongjian gravely said, "Doing a friendly favor for my space trample mountain is a very advantageous thing for your future." At this moment, Li Qie lifted up his head and glanced at Ji Kongjian once, then he slowly retorted, "What about space trample mountain? If uncle doesn't want to sell, not to mention the space trample mountain, but even if the grandpas from mysterious bamboo mountain came, I still wouldn't sell. Don't like it? Bite me ah." Li Qie saying this immediately sank Ji Kongjian's expression. Many people here glanced at each other. This brat was too arrogant, he even dared to offend Ji Kongjian. Humph dash, finally, Ji Kongjian coldly snorted and turned around to leave. Even though the anger in his mind was burning, but since he came from an immortal emperor's lineage, he couldn't force a sale in front of so many watchful eyes. After all, the space trample mountain was a heritage with face. Oh, what a pity, seeing someone else picking up the pie falling from the sky, many people lamented and moved on one after another. There were some with their eyes flashing cold lights, thinking about different ideas. However, inside the ancient street, no one dared to blatantly rob because this was a taboo to all cultivators. Robbing blatantly in a marketplace was breaking the rule, and it was equivalent to creating enmity with all of the great characters who were selling items. "We'll have a stroll at other places." Li Qiye smiled and said. However, before Li Qiye left, the old man suddenly waved at Li Qiye. Li Qiye smiled and stepped forward, then he leisurely asked, "So? You have more treasures to give to me?" The old man squinted his eyes from laughter and said, "Treasure, ah, this is not a difficult thing. Hee, little brother, I see that you have a wonderfully pure foundation, an immortal physique and immortal fate. It's hard to come by such an amazing genius every 10 million years. This old man is untalented, but I have inexhaustible godly techniques, and I have a sudden fondness for little brother's talent. Why not think about it for a little bit and join my sect? This old man will pass down to you supreme godly techniques. In the future, you will shoulder the heavens will and sweep through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. This will not be a difficult matter." The old man's words caused Li Qiye to be unable to hold his laughter. He looked at the old man and said, "These words sound like they came from a liar. I am a mortal physique, mortal fate, and mortal wheel. How could I have an immortal physique and immortal fate? Wanting to fool a child. Next time, find a more stupid person. A mortal physique and mortal fate are still fine." The old man busily continued, "Since the ancient past till now, countless wise sages had a mortal physique and mortal fate. In the end, they climbed the peak and obtained invincibility. Since the ancient past till now, people who became immortal emperors with mortal physiques are not few in number. As long as little brother has a heart willing to seek the Tao, physiques and fate palaces are nothing. This old man will pass down to you a supreme godly technique capable of breaking the chains of the physique, although you persuade with a deluge of heavenly flowers with incomparable seduction. Unfortunately, I am not interested." Li Qiye turned around and left. This time, the old man was really in a hurry, and he quickly said, Wait, little brother, this old man is truly loving your talents and truly wanting to accept you as a disciple. I'm definitely not trying to fool you. If little brother is afraid that I am trying to fool you, then how about this? These 2 virtuous paragon treasures will be the greeting presents of us 2 master and disciple." Having said this, the old man quickly grabbed the virtuous paragon treasures on the ground and placed it into Li Qiye's chest. Such a scene caused the group of Li Shuangyan's eyes to be foolish in a daze. For any cultivator, no one wouldn't want to accept a wise man as a teacher. If they were able to obtain a wise man's Tao instruction, their future would be promising, and their Tao cultivation would have great results with little work. Chapter 175, An Eve's Tile Bringing About a Calamity. 1. To any cultivator of the previous generation, accepting a disciple was a very prudent matter. Not mentioning a wise man, even royal noble level experts were very picky when picking a disciple. The old man before them was, without a doubt, an unfathomable and hidden wise man, but at this moment, he was begging for Li Qiye to be his apprentice. Such a thing was truly rare to see. What stunned the group of Li Shuangyan even more was that this old man immediately started with treasures of the virtuous paragon level as a greeting gift. This was too extravagant and left them in sudden speechlessness. With such a luxurious master, countless young heroes in this world would cry out wanting to become his disciple. To be able to have such a wise man as their master, they wouldn't have to worry about eating and drinking costs for the rest of their lives. Li Qiye, on the other hand, was not interested. He shook his head and said, I'm not interested, you should still just find someone else to be your disciple. Think about it, first accept these treasures. Wait until you use them, then you will understand the advantage of treasures. The old man kept on handing the treasures all the way to the door. he placed the treasures into Li Qia's arms again and again. "I am very moved by your enthusiasm, but I do not need a master," Li Qia said with a smile and returned the two virtuous paragon treasures back to the old man. The old man was speechless and then couldn't help but say, Hey, little boy, do you need to be like this? Worshipping me as your teacher is very advantageous for you. How about this? As long as you follow master, this treasure matter is not anything. You say the words, what treasures would satisfy you to accept me as your master? The old man's phrase heroically soared all the way to the sky with a look of throwing all caution to the wind. Fine, you find 10 immortal emperor true treasures for me, then I will worship you as a master. Li Qia glanced at the old man whose pride was reaching the sky and said cheerfully. 10 immortal emperor true treasures. Do you think they are just cabbages? The old man heard this and his expression greatly sank. Whether they are cabbages or not, I don't know. Li Qia shrugged and smilingly said, this is your business, you think about it carefully. With that, he bursted out in laughter then turned around to leave. Li Xuanyan's group couldn't help but wryly smile. Other people wished to worship such a wise man as their master, but Li Qia acted as if it was nothing to worry about. Little boy, really think about it. I will be staying at the ancient street for some time. Once you've figured it out, you can always come back and find me. As long as you worship me as your master, you will be able to eat well and drink extravagantly, this is not a big deal. The old man did not give up and yelled after Li Qia's back as he was leaving. Li Qia only shrugged and smiled from afar with an uninterested appearance. With such enthusiasm and sincerity from the old man, even Chen Baojiao couldn't help but ask, why is young noble so reluctant? In my perspective, this old man is unfathomable, he absolutely has a great background. The 9 worlds might be big, but there is still no one qualified to be my master. Li Qia leisurely said. Worshipping other as a master. What kind of joke was this? He even groomed immortal emperors. He couldn't even count all the existences that he taught to be capable of sweeping through the 8 decimalaces and 6 directions. Someone able to be his master in this world. One truly could not be found. However, Sect Master Su is your master. Li Xuanyan wanted to crack down on Li Qia, and she leisurely said with her always cold as ice demeanor. Li Qia glared at her once and said, that is a coincidence, a coincidence. Do you know what a coincidence is? This demeanor of Li Qia's made Li Xuanyan and Chen Baojiao chuckle for a moment. The two supreme beauties smiling coyly was so pretty, causing countless people's souls to become crazy as they walked into the walls, unaware. Shi Gondang, who had always been following in the back, could only lightly sigh. This was a gap. If it was him, when such a wise man was accepting a disciple, he could even let go of all face and immediately kowtow to worship him as a master. This luxurious master would be hard to find in millions of years. However, Li Qia didn't even think that it was a thing. Even when virtuous paragon treasures were used as a greeting gift, he didn't even bat an eye. This was a gap of life that he could not catch up to. Why is it that you can open the stone chest? Thinking about the matter from earlier, Chen Baojiao couldn't help but to ask about such an unbelievable matter. Even though she had seen many amazing things while following Li Qia, she couldn't help herself. Li Qia paused a bit after hearing her question. He gently sighed in his heart, how could he not know how to open this chest? If he couldn't open it, then could there be someone else in this world that was able to? One had to know that he personally buried this stone chest that year. This was an old tale. This is a secret. Once revealed, it will no longer be mysterious. In the end, Li Qia answered Chen Baojiao like this. Chen Baojiao was, of course, dissatisfied with such an answer and angrily glared at Li Qia. However, Li Xuanyan understood Li Qia better. At this moment, she realized that the stone chest reminded Li Qia of some old matters. But as for what was on his mind, it was impossible for her to know. Li Qiye said to Li Shuangyan, the 6 beast formation and heavenly sky plate, you take them and do a good job at cultivating. These 2 items will hold many good things for you. Li Shuangyan loved formations, so Li Qiye wanting the 6 beast formation and the heavenly sky plate was tailored for Li Shuangyan. Otherwise, he wouldn't open the stone chest for the old man. What about little sister Baojiao? Li Shuangyan conversely asked this question. She was not lacking in treasures, plus, she also had the 6 Dao sword. However, Chen Baojiao, after leaving the Chen clan, did not get any treasure. These 2 treasures are not suitable for her. Li Qiye shook his head and said, wait until there are suitable treasures, I will help her find 1 or 2. Chen Baojiao had a sense of propriety and didn't ask Li Qiye for a treasure. Even though even the group of Nan Huiran was given treasures, only she was without one, but she still didn't ask. She knew that Li Qiye had an order to those who followed him. The time she had followed him was much shorter than the group of Li Shuangyan, so being shared treasures after them was no surprise. What thing was in that small golden coffin? After walking a short distance, Li Shuangyan, who had always understood Li Qiye, couldn't help but quietly ask. She saw the item inside the stone chest, and it was clear that the old man greatly valued this small golden coffin. Just to open the stone chest and obtain this coffin, the old man did not mind using great virtuous paragon treasures to trade. This meant that the item inside the small golden coffin was extremely heaven-shaking, or the small golden coffin itself was a heaven-shaking treasure. Referring to the small golden coffin, Li Qiye gently sighed and finally said, the thing that no one in this world could expect. Li Qiye's answer was the same as not having answered at all, but Li Shuangyan did not inquire any further. In reality, Chen Baojiao was also very curious regarding the item inside the small golden coffin. Since Li Qiye didn't answer, she couldn't ask again. The ancient street was very lively with people coming and going with non-stop trading. Some people sold godly medicines while others acquired treasures. Then there were some who wanted to find their fated ones. There were all kinds of people in this place. Compared to the street hawks in ancient Sky City's roads, the sellers on the ancient street simply didn't yell. If they wanted to sell treasures, they simply placed them on the ground and waited for buyers to come and inquire about them. However, there were exceptions. In a corner of the ancient street, there was a stall set up. This was a medicine shop with 2 people. One was an old man, and the other was a young girl. The old man shouted to attract customers while the girl had her head down, seemingly displaying the herbal medicines. Old Su Sui's Pharmacy, 3 million years of golden reputation. Friends traveling by, you absolutely cannot miss it. Soul medicine, beast marrow, longevity blood, everything needed is here. Longevity medicine, life pill, golden paste. Nothing is missing. 1 medicine to extend 100 years, 1 dan to satisfy all 9 needs, 1 golden paste to save a dead person. The price is just right, the price is fair. Throughout the entire Grand Middle Territory, no, throughout the entire Mortal Emperor world, there is no cheaper medicine shop. The old man at the stall mustered his throat and raucously yelled. With a goatee, eyes the size of mung beans, and a face filled with wrinkles, this old man was a bit funny in appearance. When he smiled and shouted, the wrinkles looked like undulating waves. However, his business was very booming. To many cultivators, longevity medicines and life pills were both necessary expenditures. Plus, the alchemy masters of each sect were limited. Inside the great sects, disciples able to be given these medicines were not many, so many cultivators could only purchase these items outside. Of course, the medicines sold outside were not cheap. Cultivators that were able to afford them definitely came from the big sections. The longevity medicines and fate pills along with soul grass and beast marrows of this old man were not few as he had a steady stream of buyers. Do you have a 5 transformation fate pill or not? What price? An ancient saint stepped into the old man's medicine stall and asked. 5 transformation fate pill. Yes, 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 however, only 3 pills are left. The old medicine man laughed and said, one fate pill sells for 600,000 heavenly sovereign refined jades. 600,000 heavenly sovereign refined jades. Hearing the answer of the old man, the ancient saint jumped and said, Old man, you are too shady, you might as well go rob people. A 5 transformation fate pill is mainly used by ancient saints, yet you are selling it for heavenly sovereign refined jades. 600,000 ancient saint refined jades is more reasonable. This Tao friend, you are already an ancient saint, a rare expert in this time, you should also be aware of this. To an alchemy master, fate pills are the hardest to refine. My fate pills are 6 transformation and 7 attainments, these are definitely popular. It takes a very long time for me to refine just one pill, and collecting the Dan grass along with the spirit medicines are not easy. Plus, my probability of 7 attainments. This medicine Grandpa Su Sui can bet that across the entire ancient Sky City, not many places can sell 7 attainments. If this type of fate pill were to be sold with ancient saint refined jades, then wouldn't everyone be here to rob them? This ancient saint immediately became silent. Even though this price was not of common sense, but, what he said was true. To cultivators, physique pastes and longevity medicines were easier to come by while fate pills were harder. Especially ancient saint-level fate pills, they were even more difficult to find. Finally, this ancient saint, with great heartache, took out his universal pouch to buy the fate pill. However, he was very satisfied with a 7 attainment fate pill. This old alchemist Su Xiu did have some real abilities. He was absolutely a great alchemist. This was why, even though his Dan prices were outrageous, his business was still especially good. When Li Qiye passed by this medicinal stall, he couldn't help but to stop his steps, he was attracted by an item on top of the medicine stall. This item was placed in the most eye-catching location of the stall, and it was even especially labeled by a sign on top, Heirloom Treasure Sale. If it was an heirloom treasure, then anyone would inquire about it. However, this type of heirloom would not be asked by anyone about the price. The reason was very simple, this item was only a piece of eaves tile. This eaves tile was grey with very rough workmanship. It even made others question whether this tile was simply picked up on the old rooftop or not. If this piece of broken tile was a family heirloom, then there were too many family heirlooms in this world. Old alchemist Su Xiu especially set up his stall in such a position, wanting to sell the heirloom, so even his guests coming to buy the spirit medicine couldn't help but look at him strangely. Others even asked, such an item can also become a family heirloom? Hee, this is absolutely our family heirloom, it cannot be fake. Then, old alchemist Su Xiu smiled and asked, does Dao friend want to buy it? Am I sick or something? Buying a broken tile back to do what? An angry customer replied to old alchemist Su Xiu. Such words from the guest caused the young girl, who was always keeping her head down and fixing the medicinal stall, to become stiff. Others were dismissive of the broken tile, and most of them thought that it was just the old man being funny. However, Li Qiye was attracted by this eaves tile. Li Qiye went over to pick up this tile and meticulously gauged it again and again. It was as if this piece of eaves tile was a rare treasure in this world. He carefully analyzed the tile in his hand. It seemed that he was unwilling to miss a single small detail. Hee, this brother is someone who knows his stuff. You absolutely have insight as bright as a torch. Old alchemist Su Xiu saw Li Qiye's immediate interest in this tile once he arrived, then loudly exclaimed, it seems like you are destined with this treasure, hurry and buy it. Li Qiye carefully looked at it again with the most minute detail, then he looked up at old alchemist Su Xiu and asked, this is your family heirloom? Hee, not right, this is my disciple's family heirloom. Old alchemist Su Xiu told the young girl who was tidying up the medicine stall and said, silly girl, we found someone with an insight for treasures, a guest wants to buy your family heirloom. When the girl lifted her head, everyone's eyes became brightened. The girl in front, although was not equal to Li Shuangyan or Chen Baojiao, these peerless beauties, but she had an aura as if she was the amalgamation of heaven and the earth's mountains and rivers. Looking at her eyes, one was met with a direct spirit energy. Her extremely vivid beautiful pair of eyes seemed to know how to talk and were able to go straight to the deepest part of the heart. The girl's complexion was pale and she was dressed in grey clothing without any cosmetics as if she was a farmer's daughter, but her spirit energy was still threatening. "This is your family heirloom?" Li Qiye looked at the girl in front and asked. The girl didn't say anything as her pair of spiritual threatening eyes were looking at Li Qiye, then she gently nodded. "Your surname is Wu." Finished speaking, he stared intensely at every move of the young girl. Hearing this, the girl went stiff for a moment while her spirited eyes stared strangely at Li Qiye, because Li Qiye got her surname right. Li Qiye was sure after seeing this girl's reaction. Brother is really amazing with insight as bright as a torch. Hi, this treasure and brother are destined, brother should buy it now. Old alchemist Su Xiu, seeing Li Qiye liking this piece of tile, immediately urged him to buy it. As for Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao, they couldn't help but to look at each other. To tell the truth, no matter how they looked at it, they couldn't see what was so special about this eaves tile. This was only an eaves tile, it simply didn't have anything special at all. However, they believed that Li Qiye must have his reasons for placing so much importance on this seemingly cheap tile. This is indeed a treasure of one sect. Li Qiye carefully looked at this tile again and gently nodded. Only a fool would consider a broken tile as a treasure. At this point, a cold sneer appeared. Leng Qingfeng came forward and coldly laughed. Leng Qingfeng coming to this place was to make it difficult for Li Qiye. His sudden appearance caused Li Shuangyan to frown. She knew that Leng Qingfeng was antagonistic towards Li Qiye. The truth was, she wasn't worried for Li Qiye. In her eyes, Leng Qingfeng provoking Li Qiye was the same as courting death. However, as disciples of the same sect, she didn't hope for them to kill each other. But if Leng Qingfeng wanted to follow the path to his own doom, no one could save him. Li Qiye was simply too lazy to give him even one glance. He looked at the young girl and asked, "If this is your family heirloom, why sell it?" The girl was silent and didn't answer Li Qiye's question. Meanwhile, old alchemist Su Xiu, to the side, smilingly said, "My silly girl is very unfortunate. She has health problems and needs money to cure it, so, she couldn't not sell her family heirloom. So this is the case, no wonder why you are selling the family heirloom." Li Qiye looked at the girl and gently nodded his head. This kind of old story is full of mistakes, only an idiot would believe it. Leng Qingfeng sneered and said, You need money so you're selling the family heirloom? And even selling a piece of broken tile at that. This made-up story, anyone who believes this is a fool. Leng Qingfeng's words immediately caused the girl's face to become beet red, and old alchemist Su Xiu's expression also sank, then he dryly spoke, "If this Dao friend doesn't want to buy, then don't stand here and speak nonsense. My medicine stall is printed with a gold seal for more than 3 million years. We only sell the good stuff." Humph! Denounced by the old alchemist, Leng Qingfeng couldn't restrain his face, so he coldly sneered and said, "Good, I'll buy it. Don't forget, I chose it first." Li Qiye was actually not angry. At this point, he smiled cheerfully at Leng Qingfeng and said, "With just you?" Leng Qingfeng was annoyed at Li Qiye's provocation. He sneered in his heart and told the old alchemist, "What is the price of your eaves tile? This young noble wants it. Even if he bids, I will double his bid to buy it." Leng Qingfeng's intention was to antagonize Li Qiye. He actually wished to kill Li Qiye, so he naturally didn't give Li Qiye any face. The hatred of having his dream lover stolen. He vowed that he would not stay a human if this hatred was not recompensed. This Dao friend wants to buy it. It was clear that old alchemist Su Xiu also wasn't pleased with Leng Qingfeng, and he cheerfully asked. Less nonsense, hurry up and name a price. This young noble is lacking everything, but not money. Since Li Xuanyan was here, Leng Qingfeng's blood was upwelling even more, and he put on an outspoken and straightforward style. He wanted to suppress Li Qie till he was short of breath, wanted Li Qie to lose all sensibility in front of people, and wanted for Li Xuanyan to know that he was really the one who has abilities. Not expensive, I trust that this Dao friend can buy it. Old alchemist Su Xiu smiled and said, this family heirloom only needs 10 virtuous ancestor refined jades. Hearing old alchemist Su Xiu's words, Leng Qingfeng became frozen in place and couldn't react in time. In fact, all of the cultivators who were buying fate pills at this place couldn't help but to take a cold breath. 10 virtuous ancestor refined jades. This was an amount that would scare people to death. Looking at the world, many cultivators hadn't even seen such an item throughout their entire life. Virtuous ancestor refined jades. In this world, besides immortal emperor refined jades, there were no other items that were worth more money than it. Refined jades could be said to be the currency between cultivators. Each piece of refined jade was condensed from the essence of the heaven and earth. Moreover, refined jade outside of being currency had a wide amount of usages. It could be used to build a Dao platform, open a Dao gate, form a grand formation, and create a heaven cave. Virtuous ancestor refined jades were in existence only losing to immortal emperor refined jades. It could be said to be the second largest currency denomination for cultivators. Not to mention a cultivator, even a sect would not necessarily be able to dig out 10 virtuous ancestor refined jades, it was simply too precious. Are you kidding? 1 Eve's tile for 10 virtuous ancestor refined jades. You might as well become a robber. A cultivator here couldn't help but exclaim. This matter was beyond reasonable limits. However, old alchemist Su Xiu's expression became stiff as he coldly said, this is not a joke. 10 virtuous ancestor refined jades, I definitely will not sell below this price. What made the cultivators here flabbergasted was that the old man before them was able to sell 5 transformation fate pills, so he was absolutely not a crook. Moreover, the spirit medicines and Dan grass in his stall were all good stuff. Since he said so, it was absolutely not fake. What is this Eve's tile? At this time, even others who were only here to buy spirit medicines also became frustrated. They simply did not see how this tile was worth this price. What now? Does great Master Leng of ours, not lacking money, still want to buy it or not? Li Qie, at this time, leisurely asked. When others antagonized him, he did not mind ruthlessly stepping on their face. Leng Qingfeng suddenly turned red, especially under the situation where so many people were watching, he didn't have a stair to step down on. Earlier, he didn't hold his words. Now, they were like water spattered outside and he couldn't withdraw them. As the oldest disciple of the 9 Saint Demon Gate and favored by his grandmaster, he had a huge amount of refined jades. Plus, he recently went on a diplomatic mission to the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom and had lucrative profit. However, he really couldn't take out 10 virtuous ancestor refined jades. Moreover, wasting 10 virtuous ancestor refined jades to buy an Eve's tile. Only if he was crazy would he do so. No matter what, he couldn't buy such a tile, and he couldn't afford to buy it in the first place. Chapter 177, Mysterious Eve's Tile, 1. Seeing Leng Qingfeng's face flushed red, Li Qie had an exaggerated expression as he said, is this right? Didn't our young Master Leng say he wasn't lacking money? Only 10 virtuous ancestor refined jades, to young Master Leng, this is nothing. It is only losing 1 hair from 9 oxen. If young Master Leng doesn't lack money, then just buy it. Li Qie never showed leniency towards his enemies. When others wanted to hit him in the face, he would ruthlessly stomp on theirs until they were trampled beneath his foot. Leng Qingfeng was shaking in anger with an extremely hard-to-look-at face. Earlier, he was boasting, but now, it was too late to take back the words. Leng Qingfeng's red face finally fiercely stared at Li Qiye and sneered, "You are speaking as if you can afford it? Humph, 10 virtuous ancestor refined jades, even if you sell your entire cleansing incense ancient sect, it still would not be enough. I truly cannot come up with 10 virtuous ancestor refined jades." Li Qiye leisurely smiled and said, "To tell you the truth, to me, 10 virtuous ancestor refined jades is indeed a monstrous sum. A poor sect like your cleansing incense ancient sect, I'm afraid that you haven't even seen a virtuous ancestor refined jade. Not to mention a virtuous ancestor refined jade, I'm afraid that you can't even take out one heavenly king refined jade. Humph, a destitute person like you being able to take out 10 refined jades, that would be truly unthinkable." Hearing Li Qiye's answer, Leng Qingfeng immediately sneered and did not miss the opportunity to laugh at Li Qiye. The guests present could see that Li Qiye and Leng Qingfeng had a quarrel. They naturally didn't want to join this muddled water and were only watching the fun occasion from the sidelines. To Leng Qingfeng's mockery, Li Qiye was in no hurry at all. He was still calm as ever and slowly said, "I am indeed a person who is poor. Even though I don't have a lot of refined jades in my pocket, this does not mean that I can't afford it. Shuangyan, pay in my stead." Finished speaking, he ordered Li Shuangyan. Li Shuangyan didn't say anything and only took out a jade imperial seal as she gently placed it over the medicine stall. Then she spoke, "Old alchemist, this is the largest treasure imperial seal of my 9 Saint Demon Gate." Seeing Li Shuangyan taking out such an item, Leng Qingfeng's expression greatly changed. As the oldest disciple of the 9 Saint Demon Gate, he naturally knew the meaning of this item. This jade imperial seal was able to take out the largest amounts of refined jades and medicinal ingredients, along with godly ore and treasure metals, of the 9 Saint Demon Gate. A treasure imperial seal like this in the entire 9 Saint Demon Gate numbered no more than 3. One was in the gate itself, one was in the hands of Elder Jian, and the last one was in the hands of the gate master. Seeing this jade imperial seal, Leng Qingfeng already knew which piece of imperial seal it was within the 3. Li Qiye glanced at Leng Qingfeng once and leisurely said, "I really don't have much money. However, the 9 Saint Demon Gate is so hospitable, and I don't mind being a prodigal child. I don't know if young Master Leng still wants to buy any other family heirlooms or not. So that we can have a bidding war to see who can bid higher." His words were meant to fiercely stomp on Leng Qingfeng's face. The 9 Saint Demon Gate was relying on Li Qiye. If Li Qiye could successfully bury the War God Temple's ancestor, then, to the 9 Saint Demon Gate, money was not an issue. Once successful, the benefits were endless for the 9 Saint Demon Gate, and the War God Temple would become its strongest backer in the future. Thus, Demon King Luan Ri was naturally generous regarding Li Qiye. If he wanted money, give money, if he wanted materials, then give materials. However, Li Qiye was simply too lazy to take advantage of the 9 Saint Demon Gate. This jade imperial seal of Demon King Luan Ri was given to Li Shuangyan to carry along. Today, Leng Qingfeng was not smart and came to provoke him. Li Qiye, of course, was willing to ruthlessly step on his face. Leng Qingfeng was absolutely livid with anger. His trembling self, once again, lost to Li Qiye. Restraining the fire in his stomach, he coldly grunted and turned around to leave. Continuing to stay would only result in him losing even more face. Crazy person, seeing someone spending 10 virtuous ancestor refined jades to buy an eaves tile, other cultivators couldn't help but shake their heads. Before they left, they said such a phrase. What, second-generation children? They could not compare to such a prodigal child. 10 virtuous ancestor refined jades to buy a tile, this was too ridiculous. Hearing this, Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao, at this time, became amazed. Immortal emperors bestowed treasures. Then it had to be difficult to gauge. I know this. Li Qie leisurely smiled and said, I can buy it, but I will need a bottle of her blood. Finished speaking, he pointed at the young girl. Old alchemist Su Xiu couldn't help but to watch Li Qie for a while because this tile was his disciple's family heirloom. He also pondered about it for a long time, but he couldn't figure out what was precious about it. At the moment, it seemed like Li Qie had the answer, so he was a bit visibly moved. Can do. Finally, the old alchemist looked at his disciple. She then nodded silently, and the old alchemist agreed with Li Qie's condition. Shuangyan, pay him. Li Qie took on a gallant air as he took the tile and told Li Shuangyan. Li Shuangyan, without any hesitation, immediately paid the old alchemist. Of course, this expenditure was a debt for her master, Demon King Luan Ri. Even though she was the descendant of the 9 Saint Demon Gate, she didn't have the power to move such a monstrous amount like this. After leaving the medicine stall, Chen Baojiao unrestrainedly asked, This is an emperor's possession, right? Immortal Emperor Tun Ri's possession? Emperor's possession? Do you feel that 10 virtuous ancestor refined jades could buy 1 emperor's possession? If it was an emperor's possession, then even 10 immortal emperor refined jades would be worth it. Li Qie said with a smile. If it's not an emperor's possession, then what is it? Li Shuangyan then inquired. 10 virtuous ancestor refined jades was not a small amount. Even for their 9 Saint Demon Gate, it was still a huge sum. Li Qie calmly replied, It is only an eaves tile, an ordinary tile that could not be more common. Just an eaves tile? Chen Baojiao was stunned for a moment, then she said, You spent 10 virtuous ancestor refined jades just to buy a common eaves tile? This was a level of family-destroying wastefulness. Why not? If I think it is valuable, then it is worth it. Li Qie smilingly said. At this moment, Li Shuangyan's expression changed. 10 virtuous ancestor refined jades was not a small amount. She couldn't help but ask, could it be that the old alchemist was lying earlier? No, he spoke the truth. Li Qie shook his head and said, This eaves tile truly came from the hand of immortal Emperor Tun Ri. However, it was when he was young and was not an immortal emperor, he gave this tile to a friend. It was not bestowed to them after he became an immortal emperor. Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao both went into a daze. Using 10 virtuous ancestor refined jades to buy a tile, and a common tile on top of that. It was not worth a coin. Such an item, even if you threw it to the ground, no one would bother come to pick it up. Other people would think that Li Qie had become crazy. This eaves tile has a heaven-shaking origin. Chen Baojiao felt a slight fainting sensation. Spending 10 virtuous ancestor refined jades to buy a useless tile, this would indeed be crazy. No heaven-shaking origin. To put it bluntly, when immortal Emperor Tun Ri was a poor little boy. And this is not an exaggeration, he was so poor that he didn't even have rice to eat. One day, he and his sworn brother, at a young age, decided to part ways. He was destitute with nothing to give his brother, so he took down the last eaves tile on the rooftop and gave it to his brother. Later on, immortal Emperor Tun Ri joined the soaring immortal sect. He then slowly went up in the world and ultimately became successful in becoming an invincible immortal emperor of a generation. Li Qie slowly spoke as if he was telling an old tale. Hearing this old tale, not only Chen Baojiao and Li Shuangyan, but even Grandpa Shi following them were shocked for a moment. This was their first time hearing such a secret matter. Immortal Emperor Tun Ri had swept through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. He was not only a generation of immortal emperor, but he was also a generation of invincible immortal physique. His whole life was extremely brilliant and it illuminated era after era. However, the invincible immortal Emperor Tun Ri in the eyes of the world, how many people actually knew that he had such a humbled past? Immortal Emperor Tun Ri's past couldn't have been passed down, and it was impossible for the world to know. How was it that Li Qie, time after another time, knew all of these secrets that no one would ever know? Li Qiye naturally knew immortal Emperor Tun Ri's past because, that year, he personally brought him to the Soaring Immortal sect. He originally wanted to keep Tun Ri by his side to groom him but, unfortunately, he had owed a favor to the Soaring Immortal sect so he had to give this great seed away. Are there any other uses for this Eve's tile? Li Xuanyan did not give up and couldn't help but to inquire further. This was 10 virtuous ancestor refined jades. Even if it was not her money, it was the sect's money, she couldn't help but feel the pain inside. 10 virtuous ancestor refined jades to buy a tile, too extravagant, too luxurious to the point where she wanted to vomit blood. Only an ordinary tile that could not be more common. If you think that this is a rare treasure, then you are wrong. It has no effect for cultivators. Li Qiye smilingly shook his head and said. You are crazy now. Chen Baojiao couldn't help but to complain, 10 virtuous ancestor refined jades to buy a tile. Simply put, this is crazy. This is a new degree of wasting money. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.